Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to the 5th of October. So we're a month away from bonfire night, although they're all saying, there won't be any fireworks. Of course there will be. There are loads of fireworks. It's what we want to do, isn't it? You know, people like celebrating the fact they're trying to blow up the House of Parliament. But the funny thing is, the Undercroft, where it supposedly took place, disappeared years and years ago. So they showed people something else instead of it went on under here. Poor old Guy Fawkes, though, he did not come in for it, as you discovered on the programme a few weeks ago. He was hung, drawn and quartered. They made an example of him, and all the other ones. Kylie's heading home after 30 years. Yes, we're finally getting rid of her. So they're shoving her back to Australia. She's been here for 30 years. I mean, she's obviously got a place. She's changed all the name of her companies to their new address is going to be over there, which is good. The military mobilised over the fuel idiots. And so the petrol is getting through. It's just a little bit slow at the moment. But at least it's getting there. At least it's getting there, which is actually good news. Josh Widdicombe has discovered he's descended from royalty. It's a bit complicated, actually, because you have to get it all right, because otherwise, if you actually get it wrong. So Josh is Henry VIII's great grandson. So there you go. So that's good. Josh Widdicombe there. And he nearly lost his head when he told he was related to Henry VIII. It was a nasty little piece of work, honestly. If ever there was a temperamental old king, that was him. You know, I'm sorry, you can't have any children with me. Right. Can we make up a story about her? Okay, you've cheated on me. Yes, with Thomas Culpepper, and we're going to execute you both. Right, I'm going out for the day. Have a bit of a... Just let me know, when it's all been done. Yeah, it's done. Okay, you can marry the next one. He was vile. He was vile, the fat old so-and-so. Ghastly person. So they were all talking about films earlier on. I haven't been out to the cinema for ages. I refuse to pay the prices. I wait till it comes out on DVD and just buy it and enjoy it myself at home. Eamon Holmes says appearing on reality shows would be too degrading, assuming the stuff he's done so far is not degrading. He appeared on that dreadful programme the other day with Keith Lemon dressed up as a woman, but looks like Keith Lemon dressed up as a woman with Amanda Holden. It's the worst programme I've ever seen in my entire life, which I think the critics agreed as well. More than half of kids spend their parents' money without permission. The prosecutors claim to have new Maddie evidence. Yeah, how many times have we heard this? How many times? Happy Monday star Bez is getting his skates on. Hope they every time I've seen him on the television, he's been 3 sheets to the wind. Hope he's going to manage to stay upright, unlike poor old Gemma Collins. She couldn't do anything on Dancing on Ice. Spent most of her time on her fat bum, sitting on the ice, doing nothing at all. And but that's what she did, because, the GC talks about herself in third party. The pest who bombarded Sir Keith Starmer with abusive emails is spared jail. It's a shame, really, actually. He's been told the next time, off to prison. I think that'd be fantastic. I'm all in favour of that. And lollipop men and women are going to be issued with body cams because they've been attacked. Who attacks lollipop men and women? Peasants. Peasants, that's who does it. Arlene Phillips set to join the Dancing on Ice judging panel. And a fundraiser who goes around in swimming trunks has been kicked out of a pub for breaking the dress code. He was sheltering from the rain. He goes around, he's known as Speedo Mick or something like that. Anyway, and so the landlord of the pub, get out, you're not properly dressed in here. And then somebody said he raises a lot of money for charity. He's raised £250,000 for charity. Immediately, the landlord has to backtrack lest everybody deserts his pub and it closes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please have some food. Please have some food. I'm so sorry. I didn't know that you were so famous. I didn't know you were so... What a creepy landlord he is. I'll tell you who he is a little bit later on. How long will Cressida Dick cling on? Well, I don't know, if it gets much worse out on the roads. You see, the other day, the people who superglued themselves to the ground are being dragged away by motorists. Police did nothing. They stayed well out of it, and they didn't care whether they were elderly. And so there they were, angry drivers near the Blackwall Tunnel. One driver confronted the demonstrators. She wanted to see her mother in hospital. How can you be so selfish? In a video captured by LBC, the driver said her mother was in the ambulance. She's going to hospital. Do you think I'm stupid? I need to get to the hospital. But they wouldn't. They wouldn't move. Ghastly people. So the public went over to them and started dragging them off the road. Now, whilst it's not my business to get involved with things like that, but I have to be honest, we're sick to death of Insulate Britain, a bunch of non-entities, and it's going to be fisticuffs if they're not careful. It really is, especially after the leader of Extinction Rebellion said he would have no hesitation in stopping an ambulance on the way to a 999. He said, and he wouldn't let it through. It's as simple as that. Stupid man. What a thick little person you must be. Ridiculous. Shane says, like you, I wait until the movie comes out on DVD. $25 to go to the cinema. Buy the DVD cheaper. I agree. Oh, yesterday, the Steve Allen tray. The Steve Allen tray supporting Globals Make Some Noise. I need to sell today 500. I know this seems like a tall order. I'll tell you about it in about 20 minutes' time, just in case you're a Tuesday listener to the programme and you didn't hear yesterday, because we sold a lot of them yesterday, all raising money for Globals Make Some Noise. So if I can move 500 today, that would be fantastic. 500 more, that would be very, very nice. So I'll tell you about that a little bit later on. And thank you to all of you who've bought the trays so far. Some people, maximum yesterday, somebody bought five trays because they come with free postage and packing. But if you're lucky enough to have a little bit of spare money, can I wrestle it out of your hands and take your credit card details or your PayPal or anything else like that? I'll tell you a little, probably about 20 minutes. I'll give you the rundown on it. The London Ambulance Service have appealed to Insulate Britain to let their drivers pass. They don't care. So I tell you what, we don't care about you either, you bunch of peasants. You sad, lonely little people. Oh, I'm not going to move my hand here. Middle-class little ruffians they are. Nasty little pieces of work. I mean, ultimately, a delay to us, says London Ambulance Service, reaching someone who needs the care can cost lives. We ask any protesters to allow the crews to pass. They've said no. One of the drivers held up was Dr. Malik Saleh, a dentist, who was stuck at Hanger Lane. He'd had to cancel appointments. He said the point is valid, but there must be a better way around it. But they're too thick, aren't they? That's the trouble. They really are. They don't know. They don't care. There's one here who's a father. He wanted to be identified only as Will. Said he was worried his 15-year-old autistic daughter, who has stress-related epilepsy, could have a seizure brought on by the fear of missing school. She was stuck in the traffic for 45 minutes. He said the beeping and shouting didn't help because of her sensory problems, and she didn't have her ear defenders. He said if she does carry on stressing out at school today, it'll bring on a seizure. These people don't care, though. They couldn't care less. That's why we have to make them suffer. You know, motorists are going round there and dragging them away from the road. To get an ambulance through, or a girl who's having a seizure, it's a no-brainer. It's absolutely a no-brainer at all. If that was your mother in an ambulance, or your father, or anything like that, you'd be out there dragging them off the road and throwing them into the side of it. They were literally, these are stupid old people, you know, who should know better. But they don't. Steve and the Groovy Gang. I purchased 2 Steve Allen tea trays yesterday. These will go with my Prosecco glasses and the tote bag, says Rob. And all for a good cause, just to say thank you and have a nice day. Well, I wish we could, but it's absolutely tipping it down here. Seriously, it was awful earlier on. You could hear it in the newsroom. I had the window open. It was and you looked out there. I thought, oh, God, honestly. I had to yesterday sort out my VAT. I had to pay my VAT. And so I had to pay it online. So we had to transfer money from here to there and then sort of pay. And I was actually quite surprised that I did it. I'm not very good with things like that. Now we've got to sort out the Freedom Pass today. So I'm going to phone them up and just tell them, stop harassing me. OK? Otherwise, I shall give it back and you can stick it. I'm not really that bothered. Steve, I listened to you on Catch Up last night, says Jilly. I heard your words. What a treat to look forward to. They're going to sell out these trays. Oh, I hope so. I'd like to sell 500 today. And I know that seems, to anybody, it seems like an awful lot. But when you see, because you can only get these till Friday. You can't get them after Friday, and that's it. But Jilly says, I managed to climb onto the spike this morning. Will you enjoy it? No, you need to be quick on these things. If we can get 500 sold today, then that'll be good. And then we've only got Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and it finishes on Friday. So at 10 o'clock, so we have to work fast on it if we want to raise some money. We've raised a lot of money so far, and if we can raise even more, that would be absolutely fantastic. You just have to go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and then you go to the charity bar. It's on the top. There's a whole list of different bits and pieces, including the charity. Click on that, and it will take you straight to the page where the Steve Allen tray is, and you can see me modelling it. Modelling a tray, honestly, I love it. It's great. I see Nadine Dorries Honestly, what a useless person she is. How she ever got her job, I've got no idea. She knows nothing about anything. All she knows about is, oh, I want to be famous. I want to be famous. Unfortunately, she's famous for all the wrong reasons. She went into the jungle, didn't she? Turned up there and nobody knew who the hell she was. And now they've given her a job in the government. I mean, I can't understand it at all. She's almost threatened the BBC. She said it's an institution riven by bias and staffed by people whose mum and dad work there, proving how thick she really is. She doesn't know anything like that. Do you know all the people at the BBC, Nadine? Do you know anything? No. Absolutely nothing at all. Steve. I'm with you on the useless peasants protesting. Send all of us boys from the army. We'll sort them out with a public order kit. Well, they're now saying, Priti Patel, a woman who, every time she opens her mouth, comes out with yet more interesting slogans, but they don't go anywhere. Yes, we're thinking of sending them to prison for 6 months. Good. When will this be starting, darling? Hasn't managed up until now, has it? Hasn't managed. Because all these people are middle class. They've probably got their own lawyers and everything else. You know what they're like. And I'm off to order some trays, Steve, which would be quite nice. I mean, to be honest with you, if the members of the public are getting out of their cars, and they're fairly butch, some of these blokes there, and dragging them off the road, it can't be long before somebody, it's going to come to, awful. I mean, the law to deal with them is going through. It's a little bit slow. I mean, they've been doing... The other day, they were out, yet they couldn't care less. They're not bothered about you or the government or the threat of jail. That's their little thing, isn't it? All these old bags out there, who look as though they're the sort of people who stand next to you in the queue and they smell. The sort of people in supermarkets. And they go, I'm not having... It's at home. They had a woman. It was on YouTube, and she was in America, and she promotes veganism. She does all sorts of things about veganism. Meat is murder. So somebody confronts her in a big supermarket and says, are you the vegan lady? Go away from me. Go away. She's obviously got screws loose. Go away from me. You're the vegan lady, aren't you, on YouTube promoting veganism? Go away. Stay well away from it. That's the first thing they always say. And he goes, why have you got a turkey in your trolley? She had a turkey in the trolley. She's an old fraud. An old fraud, as indeed so many of them are.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Steve Allen, tweet @LBC.
Do watching the motorists, they've had enough of this. They've taken the law into their own hands. The police, nowhere to be seen. What are the police doing? What are the police doing? This woman's pleading with them. My mother's in hospital. They're basically going, stick it, lady. They couldn't care less. That's how vile they are. That's how vile they are. And yet, of course, they'd be the first people, if one of them had a heart attack, of calling an ambulance. I'd be going, terribly sorry, the ambulance can't make it because you've held it all up. So it's not happening. Bit of a shame, isn't it, really? Why are people so vile about things like that? They don't care. Also, it's got nothing to do with us. Why are they disrupting our lives? Go and sit down at, number 10 Downing Street. But, of course, you can't, can you? Oh, diddums, why can't you do that? Because the Prime Minister is in conference in Manchester and you haven't got enough money. You'd have to take your really big, expensive four-wheel tractor up there to go and sort of have them picket them. They can't do that, though, can they? They're all a bit hypocritical. It's amazingly. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, Michelle says, well done on the tea tray sales so far. It's fab how Make Some Noise is going to get a huge boost through this. You're right. The rain outside is still unbelievable, is it? I love it. I love it. Elizabeth from Finchley ordered a tray. Thank you very much indeed. I need to do 500 today, though. I'll tell you in about 10 minutes' time. All of your texts and emails we print, unless you're particularly stupid, in which case we just bar you. It's something we take great delight in doing. I have to tell you, I didn't realise how much pleasure you can get out of these things. It's just you go click and somebody vanishes. Which is very entertaining. Very entertaining. Steve, I've given up with complaining about this country. Well, it isn't as bad as we think it is. All right, so we might not have turkeys on the shelves for Christmas, but I mean, for goodness sake, we could do without that, can't we? We could all go vegetarian, have nut roast. Wouldn't be having meatloaf. And you can still get Christmas trees. There's no shortage of anything at all. The petrol's gradually filtering back. London's worst hit. London's worst hit with all these things. Because I don't know why, actually. I couldn't work out the other day why London is the worst. Because the rest of the country, all these other capital cities, they don't have the problems we've got down here. More people. I know there's about 9.5 million people in the London area, so more cars, more vans, more lorries, more everything else. But I mean, surely they've got that in Edinburgh and Birmingham and Liverpool and Manchester and places like that, haven't they? Population of Edinburgh. I don't know. Let's say 3 million, 4 million, between 3 and 4 million for Edinburgh. 500,000. Is that it? Hardly worth it. I've closed it down. It's not worth having it, is it? Not worth having it. That's nearly 1 million. Of course, including the suburbs and everything else. Well, blimey, I thought it'd be loads more than that. No, you know why it's got 9.5 million in London? Because it's the best place to live. Because we've got everything, sort of, apart from fuel. That's all we want, actually, is fuel. And, Steve, what's going on? Protesters on the M25, they should be arrested. No petrol, no files for blood tests, and to top it all, the pandemic, says Stella. I know. It's amazing. I love it. And Steve says, Iceman, I wonder if these bunch of morons will be sitting down in the rain. Oh, of course not. They're not going to go out there, are they? And sit in the rain. They're only going to do it when it's nice because they're elderly. They might catch a cold. They might have to go to their doctor. I think they should be barred from doctors. They say, listen, you're so keen on doing all this sort of insulating. Why go and insulate yourselves? Sitting there with your little fluorescent jackets on, honestly, it's so dated and so sad and so tragic. So Facebook, WhatsApp and Instagram went offline the other day. Even Thomas, my ex-producer, he was complaining about it, saying, luckily I'm not on WhatsApp and Instagram. I mean, I'm on Facebook, but am I on No, I'm not on FaceTime, I do. Is that different? Is that a different thing? Oh, that's fine, yeah. I mean, all of that was fine. I'm only sort of managing to sort of work out something. I got the other day, a friend of mine said, oh, you need to update your phone. So he pushed it. 20 minutes it took to update the phone. But it saves having to spend £1,000 on a new one. Because I do like buy. I own all my phones. Since they brought out the iPhones, I've got all of mine. And I used to change them every year. They're sitting at home in a drawer. They're worth, I don't know what they're worth each, a few £100 each, I would imagine. Yeah, I should cash them in, but I can't really be bothered. I can't really be that bothered. I'm not sort of that pushed for it at the moment. John says, I heard a news report, Steve, the sale of frozen turkeys has increased by over 400%. Absolutely. All I was saying to people, if you really, really are worried about not having turkey at Christmas, go to Iceland, go and buy a frozen turkey or turkey crown or something like that. Stick it in your freezer. Get your pigs in blankets, stick it in the freezer. Get your mince pies, stick them in the freezer. It can all be frozen. Just don't put the mince pies in the box you buy them in. Put them in a Tupperware container. Because it's you don't want to put cardboard into the freezer. It doesn't do them any good at all. You get icicles and everything else on there. Dealing with Insulate Britain. This is the new powers announced by Ms Patel, which will be included in the Police, Crime, Courts and Sentencing Bill, currently going through Parliament. Ministers argue that while they accept the right to protest, the current offence of obstructing the highway, which carries a maximum fine of £1,000, does not reflect the seriousness of the disruption such actions cause. Good. Well, stop talking about it. Pretty, if I can call you pretty, and just get them into nick. Yeah, we don't know how long it'll take to push that thing through court. But at the moment, the amount of useless courts there are in this country, the magistrates' court, it just gets worse and worse and worse. Somebody twice the legal limit, drink driving, and they go, going to ban you for 17 months. 4 years, somebody got the other day. I'm hoping they might continue that theme. Much better. And Steve, I wonder what clothes these protesters are wearing. I bet you find a pair of Nikes or some other clothes. Well, they're wearing old people's clothes. That's what they're wearing, old people. You do get clothes that are only worn by old people. That's all. There's nothing else out there, which is good. Bev says, maybe the rain will stop their hands sticking to the tarmac. Oh, no, I hope they stay there forever. I really do. I want to actually take them and go, right, what we're going to do is we're going to super glue your hands. And all those bridges on the M4 and the M25 and all that, we're going to super glue you upside down on them. You can hang there, and stay there for as long as possible, praying that, of course, the glue holds. I love I remember when they first brought out super glue. I remember somebody saying it came with a little tube of something that was the the thing that could separate your fingers, because people got it in their fingers, went like that, and they go, oh my God, couldn't open your fingers. So yes, you get a little, can it glue your fingers? They glue themselves to the road. They just, what? Hello? Yeah, you just put it on your hand, put it down there and leave it. I mean, every time you do it, it rips skin off your hand. So by now, most of these protesters should be just holding a little bag of bones. That's what it does. It rips a layer of the thing off. But you get this glue stuff, which you put on it, and it immediately releases it. No. I'd want to unstick them from the road, stick their hands together and go, now see how you can get around. Just to make it more interesting. And Steve, my friend, was running low, had to drive outside London to fill up petrol, came back home, now got the same amount in the tank. Yes, I mean, they had a delivery in, Twickenham the other day, and all the pumps appear to be operating. So what I'm assuming is another tanker delivery today will be, people will be going, we don't need the petrol, we've got enough in the car. I mean, I've got a bit in the car, don't have a full tank, which I'm hoping, because I don't want to get to that state at Christmas. They were saying the other day, this is a bizarre thing, does this sound racist? They're going to bring over Indians from India to drive the tanker lorries. I mean, and I thought, well, what does it matter where somebody comes from? I couldn't care less, as long as they're delivering petrol. Makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Arlene Phillips set to join the Dancing on Ice judging panel ever since John Barrowman was told no thank you. And oily fish can stop deafness, but only for women. Only for women. Nadine Dorries taking aim at the elitist BBC. She was on Ian Dale's show. She's really not very exciting, I'm afraid. More interest from people in India to drive the HGV lorries. Really? Not the tankers. Not just the tankers. Oh, right. Well, why not? I don't see any problem with that. Goodness sake, come on over. Come over now. And we can all have the stuff. Thousands flee the UK for sun-baked Benidorm. And 8 Aston Villa fans attack the stewards after a goal was disallowed. Hello? Thugs? Attack stewards? What's the matter with you? Grow up. Stop drinking. Makes it easier. 1 in 20 workers hope to switch jobs before Christmas. To doing what? What would you like to do? And what was the other one? Oh, a hit-and-run joyrider in a stolen car was spared jail because apparently he needs counselling because he smokes cannabis. Can you not throw him in prison first so he can... These people must be absolutely laughing at our court system in this country. You can literally get away with murder. Seriously, they did jokes years ago. They used to say there was somebody who mowed down an entire queue in Wales of kids waiting for the school bus. And I thought it was almost a case of them, of course, he's had a bad life. And you go, what? That's how bad the life... I mean, so somebody is in a stolen car, high as a kite, he'd nicked it and he did hit and run, and they've spared him jail because he needs some sort of help counselling. I mean, I give up. I give up. Steve, maybe the protesters blocking the motorway should be given high-vis vests and some shovels and set to work filling in all the gaps in the road. Yes, that would be good. I go for that one. But of course, Sean, they already have the high-vis jackets. Where you get high-vis jackets from, I've got no idea. Perhaps there's a shop that sells them, people who want to glue themselves into the road. And where do you get placards from? Well, they some of them are hand-drawn, aren't they? I mean, the things are obviously printed by a company because they hold them up, like the complete dorks that they are. Oh, you mustn't drive down this road because we're protesting. Steve, the population of Endersley is 5,500 and about 1 million sheep and cows, says Kim. See, I like that. I was looking at a lovely programme I think it was on the West Country, and they were looking at shops and everything else and the businesses out there. On the motorway service station, they had the best equipped farm shop I've ever seen in my entire life. Had everything. They even showed you the sheep out on the hills who were going to be butchered by the local butcher. I got a little bit disturbed by. But they had the most beautiful meat, and everybody's saying, oh, this is the meat that's served to the Queen. The Queen she doesn't eat anything, the Queen. Hardly, she just moves it around the plate. Doesn't sort of eat things. Yeah, exactly. Kebab.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Imagine. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Now, you know, because we did it yesterday, but you might not have been listening to the programme yesterday, in which case this is all going to be brand new to you, and it's going to be very, very exciting. Because, as you know, this coming Friday, Globals Make Some Noise roars into life, and all the stations are doing all their bit to raise as much money as possible. This year, we're going to support more than 100 little charities, and the millions that we raise will go, it'll be evenly divided between these charities based on what their needs are. And so all of the programmes that you will hear on all of our stations in this building, and we have a lot of radio stations, we'll be doing different bits and pieces. They've all got different things to try and entice you away from your money and to give us a credit card so that we can raise a lot of money for Make Some Noise. So over the years we've raised millions, and on this programme in particular, because the audience is so brilliant, so good, so generous. Even people who don't have a lot of money have donated. You know, people have bought tickets to my shows. They've come along. We've raised thousands of pounds. And then we had the tea towel. Then we had the tote bag. Then we had the Prosecco glasses. And now we have the Steve Allen tea tray. Now, it works not just for tea, but coffee as well. And sausage rolls on there. It's wiped clean, made in Britain. It's all very nice. And it raises money for a much needed cause. So all the money goes helping to improve the lives of disadvantaged people, working, as I say, with around 100 small charities across the UK. The tray features a drawing. You'll see it if you go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. Click on charity, and then it takes you straight to it, and you can have a look at a picture of me with a cup of tea on the tray. And it's the same picture that you've got on the towel and the tote bag. So you've got the set so far. And it's lovely. So we thank Robert Lee Hensby, who did the illustrations. So thanks to everybody who's bought one already. And some people have bought 2, some people have bought 4, somebody bought 5. Now, if you want your own tea tray, you've got to be quick. It's only available until 10 a.m. this Friday, the 8th of October. Now, the cost of the tray is £15. And it's free postage and packing for UK customers. International postage and packing rates apply. Orders will be shipped in December, so don't worry about, beginning of December they'll be going out, and you can get yours right now. At this time of the morning, we take PayPal, we take credit cards, we take just about anything, postal orders if necessary. Just go to lbc.co.uk and click on the charity section. You'll see it at the bar at the top. And of course, all the proceeds go to LBC's charity, Globals Make Some Noise. And it would be lovely today if I sold 500. If I could sell 500 trays today, then we're up to a few thousand already. So 500 is doable. Because we've got until 7 o'clock this morning. Yesterday we did an awful lot. And then as people were listening to the podcasts back again, people going, he's got the tray out. In fact, strangely enough, even before yesterday's programme had started, we'd sold 50. I hadn't even mentioned it. Now, it's on the website all day. So there is no excuse. And if I can twist your arms, both of you, and get some money out of you to have a nice tray. In fact, if you go on there, you get a nice picture of me at the same time, which you could probably download, and a picture of me holding the tray. Because people have said to me, how big is it? And I've said, well, go and have a look at the picture, and you get a rough idea, I think. So please buy one. Help raise some money for an awful good cause. In fact, more than 100 good causes. And if we all do our little bit, as I say, I have bought my own goods in the past. I know it seems a bit odd, but I have actually bought them. The only thing I forgot to buy was the Prosecco glasses. I got the tote bag and I got the tea towels. In fact, I bought a few tea towels, which is quite nice. I think I shall be purchasing some trays. Now, you can only buy this until Friday of this week. So the advice is get in quick. If I can sell 500 today, I'm going to be a very, very happy bunny. And I can tell how many we've sold, because we have a unique system here. It's called a producer. And he goes around counting, 1, 2. So he knew exactly. Yesterday, Corey phoned me and said, this is how many trays you've sold so far. And I went, oh, that's nice. And then when I came in this morning, the producer, through an interpreter, said, you've sold, this is how many it is. And it had gone up, quite substantially, which is lovely. And it's good. Very, very good indeed. Dawn Neeson. Morning, Dawn. Do you know, does this woman ever sleep? I don't know when she sleeps. She seems to be up permanently. I want to say that. She says, I wonder if I need the Steve Allen show at LBC tea tray in my life when supposed to be writing the Daily Star column. She's got the column there. She's got the column in Woolham. Woolham. I've never known a woman who doesn't sleep. Seriously. And she's got an old man at home as well. There's something to keep you up most of the night. And she does the television and she does the radio. She does loads of seriously. I've never known anybody. I felt as though I wasn't even trying, even when I had 2 jobs. How did you get on with any Facebook or Twitter yesterday? Twitter was okay, wasn't it? And I didn't have any problem with anything at all. Mainly because I don't know about these things. I spent too much time trying to pay my VAT online, which was very good. My accountant said, this is what you do. I mean, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, all down. And not just here, it was all over the place, wasn't it? But it's back now. So happy days are here again. Rushed home yesterday from work, Steve. First thing I did, says Gary in Dorset. I don't know why I ever do that. Every time somebody says Dorset, and I always go, Dorset. And they go, why'd you do that? And I go, I've got no idea. No idea. But listen, keeps me in work. Steve, what to find out about fireworks? Don't they cause pollution? I don't think so, no. It's up in the sky, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I suppose I don't really think we need to worry about fireworks causing pollution, because you can't get any fireworks. Although I spoke to my friend Paul Cooper, he said we can always get fireworks. Always get fireworks. I mean, I sometimes have a small box of sparklers, which is quite nice. Yes. Actually, the funny thing is, I've always maintained that out of all the fireworks, sparklers are the most dangerous. It is white hot metal. And you give it to kids and they wave it around. You think, if they hold this thing, it's going to take their blooming fingers off. Dawn Neeson sent me some. I only knew what they were called about a year ago, Dawn. Emojis. Which is where you get one of those little smiley faces. This one's got 2 smiley faces, but crying at the same time. I love crying, laughing, I think, yes. Definitely crying, laughing, which I like. But I don't know how this woman copes. I mean, does she ever rest? Because it seems to be continuous over the weekend and everything. I know it's 4:30 in the morning. Well, it's not. It's 20 to 5, and she's up already, and she seems to be lucid. I think that's what it is. But I mean, she's having to do the column, which is very, very good. Steve, sending Insulate to prison is a cost to the taxpayer. They should be fined for wasting police time. Well, all they've got to do is say, I haven't got any money, and they'll say, oh, just pay £1 a week for the next 50 years or something. £1 a month. I've heard people do that. People have ripped off companies to the tune of hundreds of thousands of pounds. And then they go, of course, they don't have any money to pay back, and they don't want to send them to prison. And you say, well, take everything back off them. We'll have the car back. Your televisions have all gone, and we're taking your house. There's got to be some sort of deterrent. There is no deterrent in this country. You could literally go and do whatever you wanted to do in Parliament or at the Conservative Party conference. I mean, there's 5 people been arrested for sort of the Ian Duncan Smith incident, and they were party delegates. You begin to wonder whether or not the whole place has gone absolutely barking mad. Steve, lovely tray, winging its way to Pontyclun in Tidy, South Wales, I hope. Is that? I only do that. Taffy Nige. I like it. I've got a lot of listeners in Wales. You know why? Starved of decent radio. Starved of it. They can't get enough of it. Is that Steve on the radio? I like Steve on the radio. He's very good, very good. I mean, any other Welsh broadcasters? Oh, well, I've had friends of mine are Welsh broadcasters. Yeah. On the radio, of course, on the radio. What do you mean? As opposed to what? On the tarmac? No. I've got Polly. I've got Matt. I've got loads of people. I know it just sounds like 3. It's only because I can't remember all the other names at the moment, which is good. I've just paid for my tray. I have all the other bits and pieces, Steve, the bag, the glasses, etc. And I know if I can sell 500 today, I'll probably get a letter from the management going, you've done very well. That'll be a few thousand trays so far. So more than 500. I'll take on the clothes off and dance around the studio. Maybe not. Actually, there's no rush for that. Please, if it's the difference between me rushing around the studio stark naked, like Toby Tarrant was tweeting the other day. He said that he'd been doing exercise or something naked. He said, but nobody bothered to watch, so he's taken it down. I remember the time I cycled naked on a Boris bike around Leicester Square. Seriously, I've never seen anything like it. I don't know, he was sober. Well, I assumed he was sober. Steve, kids don't throw sparklers at each other like kids did with bangers years ago. You can't really buy bangers now. You can't get them. I remember buying bangers. The Chinese bangers were the best ones. It came in a block, and they were little tiny things. Do you ever see Chinese bangers? We used to have them in Hong Kong, and it's a block of about 100 little tiny things, and with string, and you hang them up, and they go bang, 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 like that. And then bang, 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 bang. Firecrackers, yeah. But you can't buy bangers now. They're lovely. Look at this. Where are these things from? I like those isolated 3D fireworks or firecrackers. I love Chinese fireworks. Did they invent gunpowder or something? I don't know. That's a 4,000 firecracker there. Chinese bangers. Well, hey, we like the sound of that, don't we? That's my day sorted. I love fireworks. Always have done. Always have done. There's something nice about them. You never throw fireworks, and you never go back to one that's not gone off, just in case it bursts into life again. And I've not had a decent Catherine wheel for ages. I used to bang it into the tree or the post or something like that, and slap it like that, and I could never get it to turn. And you always wanted to go up to it and go like that. Did you used to do that thing on your bicycle when you were little? Did you used to get a piece of cardboard and a clothes peg and put it onto your bicycle wheel, so when it went round, it went... Did you do that? Yeah, we did that. So it sounded like it was an engine. Do you not do that? God, we did that all the time. That was good. And now you can buy little lights that you put onto your car or on your bicycle, and as it goes round, it changes colour. So if you're going down the motorway, you look like you're something out of Back to the Future. It's fantastic. I didn't buy them because I thought it was naff. But I just thought I'd mention, I'm taking a break. I'm just trying to explain to people about bangers and fireworks and banging it against a tree.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
As if. You're bang on about Rip Off Britain. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Did you find out who the London Boys are, says Connie. I didn't, actually. We didn't find out who the London Boys are. We were talking about people who can sing and dance. And, of course, most groups nowadays, if they do dancing, they can't sing live because they haven't got the energy. They're not fit. And so a lot of people, including Madonna, because she got very angry with Elton John, who said she mimes some of her stage shows. Well, obviously to get her breath back, I should imagine. And that's the way it was. As I said, I don't think Bananarama ever sang live. They wouldn't risk it. I remember when she got pulled off. Yeah, she got pulled off stage, didn't she? Did she fall off stage or get pulled off stage? They meant to take the cape off. That's right. They took her with it. Hilarious. Bit like Gemma Collins falling down that sort of big gap in the stage. Da 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 da. Woo! Gone. Hilarious. How we laughed, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Jill says, I wonder if there are any of the M25 protesters listening to your show. Don't send them up north. The M62 is already busy. Steve says, Chris Wales isn't starved of good radio. BBC Radio Shropshire is within earshot. They're not still going, are they? The Radio Shropshire. How hilarious. How hilarious. Lorraine has bought the tray. Thank you very much indeed. And says, if any of these protesters are on benefits, it should be suspended because they're obviously not actively looking for work. Well, they're old, most of them, aren't they? There's very few younger persons sitting there. They're just old people who haven't got anything to do. They're just basically sitting there waiting for Godot. And that's about as good as it gets, I'm afraid. and Steve. I must find out about the London Boys. Actually, I will get round to it eventually. What else have we got? Somebody says I've also just bought my tray as well. I only want to sell 500. If I sell more than 500 today, I'll be very happy. Very happy. But I've set myself a target of 500 trays today, and all the money goes to such a good cause. 100 little charities are going to benefit. 100 little charities, which is good. And this one says, I think I'll manage to get round to the ordering of the tea trays. If I have any issues, says Kim, I'll get me old bud to order for me. I could use one, and that'll be my sister's Christmas got and sorted. Yes, I had a Raleigh chopper. Used to put things in the spokes to announce my arrival. Yeah, I never had a chopper, actually. Never had a chopper bike, because you can still buy them. You can find them on eBay. There's people have sort of done them up and things like that, which is quite nice. But we couldn't afford. We just had I don't think I ever had a new bike. I had a second-hand bike, which my dad bought from the local paper. No, it wasn't a chopper. No. I've just said we couldn't afford things like that. We're very poor in our family. We didn't even have breakfast every day, and we didn't have a swing in the garden. So we would sort of sit there, and my mother would run backwards and forwards going, "It looks like this, dear." And that's how we knew. We used to find out just what next door were doing. We used to listen through the wall with the toothbrush mug. And if they were having fun, we used to have fun as well. I used to shop at the Army and Navy store, because you used to get cheaper clothes. I used to go to school dressed as a Japanese general, and very, very popular, very popular. I quite liked school, actually, till I got to about 14, then I hated it. I thought it was nothing. I used to stare out the window. Instead, we've still got all my school reports, which is quite nice. Yes, I didn't do particularly. I was very good at reading, very good at English, but I wasn't particularly good. They said Stephen lacks concentration. I thought, well, it's like this program. Sometimes I wander off, sort of thinking, oh, what am I doing today? And I tend to think out aloud. But no, I used to spend most of my time looking out the window, watching people on the sports field, or we used to have a Stevenson screen. Did you have that at school? That was for the weather forecasting. You'd open up, this big white thing would be on the middle of the grass, and you'd open it up and there'd be a thing there to measure rain and a temperature, and you'd write it all down. And we had that. There you go, Stevenson screen. Most schools had them. It was very good. But all I can remember is in the school hall where you had your lunch, it always smelt of cabbage and things like that. It was always horrid food at school. Sponge puddings. Who in God's name wants sponge puddings? We never got anything. Did you like sponge puddings? See, I never liked those. Anything that had treacle on it or tapioca. Ugh, ghastly. But I was a table monitor, which was good. So there'd be 8 people on your table, and I'd be the one in charge of dishing out the food. So if I didn't like somebody on the table, they didn't get very much. You'd have some poor little boy going, "Could I have some more, Steve?" And I go, "No, you can't." Yeah, make me give it to you. but yeah, it was good. And you could also make them go and get more pink custard if you wanted it. That's cool. Did you have pink custard, chocolate custard, and custard? And it always came with a big thick skin on the top of it. It was disgusting. It was like eating food through a flannel. It was the most awful thing. Served with a ladle. Yeah. But then I remember seeing later, I think in my brother's school, it was all laid out like a buffet, and you went and queued up and got your fish fingers and chips and beans and stuff like that. Our stuff, you had to go to the kitchen to collect it, take it back to the table. And there was always a jug of water on the table. In God's name, drinks. We were doing gin and vodka. Goodness sake, nobody bothered with water. But no, we didn't have people cheering when people dropped their plates. No. When I was at prep school, if it was somebody's birthday, you got Arctic roll. The parents would send in £1, and you could buy 5 Arctic rolls for £1, and they would have those, and you knew it was somebody's birthday, so you'd all just stand up saying happy birthday to them. What a dreary thing now. It's happy birthday to you. Eat the blooming food. Get the food quick as possible. Jill says, why are you only selling the trays for a week? Because that's all we've got. That's all we've got. It finishes on Friday. So you've got to be quick. Just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, click on charity, and you will see the trays there, and a lovely picture of me as well, looking very very buff, I think you'll find, and holding the tray. It's quite a good picture, actually. It's not bad, considering it's taken by the producer. I mean, Yes, lots of airbrushing went on there, I tell you. Phew, was I airbrushed? I looked a little bit like Ulrika Johnson, who's airbrushed in the centre of the one of the papers today, talking about, basically her life and stuff like that, which I think we're all aware of. But it's interesting to see that you can tell she's airbrushed. It bears no resemblance to her at all. It's like looking at that Jack Vigin. We had to explain who Jack Vigin was, because he was. How did that come up? Oh, he won an Australia's Got Talent. When he was a little lad, he was on there, pretty little boy, blonde hair, and then he decided, well, first of all, he lost his voice, and then secondly, he wasn't happy with his lips, so he had filler put in, and he looked really peculiar, and he really looked peculiar. And one of the camera shots with him doing an interview was sideways, and you could see the lips, and on a bloke it looked slightly odd. And I remember thinking, Jack Vigin. I know who Jack Vigin is. He was this little pretty boy who won Australia's Got Talent, and then he lost his voice, didn't do anything for ages and ages, and now he's back again. But you have a look at him, he started looking very peculiar. And he really does look slightly peculiar. If you look at him, I appreciate the aging process. I understand how that works. But they seem to have put him with full makeup on and everything else. And I couldn't quite work out if he was now... it's a cosmetic transformation. So he's had veneers and fillers. $15,000 for veneers. Mind you, did you see the two... Talking of people having stuff done, 2 girls who appear on This Morning the other day... both strippers. They're supposed to be identical twins, but they're not identical. They are twins. And they've had £140,000 worth of cosmetic surgery, including, put your fingers in your ears, designer vaginas. Have you heard of such a thing? I'd never even heard of it before. You could see the audience for This Morning were going, what on God's name have they had done? They didn't show you that, but they've had everything done. It's a shame, because when they were younger they looked absolutely gorgeous. Now they just look peculiar, sitting there with this badly bleached hair and then talking about designer vagina. I ask you, the stuff you get on the television nowadays, there was you're looking for a picture of them. Oh right. Googling. But they really looked odd, actually. They really did look old. Steve, because I think my parents must have won the pools regarding the chopper, because I think I told you we were so poor we ate our cornflakes with a fork to save the milk. We used to put hot milk. We had a rebellion at school one day because we didn't get something that we wanted, so we poured coffee on our cornflakes just to rebel. We thought we were being really sort of militant, a bit like supergluing your hand to your cornflake. That never works either, does it really? So please go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. James talks about blancmange, pink blancmange we had at school. I never saw them make it. We just saw the end result. It looked disgusting. It really did. Looked like something that you'd be sort of... Ugh. Shane says you'll sell 500 trays today. Do you think? I would hope so. Is it going all right? Oh, good. All right, I've got to keep going. We'll keep going. Because then, because the producer can see all of these things. Nice to see, says Big Andy, the Welsh trucker. He says that the public are dragging these Muppets off the road. Not all the public. It takes somebody quite strong to drag somebody off the road, and they just put them at the side of it. Very wisely, they don't make any attempt to go back onto the road, because these people have got to get from A to B. A friend of mine delivers for Amazon, and he said it's great money. He said all you've got to do is go around and drop all these parcels off. He loves it. He thinks it's absolutely the best job ever, delivering Amazon parcels. Because I order Amazon probably on a daily basis. It's always something I order. And, little things for me. And one van just for my house, just for my stuff. I love it, though. I told you I've discovered these water candles, which I was paying 25 quid for, £9. This other company. This is the thing. It looks like a candle. It's about so big. And it's quite wide, and it's got 2 lights in it, one in the top and one at the bottom. You charge it up you've got a plug, and you charge it in underneath. Gives you about sort of 5 hours. You pour water into it, and it bubbles away like a little fountain. Pretty cool, I tell you. I tell you, I've got 2 of them now. I've just ordered another 2. There's no end to the excitement, I tell you, because I've discovered the more you have, the more you want to go to the toilet. as it's bubbling away in the corner. So I've got all sorts of things. But it was the cheapest ones I've ever found. They're brilliant. £9.50. And that was including postage and packing. Bit like my tray. £15 included in that is postage and packing.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice. Somebody says you were advocating the execution of Geronimo for the start. You're obviously deaf as a post. I never advocated anything like that at all. Nearly need to listen. If you don't listen properly, I can't help you. I mean, if you start off with a base of 0, where do you think you're going after that? Nowhere. Steve, just purchased 2 trays. I do not know what I'd do without you, says Debs. I don't know what I'd do without me either. John Barrowman's gone into hiding, they say. So he's blocked fans from viewing his Twitter profile, even though he's got 500,000 followers. However, there is a link to his page on Cameo where you can pay for video messages. He's always been fairly outspoken, John Barrowman. I told you I worked with him for best part of 6 months. I've known about him for years. Great singer. I think people tend to forget that John was working West End, before, a lot of other people. And he's got a very, very good voice, He's featured in all the tribute shows to Cameron McIntosh, to Andrew Lloyd Webber, because he's sickeningly good looking. He was in Sunset Boulevard. He's been in just about everything. And, pardon? What? How old is John Barrowman? I think he must be about 40-something now. Is it up? Is 54? He's never. Is he? Good grief. 54, the year I was born. He's 54, is he really? That's unbelievable. I mean, best known, for many of you, I suppose, as Captain Jack in Doctor Who, which I never saw, because I was never a fan of Doctor Who. I realise it attracts sort of cult following, but it never interested me in the slightest. But, so he's left Dancing on Ice. What'll happen is, he'll sort of end up just sort of tiddling around for a little bit, and then he'll go back into a West End show, and they'll sort of see him singing and dancing and doing what 54, is he really? Blimey, must be something good about the business. And Olive says, where did you get the candle fountain? I got it from Amazon. I'll have to let you know which one it is, because you can only find it by putting in the name of the actual candle. Because if you put in water candle, it'll tell you out of stock on Amazon. I'm pretty certain, because there was one that I bought before, but it was about 25 quid, which I thought was still good. And I saw it on set. Oh, no, it's much nicer. Oh, God, that's ghastly. Ghastly. Mine's only a single candle, but it's fairly thick. Sort of like that. No, it's it's very, very Charlie Dimmock. What she can do with a water feature is nobody's business. No, it's gone. But I'll find out the name and I'll let you know tomorrow. Because I thought for £9.95 or whatever, it's the best bargain ever. And the candle lights up inside. It's not obviously a proper candle, it's a pretend one, but it's made out of wax. And they put a charging unit in it, and you charge it up overnight. What I do is charge it up when I go to bed, and then the next day I swap them over. So I've got one on charge, one working, one on charge, one working. But it's lovely. It's very soothing to hear little bubbling water fountains, and then you top it up every day. It's amazing how much water gets absorbed into the atmosphere. Quite amazing. As we were only saying to all the people, I just bumped into one of our other presenters, Jay, and he's walking around in his socks. He said, I've just got absolutely drenched out there. And Simon Conway as well, his feet are wet. That's the one thing, isn't it, when you walk through puddles and you get very sort of wet and everything. I mean, Dominic Ellis was soaking. Was he really? Lord. Well, good for Dominic. The trouble is with Dominic, there's not much of him, is there, really? Not much of him. I mean, there is a very good chance that in a sort of a very quick downpour, he could drown. There is. It's a highly. He could fall in a puddle and not. He could get. What did you see that one years ago? I couldn't believe it either. Somebody who got caught in a storm drain. You know, by the side of the road sometimes. I don't think that, not in this country, but somewhere else, there'll be the drain, and then there's a bit where it takes the excess water. This person got sucked into the storm drain during the most torrential downpour and drowned. And they were trying. The firemen were there trying to get them back out of it. And as I say, you tend not to sort of think about things like that. I was watching this volcano the other day. It's still spewing out. I mean, I don't think it shows any sign of slowing down. They've actually said it could go for months. It's what? Wait a minute. It's draining men. There you go, the revellers who survived a 20-foot ride through a storm pipe. This is in Venezuela. He was jumping around and with his friends, and he slipped into the drain. Such was the power of the water. His friend was unable to come to his rescue, and he vanished in a storm drain. And you get the whole video on there. They go, where is he? He's in the storm drain, and he disappeared. I mean, to be honest with you, he actually emerged the other end of it, which was quite lucky, because it could have had the adverse effect. There's a good reason to not go to Venezuela when it rains. Don't play near those storm drains. We used to love that at the beach, though. When we used to go to the beach, we used to make sandcastles, and then sort of put water around the outside, and then we'd go back to it. And I think it's on YouTube. It's a little girl, and she's got a bucket, and her parents have filmed her going to the sea, filling up the bucket, and as she walks back, it's leaking out. So when she gets back to pour the water into her cup, there's no water in the bucket. So she has to turn around and go all the way back down to the beach. It's ages before she realises that there's a hole in the bucket. And she's literally just she's only tiny. She's about 3 or 4, staggering back. And when she gets there, she tipped, and there's nothing in the bucket at all. It's so funny, honestly. I laugh at other people's misery, which is very good. 84885. I just thought it was the funniest thing ever. Kids do the funniest things, which is great. Type in candle waterfall fountain. I shall get the producer onto this amazing. Oh, Lee, go away. You're a very boring little person. Very boring. In fact, I'm going to put you out of your misery. It's so much easier. No, they're not. No, they're not like this at all. None of these ones here. None of these. No, all these are far too finicky. No, oh, gosh, I wouldn't want anything like that in the sitting room. Thank you. No, they're not. They're not like mine. Wait a minute. No, none of these are like mine. And also, look at the prices of these things. £35, £64. Mine was under a tenner. I'll tell you the company tomorrow, and you'll be able to purchase it. I'm buying as many as I can today. Because they always tell you, don't they? Whenever you go to buy something, they say only 2 left in stock. So I love them. And Roger says, if you get something from Amazon on a daily basis and add this to the shopping you do locally, you've got the perfect Aladdin's cave. Yeah. I have, actually. And, sorry? Alan's Cave, yes. Lovely here. Steve, why on earth do these stupid people who refuse to pay the train fare push in behind you at the train station barriers? He said, I had an estate agent type in the suit do it yesterday, says Mark. Well, you get a lot of that. When they were building in Twickenham. They were building in Twickenham, over the road, putting up houses. Many of the builders were coming through, and they were bumping through 2 or 3 at a time before the gate shut again. Some of them were even leaping over the barriers. The staff were powerless to do anything about it. They aren't stupid. They're criminals. They're criminals. Harry from Poole in Dorset says you absolutely have to check out the 1980s lip syncing from the Pretty Pair on the London Boys. I've really got to sort these out, actually, really. Steve, one of your favourite people, Gemma Collins, always drags about her... does she really? Oh, dear. That's very odd. She had a dress, which they said she paid £3,500 for. It's the worst dress you've ever seen in your life. She looked like she was wearing a bedsheet. It was so tacky on her. She can't wear anything because she doesn't have the figure to make anything look attractive, and yet she could if she went sort of a bit upmarket. But one of her cleaners put it in the washing machine because Gemma can't do anything. Totally useless. She just bought, apparently, a top-of-the-range car. Top-of-the-range, because you know she used to be a second-hand car salesperson. That's what Gemma Collins was, yeah. Not much cop at that either, I don't think, really. But anyway, she's just bought, they said, top-of-the-range car, £45,000. I thought, oh, the cheap end of the market. She can't even afford a decent car. It's like a Land Rover type thing at £45,000. I thought, and you're supposed to be really rich. I don't think so. I don't think. You can always tell by what cars people drive, which is interesting. Another one here. Talk about Amazon. A lot of people like Amazon. You know, this home shopping it's taken over because you don't need to take the car out when there's no petrol anyway at the moment. And you don't need to worry about finding somewhere to park. You just go online and you can buy anything on Amazon. You can do your daily shop on Amazon and they guarantee to get it with you within a short space of time. Excuse me. Oh, dear. Do you know, it's so wet outside and it's so warm and cosy in here. Well, in my cup of tea, it's nice, warm and cosy. Kim is the one talking about... Actually, a lot of people talk about blancmange. I'd forgotten about blancmange at school. But does anybody remember rice cremola? I have to tell people around here. Or also junket. Anybody listening remember junket? I bet you must do, because it's a slightly... You can still buy it. Or, sorry, rennet. Was it rennet? R-E-N-E-T. And you buy it and you add it to milk and it turns it into this sort of thing. There you go, rice cremola. God, I used to love that. Rennet. Yeah, but rennet, this is the thing, you make a pudding out of it. You make a pudding out of it. And it had colouring in it. R-E-N-E-T. Cremola. Easy to swallow. You see, I mean, that's the kind of thing that you need, isn't it? Rice cremola. We had that all the time, cheap and cheerful. It was like a ground rice. Put in rennet, R-E-N-E-T. Let's see what we get when we put that in. Cheese making rennet. Oh right, we used it for a pudding actually. Rennet is also a character in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. God, honestly. But we had that. What was the other thing we had? Junket. Junket. J-U-N-K-E-T? No, it's probably wrong. I bet that's wrong, actually. Junket food. Oh, no, there it is. It does exist. It does exist. It's like a custard mix. Raspberry, vanilla, things like that. And it was delicious. I tell you, people used to make puddings. My mother used to do baked apples, but with sultanas in the middle of them. She'd hollow out the middle, put in sultanas, put them in the oven, and we had that with custard, which was lovely. Thought it was very good, actually. Pretty's Asbos for the Eco Mob. I wish you'd stop talking about it and see some action, dear, because they're taking the mickey out of you every single day. Every single day. Cops will be able to arrest repeat climate protesters before they glue themselves to the tarmac. So they're going to beef up stop and search rules so people can be held if suspected of carrying heavy-duty locks or industrial-strength glue near motorways, airports or ports. I mean, she's making that speech at conference today, so maybe she'll mention it. I would like to think so. Would you not? Would you not? Mary says, I knew Mary would know. I used to make junket, curds and whey with my dad. We had Keats if I had a bottle of rennet in the cupboard. R-E-N-N-E-T. R-E-N-N-E-T. But we had it all the time. But rice cremola was delicious. Delicious. I might have to go out today and see if I can find these things.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Roger says Gemma Collins needs the Land Rover Defender. All got these great names, haven't they? It's got reinforced suspension and can carry heavy loads. So cruel, honestly. You know she's lost weight. Well, she's tried. And Steve, I found blancmange sachets on Amazon. Now I need to find a mould for it. I'll tell you exactly where you go for that. Lakeland. Go online, Lakeland Plastics. They've got everything. Their service online, their mail order service is second to none. It really is. They're very, very good. They've got a shop in Kingston. Not much use to you, I should imagine, Penny, because you're in Bexley. But they've got a big shop in Kingston. But they do online service, and they do everything. They do, food and chocolates and everything else, but lots of moulds and stuff like that. Steve, my grandmother used to make junket when I was young. I remember going to the farm where they lived, and it always seemed to be junket in the summer. Do you know that rennet comes from a cow's stomach? So many things do. So many things do, don't they, from a cow's stomach? I've gone off milk, actually. I do drink a little bit of it, but I used to drink tons of milk, and I hardly drink milk now. I put it into tea and coffee, but I don't know whether it's all right for diabetes. I've never thought about it. I just I did it because it was something nice and cold, and it was quite good. Apparently, it curdles the milk, says Arula. Halloumi cheese, which sounds quite nice. 2 trays just ordered, still ironing, says Viv in Walpole. It's never ending, isn't it, really? It's never ending. Daniel Craig's film has raked in over the weekend 21 million. It's not bad, is it? They've done really well. It's about 100 million so far. David Knott is a troll. David Knott is a sad, lonely little person, and he bombarded Sir Keir Starmer and Emily Thornberry with abusive emails. So they got him into court. I told you, it's very dangerous to ever send anybody, in the public eye, an abusive email, because you go to the police, they can find you within seconds, and they're very keen to prosecute nowadays. So little David Knott, 46, going on 5, I should imagine, sent more than 200 posts to the pair's aides, branding the party big hitters and then rude words and things like that. He was protesting the standard of housing he and his disabled partner had been provided with, so he was convicted of harassment. That's good, isn't it? That'll teach you. Stupid little man. Given a 2-year restraining order, he would have been jailed if he'd made threats. If somebody makes a threat, instant jail, instant prison. That'll kill your career stone dead, won't it? Off you go to prison. Love it. Steve, there are non-animal alternatives today for rennet. I just remember a little bottle of it. I don't know why. But then we didn't, as I say, we didn't have much money when I was younger. We couldn't really afford to do things. We didn't get, I mean, if ever, there it is. Yes, it's like an enzyme, isn't it? I don't like the look of it like that. I'd rather not watch it. It's too depressing, isn't it, really? So it's used to separate milk into solid curds for cheese making. I watched them doing cheese, actually. God, that's boring, isn't it? Have you seen people who make cheese? Boring. They make it in these huge vats and they have to scrape it and then go out and, oh, dear me. I don't eat cheese very often, mainly because it's fattening. It's way too fattening. In fact, all the cheeses that I like, which would be Edam or, anything like that. No, I don't do Baby Bell. Baby Bell. No, I used to do, what was that other cheese, little Dairy Lee slices, but then I realised the fat content was astronomical, so I gave that up. That was good. And then I discovered you could buy it in a tube. You could squeeze it out, which is so much, you get some rich crackers, you could, much easier if you're having a dinner party. The Laughing Cow. Yeah, I don't eat any of those sort of cheeses, but I used to like Edam if it came with the rind on it. You didn't eat the rind, you had to take the rind off, but I mean, you don't get that now, do you? Which is good. Steve, I remember cremola rice. Oh, and cremola foam, says Kim. Cremola foam, I never heard of that one. Cremola foam. In lemon flavour, apparently. Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? All this talk of puddings. So here we go, cremola foam. Introduced in 1950, it was a soft drink produced in the form of effervescent crystals that were mixed with water. Nestle ended production in 1998. Typical, honestly. It used to be Nestle's. Do you remember that? When it was Nestle's Milky Bar, then it became Nestle Milky Bar. I don't know. It was like the planet Uranus, which used to be the other one. And then all of a sudden we had to start pronouncing things differently. But the Milky Bar Kid was strong and tough. Only the best is good enough, the creamiest milk, the whitest bar, the goodness that's in Milky Bars. And then this precocious little child in a cowboy outfit. You go, the Milky Bars are on me. And I used to think, go away. Very annoying. Very annoying. Here's Ulrika Johnson, bearing all. My God, this is photoshopped. Unbelievable. She wants men and women to talk about the menopause. I don't think men would have the faintest idea what it was, actually. But they want to make sure that every workplace has a menopause policy that supports staff. Lord above. Do you know what the menopause is, Joe? You know roughly what it is. Yes. Doesn't get men. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't actually get men, does it? But she's talking about anxiety, brain fog. I thought I had dementia, she says, because she got anxiety, but it turned out to be the menopause. I remember my father telling us my mother went through the menopause. He said, your mother might have a few mood swings. And that was how it was explained away when we were younger. And we go, oh, right. And he'd go, yes, because she's going through the menopause. I mean, some people go through it young. Some people, it happens later on. But it affects all women of certain ages. But they have to explain to children, mummy might not be as sort of bright and chirpy as you think she's going to be. So now you know. Star Trek actor William Shatner hated. Everybody hated him on Star Trek. They hated him. Is to be launched into space. He'll be the world's oldest astronaut. He's 90. Played Captain James T. Kirk. He's had enough work done on him now to sink a battleship. And it's going to be on billionaire Jeff Bezos's Willy-shaped rocket. It's shaped like don't ask me why. I don't think it's supposed to be like that. But he famously said to boldly go where no man has gone before at the start of each episode. He said, I've heard about space for a long time now. I'm taking the opportunity to see for myself. What a miracle. He said, I'm going to be a rocket man. He's 90. I mean, he doesn't look 90. But it'll be quite a nice thing to do, won't it? I don't know if I'd want to do something like that. I'd just be too worried about you're sitting on basically a fuel tank. It's, I mean, you don't even get out, do you? No, it's all as if you sort of land gently on the planet. You can go for a walk round, take a few photos. See, look, selfie, me on the planet, whoa, like that. Not going to happen, is it? Not going to happen. Only Fools and Horses legend John Challis laid to rest in a handmade eco-coffin with his flat cap on top of it. He got a fitting send-off, his widow Carol sharing pictures online. He died last month, 79. He'd just started a tour. He started the tour, he did the first date, and then they said, no more, cancel the rest of the tour, went home and died. It was as simple as that. So he had an eco-funeral, bless his heart. This hit-and-run joyrider in a stolen car has been spared jail because he needs counselling. Casey McDermott, 20, was high on cannabis and drunk when he hit a car driven by Deborah Halfpenny in her 40s. She suffered severe neck and back pain, and he was remanded in prison. Now he's been given a 16-month suspended term. His lawyers claimed he needed counselling. He struggled in prison. It's supposed to be like that. I don't want to sort of make out that it's some sort of holiday camp or something. But good God, what on earth is that? Is that Rita Ora? Oh, no, it's not. It's Cardi B. Whoever Cardi B... I don't know, I do these people. Rapper. Why do they wear such peculiar clothes? Do they go out there deliberately so somebody goes, you look like a complete plank? You know, well, she's wearing it's sort of like a purple outfit. She looks like a giant lozenge. Poor soul. And the ridiculous sunglasses. You know, but she does look like a bit like a Teletubby. She could be... Which is the one with the handbag? Who's the purple one? Is that Tinky Winky? She could be Tinky Winky. She's certainly got a bum the size for it, straight away. I love it. All these people, they put themselves in these outfits, and you look at them and go, who persuaded you? It's like Lewis Hamilton. Started wearing the campest outfits you've ever seen in your entire life. And you go, who at one point in your life has said to you, put this on, people will admire you? It looked ridiculous. Absolutely crackers. Dear. Cockatiels. I always fancied a cockatiel. And this one that whistles the theme tune from The Great Escape has gone missing. He made his break for freedom 2 weeks ago, because presumably he'd been sitting in a poky little cage for God knows how long. Of course he'd made a bid for freedom, wouldn't you? Somebody left you stuck in the toilet for a few years. Mum of 3, Julie, says he's very talkative. He says hello, and Milo is a good boy. She said he's not even an outdoor animal. He's very much an indoor bird. Quite clearly not, dear. Quite clearly couldn't wait to get away from you. Hence, you know, somebody left the door open, he's out the door. Why would you want to, you know, we moan about caging animals in zoos, and yet people have got cockatiels and all sorts of parrots and budgies stuck in tiny little cages. How would you like to be stuck in a cage, Julie? You wouldn't. Oh, he whistles The Great Escape. Who cares? You can go and whistle it to somebody else now, not being caged up. And then every so often somebody goes, who's a pretty boy? And the bird's sitting there thinking, do you know, if I had a gun. I love it. I love the idea that people put quite big birds in cages. You know, and parrots, they live for about 60 years. No point in buying a parrot. It'll outlive you and the rest of the family. They live forever, parrots. Have you ever heard of the Cerne Abbas giant? You hadn't. I showed you the picture of it, didn't I? This is the Cerne Abbas giant who's down in Dorset again. We like Dorset. And the Cerne Abbas giant is naked. And it was done some years ago. His willy's 36 foot long, which, to be honest with you, is enough to make anybody's eyes water. He's 180 foot. He's thought to be 1,000 years old. He's a fertility symbol. That's one hell of a session, let me tell you, with a 36 foot. Yes, join the club. We've all been there. Anyway, he's had his willy covered up. with a tea towel. Don't know why. I can't quite work out what they've done it. But Town Towel's online description for its product says the parachute is floating. So it's like, it is. It's somebody on a hang glider thing, you know, and he's sort of covering the willy up. I don't know what they've done it for, seriously. Made my eyes water when I discovered it was 36 foot long. One of those bizarre things. But it's very famous. And because 1,000 years ago it was considered a fertility symbol, you can get away with it. If it had been recent, they'd have taken it off because it would have been offensive. But people go there. Steve and Roger says, in the 50s, it took 3 weeks to fly to Oz. In the 60s, it took 7 days. In the 70s, 80s and 90s, it took 2 days. Now, 22 hours. Yeah, but I don't want to go to Oz. It's too far away. I mean, I'm really, you know, there's nothing there. Sam says, are you sure you weren't the Milky Bar kid? I wish. I wish I was. That would be good. And Lynn in Rochester says, I bet the Extinction lot won't be out in this weather. Of course not. They're not going to get wet for anybody. Good Lord above. Definitely not. My favourite train driver, Ian, says, have you tried oat milk in your coffee? I always use milk, but I find oat milk to taste so much nicer. No, I just use. I am good. I do use. Although anybody will tell you who listens to the programme on a regular basis that I have had full cream milk before now, but then Phil Vickery told me off after he told me how many calories it was. So I do drink semi-skim, but I mean not really very much at all. Not tiny bit, and I have a bit in my tea and coffee. But I did get into this full cream milk, which was particularly delicious, but particularly bad for me at the same time.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, John in Smithfield says the protesters' glue won't work in this weather. Actually, I wasn't sure if there were any glues that did work in the rain. We certainly don't want to give them any ideas, do we? We'd rather they didn't go out and they'd do it, but they won't because it's raining, bless their little hearts, and they might catch pneumonia. The Chase star Anne Hegarty is so intelligent, she could be a detective in her spare time. The Quiz Queen, nicknamed the Governess, has already solved a major mystery, why Twitter thought she was dead. So I don't know why. She's very good, actually. I quite like all the people on there. I think they're fine. As long as they just sort of go on there and answer questions, you know, it's fairly good. Steve, me and my partner were fed up with the amount of milk we used to waste after trying at work. We stick to Long Life because we can't taste the difference. To be honest with you, I mean, you can get it so it goes about a year ahead. What would your nickname be if you were a chaser? Steve, I don't know, actually. I can't think of anything. The Legend. I don't know. I'm not even sure the Legend is okay, actually. I'm really not sure about it. What else we got here? This is... I can't do it. It's a sad story. I don't like doing sad stories. Sad stories are awful. We had one the other day when we were talking about what some of the money goes to for Make Some Noise. And it was a lady whose 1-year-old son had died. And grief-stricken as she was then a few days later her husband took his own life. And it's these little organisations that try and help people out, so they've got somewhere to go to, somewhere to talk to people about it, because most of the time people avoid it. I can remember, you know, myself years and years ago, all anybody says after you've lost somebody is oh, I'm very sorry. But there isn't anything that people can do because you have to sort of learn to do it by yourself. There's a lady here talking about her son who was murdered when he was just 14. 14. So he hadn't really had a chance to sort of grow up. And you will remember the story of this young man. I won't read it out to you today because it's too horrendous to hear at this time of the morning. But it's in the Sun. But it was all to do with computer games. And it was very, very sad. She said, I lost a child. My heart breaks for Sarah's mum. And this was the girl who was murdered. And it's awful because you can never come to terms with something like that. You know, at least in the case of Madeleine McCann's parents, they don't know what happened to their daughter. So they're in limbo in between Devil and the Deep Blue Sky because they've got no idea what happened. If only they had some sort of closure. Some of these women here, you know, in the case of Sarah's parents, they had to hear the gruesome details of how their daughter died. And Breck, his mother, had to know exactly how he died, and they've got to come to terms with it. And that's where Make Some Noise really makes a difference, because over the years we've helped so many little charities that help parents who've lost their children, who have died through terminal illnesses, or they've had illnesses for which there is no cure. And for those parents, this offers a little bit of a lifeline. And that's why every year Make Some Noise raises millions of pounds through your generosity. It's your generosity that basically means that we can help out this year 100 little charities that you won't even have heard of, but they do such good work, and they need to continue doing their good work, and they don't get funding from anybody. You know, it's a case of you're on your own out there. You have to try and make the best of it. And so that's why we bring something out every year. Different stations do different things. Here, because we've had all the Steve Allen merchandise before, now you've got the Steve Allen tea tray. And if you go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, click on charity, you'll see it's a bar on the top. It's not difficult to find. I think it's next to the one that says radio. And it'll take you direct to the Steve Allen page. And there you can see the picture of me. Pretty cool. And you can get a picture of the tray as well. And all the money raised from the sales of the tea tray will go to the LBC charity Global's Make Some Noise. And that helps change the lives, we hope, of disadvantaged people. Some of them, as I say, I could break your heart by sitting here going into the good that you do for people for which there isn't any hope. You know, they're going to lose loved ones. And also, if you go to Global's Make Some Noise, just search for it online. There's a map, and you can see some of the charities we're helping across the UK this year. So that's two different things. One is Global's Make Some Noise and their webpage, and you can see the country map, and it'll show you all the different places. You click on them and it'll tell you exactly what they do. It's very important that the money is raised for these people, and that's what you do well. There's one thing that we do well in this country. It's raising money for people less fortunate. So if you fancy purchasing a tea tray, it's got a drawing of me on it. I mean, if that doesn't put you off, nothing will. Imagine, not only have you got my picture on the tea towel and my picture on the tote bag, but then you get my picture on the tray as well. If we make it to Christmas, it'll be a blooming miracle. But done by Robert Lee Hensby, who did the illustrations for the tea towel and the tote bag. Now, this is only available, this tray, until this Friday, the 8th of October. That's why I'm banging on about it so much on the programme, because I've only got until Friday to sell as many as we can. It's £15. £15. And we're including free postage and packing for UK customers. International postage and packing rates apply. Orders will be shipped in December. So beginning of December, they'll go out. So you don't need to worry about it. Once you've actually gone on, and we take credit cards and PayPal and everything else, you can order yours right now, even at this time of the morning, if you're compos mentis, and you need to be. I mean, it's the perfect Christmas present. I mean, imagine, perfect Christmas present to somebody who's a listener to LBC, or somebody who wants to help. You know that if somebody gives you one of these trays as a Christmas present, they've donated that money to charity. There are charities that are going to benefit the length and breadth of this land of ours. So just go to lbc.co.uk, click on the charity section, and there it is. And it's so easy to do. I promise you, even idiots like me can manage it. Even idiots like me can manage it. So it's next to the word radio and just before traffic and travel. And there it is. There's a picture of me holding the tray, and it's very nice, and it raises money for Global's Make Some Noise. And all I can say is to all those of you who've bought trays and bought, up to 5 trays, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, because it makes a difference. And also, I'm being a little bit selfish, because I'm in competition with all the other radio stations. And so I try and sell more than anybody else. So when I said at the beginning of the programme, I'd like to sell 500 trays just today to add to our already burgeoning total. So 500 would be very nice indeed. And you can make a difference. You can make a difference. Just go to lbc.co.uk, click on the charity section, and all the proceeds go to LBC's charities, Global's Make Some Noise. And thank you very much. Thank you. Steve, I drink, says Phil, the West Wales farmer, milk straight from the tank. The tank? What tank? Oh, what, the tank it goes into? Oh. Is that okay? He says, P.S. people should use a local milk dispenser. It's healthy and refreshing. Oh, I'm not sure, actually. I know that at one point So is the milk just... Can you just drink milk loose in the tap? Well, I don't know. I've seen people do it in other countries where they milk animals and they mix the milk with blood. Have you heard of that one before? That's done by these... Who are these tribesmen who jump up and down and they look as though they're flying? They're very famous. I can't remember who they are now. Somebody will write in and go, Steve, these are so-and-so. And what they do is they have their cows and they milk them, and then they make a little incision in their neck and they bleed off some of the blood and they mix the blood with the milk. And apparently it's supposed to be very good for you. I used to be able to do that. If ever I cut my finger, your mother would say, suck it. And I used to say to Mum, I'm not sure about that. And she said, no, go on. And so I used to do it, and it didn't sort of... But now I'm freaking out, even thinking about sucking blood out your finger and everything else. Because believe you me, I've got 8 pints, and 8 pints I'm hanging on to. I'm not sharing them with anybody. So thank you. Steve, we had a lovely afternoon tea at the Goring yesterday, says Jill in Ashford. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. It's very sophisticated, isn't it? It's very sophisticated. I've been there a few times, and have absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. So Jill says, thank you for the recommendation. It was really good. It's, okay, all these things, they are treats. They're treats for us to do. You know, if you're looking for something, you know, if your mum's getting on or your dad's getting on, take them for afternoon tea in a London hotel. Pick a nice one. Pick a nice one. And it's a treat, because you never think of what to buy parents, because you can't buy them anything for the house unless it's a tray or a tea towel. The Goring. It was lovely. That was the place where the Middletons went the night before the wedding. They all stayed there. It's a family-run hotel. And Margaret Thatcher used to go there because it was round the corner from Downing Street. She'd be sitting in the corner of the room. And they're absolutely immaculate, like you would expect a top-class hotel to be. So if ever you've stayed there, the next time you go back, they'll know exactly what you want, what fruit you want in the bowl, you know, what the towels are like, all sorts of things. It's what you pay for. The Maasai tribesmen, thank you, Peter, the Maasai, they jump up and down, and it looks as though they're actually flying. That's what they've always described it. To me, it just looked like they were jumping up and down, which was good. But no, they drink milk mixed with blood, because blood apparently fortifies you. How that works, I've got no idea. But it's very nice.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for buying my tray for charity. Big Frank has ordered 2. He says, I can now have a Steve Allen morning slurp of Prosecco in bed using my new tray with a Steve Allen flute. And if I spill any, I shall use my Steve Allen tea towel. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Goodness sake. I mean, I'm hoping people haven't used the tea towels. Because it's, good. You have to keep them because it's a souvenir. Chris the Trucker says, funny how Insulate Britain don't turn up in places like Liverpool or Glasgow. Or they can't afford the travel, can they? Bless their hearts. Watching them being dragged off the road, though, by these big burly blokes. I mean, they are, I'm assuming they are truckers. And there were some paramedics they were also dragging them, were they? God blimey. Not sure about that. Are you sure they were paramedics? What, they've got to have ambulances? Oh, not in a violent way, yeah, just dragging them by the hair. Because, to be honest with you, the paramedics have got people in ambulances, and I'm assuming they've got to get them to hospital, because if anybody dies, I mean, I don't know how that would ever be coped with. I've really got no idea at all. Somebody says, I'll buy 3 trays if you say something nice about Victoria Beckham's clothes. I can't. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know it's a very sweet gesture, but there's no chance. The stick insect with 2 ping pong balls on the top of it, you know, I'm afraid, is never going to design anything that looks as though anybody's ever going to wear it. Okay, it's a simpler. Also, it's way too expensive. Way too expensive. You know, and you think that for the sake of £45, I'm going to sell myself down the river. Think again. Never going to be happening. Never going to be happening. It's like Gemma Collins losing weight. Never going to be happening, you know. But she wants to get married, doesn't she? Lovely. Steve. Oh, yes, because Nick Ferrari is still up in at conference, Tory conference up there in Manchester. Who's he got this morning from 7? Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister. We'll be talking to Nick Ferrari this morning. Actually, I had a look at our studios the other day on the cameras. It's all very nice, isn't it? Very posh. I bet they have even posh cups. Somebody was selling Toby jugs. There's one of Boris, one of Margaret Thatcher, and one of Winston Churchill, I think. Yes. Was that on Henry's Twitter? I quite like that, actually. I was tempted to phone up Henry and say, can you get me some Toby jugs? But I know he probably wouldn't. But I think they're about £28. I quite like that. John in a windy, wet Woodbridge. Where's windy, wet Woodbridge? Can't remember, but it sounds lovely. The Maasai tribesman in Kenya says, Peter, everybody. We had about a dozen people telling me they were the Maasai tribesmen. Thank you very much indeed. And what was the other one? Oh, somebody's saying, why do they not, why do they not go and do this demonstrating up in Glasgow and Manchester and Liverpool? Well, because they can't. There's those mugs. They look enormous. Are they? I mean, is it my imagination, or are they really huge, or are they a bit smaller? It doesn't look at all like Boris. The Margaret Thatcher one doesn't look a bit like Margaret Thatcher either. I've seen better, but they're selling those at Tory conference and Winston Churchill. See, it doesn't look like Winston Churchill, does it really? I mean, in fact, actually, they're rubbish. £28 is too much money, isn't it? You can get a tray for 15. In fact, you just add a little bit too. You could have 2 trays. Far more valuable than these things. I mean, a Toby jug of Margaret Thatcher. Sure about that. Rather have one of the producer. Are you still on the diet? Is that still happening? No, I hadn't noticed any visible change. I was going to offer you some Satsumas today, because you like those because they're healthy. Are they healthy? Because they've got vitamin C and sugar and everything. I don't know whether they're that healthy. Somebody said to me it's very good vitamin C to staving off colds. I said rubbish, absolute rubbish. You'd have to eat an entire orange grove for it to have any effect whatsoever. Because the piddling amount, sorry, I do beg your pardon, how rude. The little tiny amount of vitamin C in an orange is nothing. It wouldn't make any difference for people to say, when we were younger, my mother in the winter used to give us a Halib orange tablet, because it was vitamin C condensed into a tablet, and that apparently used to stave off colds. Pfft, what a load of cobblers. Absolute rubbish. I spent most of the winter sneezing and coughing and wheezing all over the place because we never had central heating. My mother said, because I was a sickly child, she said, if you're cold, put a jumper on. Ridiculous, climbing to bed with a jumper on. Actually, if you were lucky, you got the family hot water bottle. And that was, I was totally convinced when I went to sleep, they'd come in and put their hand under the bed and take the blooming thing away from me. I should love a hot water bottle. Very kindly, listeners have sent me hot water bottles over the years. I think they feel sorry for me because I like cuddling a hot water bottle. I also like cuddling a bottle of Prosecco, but that's another story. Can't really take that to bed with you and hope it heats up, can you? Oh, I don't know. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Another one says, everybody asking about why Insulate Britain don't go somewhere else. I've got no idea. I suppose because London's the busiest place. I think London is the busiest place, and so that's why. But they do it here because they're going to have the most impact. But I tell you, now that and the press are all here as well, they're only going to get coverage in the press here. If something happens in Glasgow, they're not going to bother with it, are they? Who cares? Somebody's just sat in the middle of the road in Liverpool. Whatever. But in London, they'll get the coverage. But I tell you, having seen, if now the producers told me the paramedics are dragging people off the road as well, they're obviously not putting up with it. The British public have had enough. And it's a case of, you mess with us, you've tangled with the wrong person. Steve and somebody else saying, are you sure you wouldn't actually, say something nice about Victoria Beckham's clothes? Listen, I'm not in a position to comment on somebody who calls themselves a fashion designer. I've never seen anybody wearing her clothes. I really wouldn't have any. I mean, I know she's had to lay staff off from the shop. I advised her to close the shop years ago. Do it mail order. It's so much easier. You don't need to maintain super expensive, because she's not a big fashion designer. Seriously, and, all right, she gets loads of coverage because they've got very good PR. Very good PR. And so the shop, I don't know where it is. It's in London. Somewhere. I don't know where. But they cut back on fresh flowers. She was living a delusional dream. She might still be. I don't know. Dave's had to prop her up a few times. And then they sort of... It's just that she was just Victoria Beckham in the Spice Girls. And you look at the outfits here. Look, Victoria Beckham, floral trench coat, nearly £1,900. I mean, who in their right mind? Look at the waist on these things. Classic men's shirt, Victoria Beckham, classic men's shirt, £650. Are you taking the what's-it? Victoria Beckham's military detail pleated, £1,290. She's in Dover Street. She's in Dover Street. Well, they must have a sale on very shortly, I should imagine, because nobody's buying this stuff. You ever seen anybody wearing this stuff? Me haven't. I haven't. Me Hall. I don't know why I mentioned that. What's happening? I've gone completely round the bend. Victoria Beckham checked wool blend twill dress woman's cream size 6, 500 quid. 500 quid. I mean, it's almost embarrassing. So she's had to go into the makeup. But even that, it's cheaper to buy Estee Lauder. It really is. Victoria Beckham, colour block crew neck sweater, 500 quid. Do me a favour, honestly. All the boys around here, they go, nah, Steve, Primark, that's the place to go, innit? You know, I mean, Hall himself is going, you've got a card for Primark, haven't you? Special access, because you're going to spend over £5. I mean, a sweater in Primark costs £8. £8. I mean, you know, why would you want something with VB written on it? I mean, you just wouldn't. You just wouldn't. It's very odd, isn't it, really? What else do we have in the papers today? We had NHS bosses facing the sack for failing to cut the weights. Sajid Javid, the health secretary, has said he will seize control of poor hospitals, which is not very good, is it? Visas attract how many fuel drivers from the EU? 27. 27. So it's an well, there's no danger of us getting petrol anytime soon, is there really? Also, what have we got here? There was something, actually. It was somebody who, a friend of Vladimir Putin's. I'm always worried about the friends of Vladimir Putin. A man who spends most of his time riding horses bareback with no shirt on. Very, very odd, isn't it, really? I mean, it's not the sort of thing you want to know about. And it turns out that an ex-friend of him has amassed a fortune. She used to live in a council flat, if they have such things over there. She's amassed a fortune of $100 million. Well, how do you do that, darling? We all would ask the big question, wouldn't we? That's why so many Russians are over here. They've made all their money in oil and pipes and all the rest of it, whereas the country is sort of, you know, basically on the sort of the verge of collapse, I think. And they don't like gays at all. They don't seem to like that over there at all. I thought they would have welcomed that, actually. They've got nothing else to look forward to. Might as well go down that route. Do you think there's any gay bars in Russia? Do you think Russia's going? Do you think they would actually ever get to the stage of having RuPaul's Drag Race on Russian television? So I've just thought of all the funny jokes that go along with it. Hilarious. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And the mastermind behind the eco road jams, a rather pathetic little specimen called Roger Hallam, says he would block an ambulance carrying a dying patient. That's how thick he is. That's how thick he is. He made this comment after a sobbing woman battled to get her 81-year-old mum to hospital. She screamed at the barricade, "She's in the ambulance. I need to go." Roger says, what would you do in this situation if it's not Insulate Britain protest, but a Roger Hallam protest? He said, I'd stay there. That's how thick he is, you sad little specimen. Sad little specimen. Why doesn't he go and sit with all the other blobs over in Benidorm? Booze-loving Brits are there. Oh, blimey, honestly. You've never seen so many fat blokes in your life. Apparently many businesses have reopened because the Brits have started to return. Yeah, but you wouldn't want to go there. Have you seen the Brits? Oh, my goodness me. I mean, it's all tattoos and beer guts. Not a good look, I'm afraid, at all. Definitely not for us. But the squaddies are at the fuel front line. Let's hope they just keep going and keep going and keep going and keep delivering. There's no shortage of petrol, as we keep saying. VB's an Aussie beer. Oh, it is. You're right, actually, it is. You can buy it in this country, and I know that because we used to have somebody here years ago called Paul, and he used to drink VB beer as well. Lovely. Coming up to the news at 6 o'clock this morning. Don't forget, go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, click on charity, and it will take you to the page and you can purchase a Steve Allen tray. I'm trying to sell 500 today, and with your help, I might manage it. Let's keep our fingers crossed, shall we?
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Lorraine is the one who says, I love a man with principles, so glad you never succumbed to blackmail. I'm not. Listen, Lorraine, you know me. I couldn't sell myself down the river for 3 trays. Even though, so I am a man with principles, definitely. Please forgive me, says Connie. Here we go. You can tell when somebody says, please forgive me. But the picture on the tray doesn't look like Steve Allen. Well, it's what they call a cartoon. It shows a picture of an old Steve Allen in his 90s. What? Let me have another look. No. It's a caricature. She said, in real life, you look a lot younger, and much, and you're very gorgeous and very handsome. Well, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that, but I think that this is supposed to be, is that we liked it. We've used it on 3 of the items so far. Well, this is the 3rd for the tray. And, Connie, I'm quite hurt. I'm going to have to go and have a cry in the corner in a minute. A 90-year-old Steve Allen. I mean, to be honest with you, if I make it to 90, it will be the miracle of all miracles. I would like to think that I would make it to 90, but I think not, actually. Although somebody said to me that the more bitter you are, the longer you live. You know why? Because it keeps the blood pumping through. What did you say? 190. Because it keeps the blood pumping through your veins, and apparently that's good. The moment the blood doesn't pump through, you're called dead. So, I mean, I'm not sure if I'd like to live to 90. Imagine being as bitter as this at 90. I could be like Victor Meldrew, which I love. Steve Allen. Yeah, the Steve Allen Zimmer frame. Poor Mary says, thank you. I'm full of the not COVID cold. I've lost my voice, feel awful. It's pouring down with thunder. You made me smile all the way through the show this morning, lifting my very unwell spirits. Listen, I know what it's like when you don't feel good and when you feel a bit miserable and you turn on the radio and somebody's... I mean, the difference is all the stations that I work with here in this building are all music stations. We've got the complete gamut of music stations, from oldies to classical to light pop to beat combos and things like that, and it's R&B and the disco we've got so many stations here, even I've lost track of how many there are. I'm the only one not playing any James Last or anything like that. I'd quite like to play the Carpenters. That'd be quite a good idea. Although I think it's highly unlikely. At the moment, they're all getting all excited up in Manchester for the Tory conference. I think Priti Patel's going to speak today. You get the Prime Minister, Boris, who'll be with Nick Ferrari just after 7. And somebody says here, I was in Clacton last week. I'd never seen so many men with facial tattoos. Now this is, you have to explain this to me. I never understand why anybody I can understand people having tattoos. Okay, I can understand that. But not on your face. What is the matter with these people? And the answer is no brains. No brains. They have tattoos on their faces and probably other bits of their anatomy. The women had more than the post office. That's the stamps. This is a rapper. This is a rapper called Post Malone. Oh, my goodness me, what on earth has he done? Where's he from? Is he... America, you sad little old man. His whole face has been done up with sort of tattoos on it. You're stuck with those, pal. For the rest of your life, you're going to look like an old man with a wrinkly old face and tattoos that won't spell anything because your skin will have wrinkled. I mean, it's got stay away. He's got barbed wire underneath his receding hairline, which is hilarious. His fat, bloated face, and he's got girly earrings in. I mean, I ask you. And then underneath his eyes, one, always, and then the other one says, tired. Always tired. Yeah, I'd go on a diet, mate. That'd be the best advice I could ever offer you. And he's called Post Malone. Where do they get them from? Honestly, did you see 2 people auditioning? I must tell you this because it made me laugh. 2 people turned up for Simon Cowell auditioning for whichever program it was, X Factor or something. And the bloke comes on and he starts rapping. And he's doing so-and-so, so-and-so. And the other one goes, yeah, in his microphone. And it was the funniest thing ever because he doesn't seem to contribute and they can't stop laughing on the panel. The other ones go, yeah, I woke up this morning, did this. And the other one goes, yeah, man. And they're both white. And it was just the most awful thing you've ever seen. At the very end, they seemed quite surprised that he wasn't interested in them for the programme. And I suddenly realised, one of these days, somebody's going to sue the programme for embarrassing them on television. Then I suddenly realised they all sign a waiver. They sign a thing. So when you go there, before they actually put you on the television, they make you sign a disclaimer form that you've allowed them to do it. So when you see them all having their little tantrums, you know, people throwing the microphones down, the 2 girls who couldn't sing for toffee and really were pathetic, really pathetic. Steve, you have a very smooth skin. What's your secret? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I can't think of any sort of reason why you'd have a very smooth skin. Who did I look at? Oh, Joe Swash's skin. Oh, he's like a road map of the Sahara. Have you seen it? It is so wrinkled, and that funny coloured hair that they've sprayed onto his head. And he was cooking the other day in one of the kitchen programmes, and he was wearing his hat in the kitchen. I mean, honestly. And then you look at all the wrinkles on his face and this fake tan. Post Malone is from Dallas, says my friend Ian. Yes, no, I wish. Yes, he was playing Lucy Ewing in Dallas. He says, I know the bar he used to play before he got famous. The owner tells me he was always very nice. I said to her, didn't you tell him to slow down on the tattoos when he started to get them? I mean, if you've got them on your face, once you go wrinkly like Joe Swash, and all of a sudden the tattoo, you'll have to pull your skin apart so you can read what the tattoo says. So that's it. Faz says, but I didn't want to hurt your feelings. The picture doesn't do you any favours. It's not meant to. It's a cartoon. God in heaven, honestly, Faz. I should imagine you've got some ghastly pictures of yourself. But we think that's good. It's supposed to be like that. That's all. It's not supposed to be a likeness of me. It's a cartoon. God, you have to explain everything to people nowadays. I wish I hadn't. Guess who's being attacked? The latest people to be attacked, apart from the people sitting in the middle of the road. Apparently, lollipop men and women. Lollipop men and women, they stand there, and they stand in the middle of the road. They've got their lollipop, and they stop the traffic so that little children can cross the road. They're not allowed to talk to them as well now, I've noticed. Have you noticed? They've brought in new rules for lollipop men and women. You can't talk to the children. That's, it's not a done thing. But apparently they've had to give them body cams because motorists have been abusing them. I mean, I don't quite get it, actually. I really don't get it. I mean, they're there in the wind, the rain, the snow, and everything. They'll be out there this morning with their lollipops, for a pittance, and they get abuse. Utterly unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. It's ridiculous. Failing to stop at a school crossing can lead to a fine of up to £1,000. Let's start getting them, shall we? You're nicked. You're nicked. I mean, as they go past, you take your lollipop and you bang it on the roof of the car just to remind them. Can't abuse people. Adam Pipe of Essex Police said keeping roads safe is a top priority and we welcome initiatives. They're trialling this scheme in Clacton-on-Sea and Basildon. And they're wonderful, the people there. But, you don't abuse people unless you're a thicko and you've got tattoos all the way up your arms and round your face and neck. That's like that poor bloke Pete Wicks from Towie. Have you ever seen such a creation in your entire life? What a sad person. He's got tattoos up the side of his neck going, oh, dear me, honestly. If ever you want to look naff, he's looking naff, I'm afraid, poor soul. I don't think many of the girls in Towie... I'm going to sneeze. I don't think many of the girls... Bless me, thank you. Goodness gracious me. I don't think many of the girls in Towie have got tattoos, have they? I don't remember seeing many tattoos on there. Mainly because it's bad enough when you can't string two words together without having tattoos as well to add to the insult. Not very good, is it? But a lot of hair extensions. A lot of hair extensions. And a lot of makeup. I mean, they must have literally trawled the Boots makeup counter. I've never seen anything like it. Bradley Walsh wants to shock telly fans by one day playing an evil killer. Yeah, OK. Wonder why people want to do that. When he was offered the role of Pop Larkin, he loved it but secretly wished for another part. He said, I actually wanted to play a homicidal maniac. Because he said, I'm only known for the comedy stuff and all the other bits and pieces that he does. Perhaps that's why it is. Perhaps it's a challenge. Perhaps he's too nice. He says too nice. But he said his version of Pop, portrayed in the last series, 91 it was, by Sir David Jason, starts on ITV this Sunday. So you can see it. That launched Catherine Zeta-Jones, didn't it? All of a sudden she was considered sort of poor, I never said that of Victoria Beckham. I don't know why. Steve, when I was young, I wanted a daisy chain tattoo around my belly button on my then flat tummy. I'm so glad I didn't get it done. I'd look like some weird broken rope now, says Catherine. A daisy chain tattoo. I mean, I thought about a tattoo and I thought, no, I'm going to look ridiculous. And, sorry? Well, I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't be a very big tattoo. I mean, some people... I mean, Harry Styles is covered in them, which is... I think it becomes an addiction, doesn't it? I could have the LBC logo. You imagine how naff that would be. How naff. I'd come into the office, I'd have it on my cheek, a little LBC logo. I think that's dangerous, having things like that. That's somebody with a needle going at you. And they always go on holiday, don't they, to Mykonos and places like that, or Magaluf, otherwise known as a very tragic place to go to. And then they all get drunk, all the boys, age about 16, 17, no brains. They're always trying to pull girls, but they can't because they're too drunk. So they go and get a tattoo. And they go, I'm not going to tell my mum. And they suddenly realise that your mum's next door because they're making a programme about your mum following you on holiday because you're a bit of a prank. Plank? Something. Steve, I imagine Insulate Britain don't glue themselves to roads outside London because even they understand that being found gaffer tape to lampposts might not be conducive to their cause. I don't know, actually, Dave. He calls himself Fat Dave. Which means you must be fat. If you call yourself fat, you must be enormous. I mean, some people. I walked behind somebody the other day. It was a bloke who. Where was that? Was that Richmond? No, Kingston. And he was huge. I mean, really, it was like 3 people crammed into a pair of trousers. I mean, I've seen people like that. How'd you get that big? KFC. Love it. I had some the other day, actually. I got a bit excited about my KFC. I always feel guilty after I've had it, but at the time, I absolutely love it.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 21 minutes past 6. It's horrible weather. It's raining, but they did say that, didn't they? I think tomorrow I might offer you a crumb of comfort and tell you that apparently it's going to be sunshine. That's what they've said. Steve, tell your listeners the M25 Essex, A12 Essex surface water lorries is hitting. It's really bad out there, actually, really bad. 15 degrees today, light cloud and a moderate breeze. Wednesday, 17. It goes up, actually. 19 on Thursday, 18 on Friday, 19 on Saturday, 18 on Sunday, 17. And then we go back down again to the 15 degrees. But it's okay. I can cope with that. It seems to be mainly sunshine all of next week. Well, actually, all of this week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then it goes cloudy for the Tuesday, the 12th. But listen, we can cope. I mean, we've had worse. We've had much worse, haven't we? So it doesn't really make any difference. It should be okay. And Simon says, I had to see my accountant in Twickenham last week. Drove past Sandy's, Paul Cooper's and Waitrose. Felt like I was on a Steve Allen tour bus. I know. So when we did a programme for one of the shows years and years ago, we took photographs of all the well-known places, and people started coming to Twickenham to see the places that they'd heard me talk about, but they weren't sure if they even existed. It was, yes, there's the Marks and Spencer Steve goes to. There's the fish shop Sandy's with the new lights this year, because I've turned on the Christmas lights in Twickenham for quite a number of years, and I've had to start saying no. Because and there is, I think on YouTube, it's a Steve Allen tour. It might even be on the LBC website. I can't remember. A Steve Allen tour of Twickenham, which I think I bumped into the other day. It's on YouTube, is it? And that's quite. So you can see what Twickenham looks like. Because I think most people think it's a figment of my imagination. Oh, here we go. Shh, shh, shh. Don't say anything. Bless you. You didn't squeeze it, did you?
I wouldn't dream of squeezing your bag.
Thank you. There we go. That's what we like to hear. Gets something out. Have you noticed he's building his part on a daily basis? Every time he comes in, he gets a bit braver, and you get an extra word out of him. I tell you, I'll knock him back by tomorrow. You wait. So yes. So Bez has signed up for Dancing on Ice. The more boring person you'd be hard pushed to find. Apparently, he joked at the moment it's more like Bambi on ice. I mean, he's a bit old for it now, isn't he? Really? He's 57. He said, "How I got picked, I don't know. I know we can't work it out either." Very odd. Very, very odd. Former Dancing on Ice judge Jason Gardner has ditched showbiz for life in a tent in Portugal. And he said, I didn't realise how toxic it was till I left. This is his tenure on the show. He quit after an on-air feud with Gemma Collins. Ugh, ghastly old baggage. Honestly, the woman who didn't skate at all and didn't make any effort to try and skate. She spent most of the time on her bum sitting on the ice. And that was it. And it's called Dancing on Ice. But there is another Gemma Collins story, because poor old Gemma, honestly. She turned up at the London Gillian Lynn Theatre for the gala performance of Cinderella. What for? They must be so desperate, these people. And that's the best that they could get. But anyway, she spent, so she says, £3,500 on a dress, only for one of her cleaners to ruin it. The Patrick McDowell ball gown, so we mentioned the name, that must be a freebie, made from reclaimed chiffon and crepe de chine. And she told her podcast a lot went into the dress, and one of my cleaners put it in the washing machine. Have you heard of dry cleaners, dear? It looked like she was wearing a badly made bed. It was awful. I didn't have the heart to tell Patrick. Oh, it's a freebie. Patrick, yeah. Well, you've never seen anything like it. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. She's got some bad outfits, and let's face it. So Jason Gardner had a row with her, but she couldn't dance, she couldn't skate, she couldn't do anything. She spent most of her time falling over. Very embarrassing. And Shane says, I watched your tour of Twickenham on YouTube. I like it when you said bloody Canadian geese. We've got loads of Canadian geese. I love it. And Jamie's in Brighton, says, massive fan. Tomorrow's my 40th birthday. And it made my day if I got a happy birthday from you. Well, it's no good telling me today, is it? You have to tell me tomorrow when it's your birthday. 40th, my God, that's pushing the boat out, isn't it? I should imagine. Steve, and I've ordered a tray. It's not too slippy. No, it's wipe clean. Wipe clean. It's very nice. And if you go to the LBC website, I'm trying to sell 500 today. I'm trying to sell 500. I mean, I'm hoping to get near it, which would be very nice indeed, because that means we've raised a lot more money, which was good, and it will be good. All you have to do is go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, click on charity, and that will take you to the page, and you can purchase it for £15. There's free postage and packing, and as I say, I'm trying to sell 500 today. If we sell 500 more. Oh, right, 500 more than we did, the other day as well. So if you go and you purchase one of my trays, I'd be very grateful, very, very grateful, and all the proceeds go to LBC's charity, Globals Make Some Noise, and we're helping over 100 little charities. 100 little charities. So, but we're only doing it until Friday, and I know today is Tuesday, but we're only doing it until Friday, okay? What else do we have in the papers today? What else have we got? Oh, they're talking about the Dancing on Ice. They axed Dancing on Ice years ago, and the reason was they couldn't find any celebrities. And they're still persisting with it. It's the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen on the television. So people can ice skate. Who cares? Who cares? Gazza's son. That's how desperate they've actually got. Gazza's son is on there, who's called Regan or something like that. What does he do? Who knows? He's Gazza's son. That's how they're having to sell him. So your father's a famous drunk. That's what they're going to have to... I mean, I don't know what else they're going to say about him. It doesn't... it's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous that they put somebody on there who's not even known to the public. Unless he's done something else. I mean, we still can't find what he does for a living. Well, he's Gazza's son. That's his living. That's what it'll be. Did they put him in The Circle? Was it that desperate that they couldn't find anybody else? They stuck him in The Circle. This sort of dating type programme. Even sadder. Ridiculous, isn't it, honestly? Ollie Murs says that he can't cook, but he's very good with sort of kissing. Oh dear. I'm not sure about that. Thank you very much indeed. We don't need to know things like that, do we? A story penned by David Walliams has been removed from one of his books because it includes harmful stereotypes of a Chinese boy. And the new version of The World's Worst Children is published next year without Brian Wong, who was never, ever wrong. Somebody complained about it, and so the publisher, HarperCollins, says in consultation with the author, we will confirm that a new story will be written to replace Brian Wong in future editions. Obviously, nobody spotted it first time round. Steve, I'm on my way to hospital for surgery. What at this time of the morning? Must be very big surgery, actually. Very big surgery. What can you be having at this time of the morning? Yeah, you have to get in. That's right, because most of the surgeons start at about 8 in the morning, don't they? Which is good. Another one here. Oh, how very sweet. Somebody sent in a message for James O'Brien. In fact, it's so long, it's boring. It's somebody who used to disagree with him, and now agrees with him more and more. So there you go, you see. So somebody's changed, but they've sent it to me. I don't know why it's come to me as opposed to James O'Brien. And Charlie says, I have 2 full sleeve tattoos, both with deep meaning to me. My parents both hated tattoos. However, they like mine. It took 4 years for me to design each one, so I knew definitely what I wanted. Took you 4 years to design a tattoo. Isn't that called It's a Waste of Time? Couldn't you have done it quicker? I thought people just went through a book and they went, I'll have that one. You have it added to bit by bit by bit. Steve, the Insulate Britain lot are committing offences by blocking the highways. Well, that's what they're going to bring in. That's what they're going to bring in. So surely the drivers affected are within their rights to make citizens arrest and remove them. That's what they've said. Priti Patel will announce it in her speech today. Full coverage, of course, on LBC, which is quite... I mean, but the trouble is, it's no good talking about it. They have to do it. They've only arrested, I think, in total about 130 people. Well, out of those, if they find them guilty, then presumably they'll just cart them off to prison. They could stay there for 6 months, or 3 months. But they'll have people who argue for them, because they're all very middle class. They're all okay, apart from a couple of people who sort of are the working class bits of it. The rest of it is all sort of posh people. Very funny.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, Roger says, maybe Gaz's son, Steve, is following in his sister's footsteps. Bianca Gascoigne made a living because of her surname. Exactly, and she's his adopted daughter, isn't she? I don't know if Reagan, his son, is his son or an adopted son, but Bianca Gascoigne's claim to fame was nothing. She just happened to be, Gascoigne's thing. Reagan's loved performing, started dancing, and blah, 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 blah. He's part of Urban Voices Collective. He featured as a singer in The Real Monty. So he didn't actually feature in it, he just featured as a singer in it. And he is an animal lover. And his CV highlights are, wait for this, advanced open water diver, Paddy Coral Reef researcher diver, performed at EMAs and Tring Park School for Performing Arts. So that absolutely qualifies him, doesn't it? Of course, it's the fact that, Gaza is related to him. So he's previously owned a royal python, a tortoise and a Chinese water dragon. He sounds about as boring as they come, isn't it? Bianca Gascoigne's claim to fame was... she worked as a receptionist in a lap dancing club. That was what her claim to fame was, poor soul. She's disappeared completely now. Ridiculous, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, Steve, I'd love to win a holiday. Unfortunately, I don't have a loved one. Oh, that's a shame. You can always find some. You must have friends. Everybody's got friends, haven't they? Got friends? Yeah. Few friends. Are they fair weather friends, though? I think, see, the trouble is you can have friends of people that you don't speak to them for ages and ages. And then you pick up the phone and you just pick up where you left off. You don't have to speak to somebody. I mean, I've got people I speak to every single day. Every single day I speak to, people. And I thought, are they friends? Are they acquaintances? Because I've got loads of acquaintances. But, but I don't talk to them every single day on the telephone. I speak to Corey a lot. My ex-Groovy Gang member. I speak to him, we sort of text backwards and forwards. He sort of says, you're doing very well with the trays. I said, listen, don't talk to me about trays. I said, I've had to do 500 on Tuesday. I said, I don't even know if I've sold 500 today. I don't know. Have to wait and find out. Johnny Weybridge says, on the M25 clockwise, the traffic has stopped just after junction 16. I fear the idiots are out. So I don't know, actually. I don't know. I'm currently, Steve, says Jackie, on an overnight sleeper train from Paddington to Penzance, then on to the Isles of Scilly by boat, taking a group of 25 people for a great rail journey. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I like the idea. The overnight sleeper train from Paddington to Penzance is very well known, isn't it? I think Ben Fogle did that the other day. I'm sure I read somewhere that Ben Fogle had actually done it, which was lovely. And here we go. The Night Riviera, it's called. It's a sleeper train. So it runs 6 nights a week between London and Paddington. Well, how long does it take then? How long does it take to actually get there? I don't want to sort of, settle down in Winnie the Pooh pajamas. Then all of a sudden somebody goes, we're arriving in Penzance. No, I'd be going to Penzance. Paddington pajamas. No, not Winnie the Pooh. No, Paddington pajamas. You're quite right, actually. How long does it take? How long does it run for? It's 305 miles. Average journey time, 7 hours, 30 minutes. What are we doing? Pushing the blooming thing? 7 hours. I mean, that's a decent night's sleep, isn't it? I'd have to wake up to a cooked breakfast. I quite like that idea, actually. It looks quite nice. My God, you have to sleep on this thing with all these people sitting in their seats looking at you. Oh, look, that looks nice, doesn't it? Get your own cabin. Oh, that looks quite nice. I could go for that. Do you think they do delivery of a cooked breakfast? Poached eggs, sausages, bacon, mushrooms. It does look a bit like me. Actually, it does look like... It is me. I'm there on the train, drinking Prosecco. Looks lovely, doesn't it? Hope it's got its own toilet in there. I don't want to start wandering up and down the corridor. It does look as though there is a toilet in the... right, so you could literally fall out of bed straight into the toilet. Yes, next to the pillow. Not sure about that at all. How funny. No, it looks quite nice, actually. I like the 7 hours on a train. How much is that? Find out how much the cost is of going Paddington to Penzance. Did you see those pictures of the people in the paper the other day wearing their pyjamas and a dressing gown, taking their kids to school? Who are these people? What's the matter with them? They've got screws loose. Answer, yes, they have. Here we go. Tickets. I can buy a ticket up to the 23rd of December. And, you now have to fill in all these different bits and pieces. Why couldn't you just put up a thing on there and go, listen, how much is the journey, please? Can't be that complicated, is it? Can't be that complicated. Brendan, so it will ignite office banter if you say hello to him. Oh, right, okay. Good old him. 84850. What we need, Steve, is to go back to the old days, get a farmer out to cover the protesters in some slurry. Well, he's not going to get anywhere near them, is he? Because they're going to be sitting in the road. Oh, dear. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Another one which says, wait a minute. Oh, somebody else saying, I'd love to win that holiday, Steve. That sounds quite good. I think it sounds fantastic. I like the idea of landing by seaplane. I've never been in a seaplane. Never been in a seaplane in my life. I've seen loads of them. Johnny in Watford says, I've just bought the tray. Money well spent. We'll use it with the glasses for Christmas Day Prosecco. Very nice. Very nice. With Simona. Very nice. What a wise idea. And the money all goes to charity, so that's very nice, isn't it? There was a cinema-goer the other day, had a heart attack. He was queuing up to see No Time to Die. He's an old man, actually. He was 81. He went into cardiac arrest. And they saved his life in the cinema aisle, no doubt about it. Somebody did CPR and all the rest of it. It's always going to be somebody, isn't there, out there who's going to do things like that, which is very nice indeed. And so well done. Mind you, have you ever heard of somebody eating raw sausages? Oh, sleeper train tickets are £58 each way. Is that it? You get the cabin for that, do you? For £58? For 7 hours on a train? That's very reasonable. Do they do breakfast on the train? I'd like to think I could get a cooked breakfast, please. Thank you very much indeed. You pay more for... I don't mind paying more for the breakfast. I couldn't get on a train and then go, there isn't any breakfast. I'd want a buffet. Steve, thank you for another easy part to my parents' Christmas present. I've just ordered 2 trays. One for me and one for them. See? I like the people who buy 2 trays. That makes me feel very happy. Makes me feel very happy, because if there's one thing that we've come to rely on you for over the years is to support us when we're raising money for charity. And if it's for such a good cause, then it's even better. So, big thank you to all of you. Big thank you. Have you ever eaten raw sausages? There's a bloke in the paper today who's eaten raw sausages for 50 years. He eats, I don't think he's supposed to eat uncooked sausages at all. And they uploaded a picture of him on TikTok. Somebody says he's a handsome man, so I put up with his quirk. I've tried it because I felt I couldn't preach to him if I hadn't tried the quirky taste. Psychologically, it's grim. I don't think you're supposed to eat raw meat. I don't think that's a very good idea. There is a risk with eating raw pork. He says, but people smoke and drink alcohol. Oh. He says, I would never eat a raw supermarket sausage, but he would from his local butcher. He says, because I know the supply chain is short. So there you go. You live and learn. A publicity shy... Oh, I'll save this one for a minute. Yeah, I'll take a short break and then I'll come back with a very publicity shy man whose popularity has plummeted. Who could that be? You'll never guess.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 9 minutes to 7. 9 minutes to 7. Steve. I bought the tray to go with the towel and all the rest of it, which is nice, and the Prosecco glasses. I never got any Prosecco glasses. Actually, I don't know why. I got bought for Christmas some years ago. One of my producers, Chris, bought me a couple of Prosecco glasses, quite big Prosecco glasses, which are engraved for me, and I've never had the courage to use them. I'm frightened I'm going to break these things, because if you use a wine glass, they're fairly sort of slender, aren't they? I put my coat on. I was a bit chilly actually, but the rain stopped. Yeah, am I swishing? That's like when you're doing a towel, isn't it? When you do the towel like that. Do you do that with the towel? I do that. But I've got my anorak on today. Don't ever eat raw chicken. I'd never eat raw chicken. I don't eat that much chicken. I mean, I had KFC, but I don't actually buy chicken and cook it, which is interesting. Apparently, my mum, Steve, would eat raw bacon and sausages, says John in Smithfield. Oh dear, no, I don't think so. Anyway, this publicity shy man's popularity has plummeted. People no longer believe what he says. Well, he doesn't know anything. This publicity shy person has slumped from 43% in April to 34%. His wife saw her ratings fall from 29 to 26% because they're playing the big I Am in America. This is where they are. I don't know who they are. Nobody knows who they are. And they go around and they're treated as if they're members of the royal family, which of course they're not, but they're milking it. She's milking. Oh, I've got a title. If she wasn't dragging on to him, I think they're super glued together myself, she'd be nobody. She would be nobody at all. Nobody at all. But they've been boosting their profile. Somebody here, royal commentator Guy Martin, claims the drop is down to the fact they're no longer trusted. I don't think they ever were trusted. We didn't know anything about her. She claimed that she didn't know anything about him, which of course was a big fat lie, I'm afraid. She knew everything about him because we've heard that from people that knew her. She wanted to meet somebody. Footballer preferably, and so she ended up with him. Joke of the century, wasn't it, really? And then they sort of jacked it all in and went to live in America. Good, we don't want them back, don't care about them, don't need them back, not remotely interested at all. Film fans voted for Angelina Jolie to be the next 007, did they? Nobody asked me. Why would you want Angelina Jolie? We must have people here who could be... you could be 007, obviously. I don't think you'd want to be 007. I mean, because, I hate to tell you this, but the part's already gone. You are now listening to the new Bond. And Sheila Fogarty is going to be Miss Moneypenny. Who's going to be Odd Job? We'll have to think of that one. That might take a bit more thought, I'm afraid. Dear, honestly. I was going through the papers earlier on, trying to find something that was cheerful. And the only thing I can think of is that at least the petrol appears to be getting out to the stations, but it's slow, quick, slow. And they just need to keep, so we get back to normal. That's all we want, back to normality. So you don't need to look around for a filling station going, oh, I really need a filling station. So you could just pull into anywhere. You better buy the petrol. Kylie Minogue leaving the country. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing or whatever. She's had dual nationality for years. She's been here 30 years. And she's now put all her company's addresses there based in Australia. And we all remember when it was her and Jason. But anyway, she said she will be closer to her sister Danny. Perhaps she's got to that age where she's panicking about, all the family are over in Australia and she's been over here for 30 years. I don't think it makes any difference. She's had loads of coverage from the press in this country for 30 years. I don't think she'll get the same coverage in Australia. They're a bit blasé about things like that. They go, so it's Kylie, so she went out for a walk today. Who cares? So the only papers that would ever carry the pictures would be the British press. Dear, what else we got here? It's a picture of Gwyneth Paltrow. I can't mention anything that she does. It's all rude. It's all rude stuff, and I don't want to do rudy stuff on the programme. What else we got? AJ and Curtis Pritchard have landed themselves every kid's dream job. The former Strictly and Love Island stars have been hired by Thorpe Park to be terror testers and sample all the theme park rides ahead of their Friday night event. How do they qualify for that? I don't quite understand that one, but I'm sure somebody will. Also, the BBC may not exist in 10 years. Nadine Dorries is sort of flexing her... She doesn't know anything about anything, I've discovered. She knows nothing, and they've sort of put her in charge of something, and she's like a woman possessed going around. Rishi lays down the law, no more debt. He wants to tackle borrowing because it's so easy now to borrow money. They went onto the high street some years ago. They gave a kid of 18 carte blanche to walk up and down the high street and get store credit cards. And he managed to get something like £35,000 worth of credit in less than an hour by going in and signing up. All you had to show was a debit card. The debit card was enough for these shops to let you have one of their cards, and you got instant credit. I remember years ago, a friend of mine got, I think it was a Burton's credit card. I think it was called something 24. So you paid £10 a month, but you got £240 credit. Well, I think he thought that it was £240 credit every month, which of course it wasn't. It was a case of that's the first month, and then you've got to keep paying the £10. I don't have any store cards at all. I wouldn't have one as a gift. They're always asking me, do you have a Waitrose card? No. You know, do you have a Boots card? No. Why do I want a Boots card? I've got my chemist I go to, thank you, goods. But they're all doing it. And some people, I bet if I tested all the people here this morning, I reckon they'd have 20 store cards between them. No? Look at you all. Oh, no, Steve, I wouldn't have a store card. No store cards? No store cards? Girlies always have store cards. Waitrose. You got a Waitrose card? Woo! That's very posh, isn't it? Very posh. You haven't got any store cards at all, Michael? No? Oh, you're very good. Very good. And Joe, you haven't got any? Really? God, we've got the dream team on this morning, dears. Nobody's got any store cards, which is fantastic. But that's good because the trouble is once you get it's like having a Visa card and, you know, spending all the money on it. And then when the bill comes through at the end of the month, you pay the minimum. And that's where you get yourself into problems because it can run forever and a day. Another one here. James O'Brien could be Odd Job. Yes, I mean, I think he'd be very good at Odd Job, actually. Bill Nye for Bond, says Dan in Croydon. Lovely. And Catherine says, we had a tiny stream going through our garden. I've just had a look. We've now got a river. I love it. I love it. I love it. And Steve, do people still contend slaves built the pyramids? Yes, of course they built the pyramids. Who else do you think built them? What do you think, from another planet? It was that good old joke around years ago. People love to do, you know, they love to believe. I've got to go. I've just realised. Listen, thank you. I don't know how many trays I sold this morning, but I'm keeping a finger crossed that in a moment the producer's going to tell me that we achieved 500 trays today. I've got a free little bit extra podcast. Celebs react as Facebook and Instagram goes down. I've been like a lost soul. Paul Gascoigne's son signs up for Dancing on Ice. I'm not sure if that's ice skating or barrel scraping. And Dawn French shows off her new grey hair. Dreading that happening to me. Morning, nice to have your company. Are you well? I can ask individually. Don't all put your hands up at the same time. Just one or two of you. I hope you're feeling good. Hope you're feeling happy within yourself. It's nice to be back with you once again. After yesterday's weather was a little bit of a mixture. We had a bit of rain, and then we had a bit of this, a bit of that. And I think this weekend I'm gonna, because I couldn't get any petrol the other day. And so I'm waiting for it to return to some sort of normality. The government keep telling us, oh no, it's getting better. No, it's not. Stop keep telling us this. It's very annoying. The French have threatened us if we don't sort out the fishing for them so they can come and fish in our waters. Honestly, they get very upset, the French, don't they? But then, you know, what else can you expect? And they're threatening to not let us have our Christmas supplies. Well, you remember when we stormed the Bastille, pals? It could happen again, you know. We could reintroduce la guillotine again. Oh, and we found another nurse with a crucifix. Haven't had one for years. Now, the reason I say we haven't had one for years is because there was a very famous one some years ago, and I think she worked for British Airways. Her name was Nadia Awida, and she lived in Twickenham, and that's the only reason, because I saw her out driving. A little short woman, but she was wearing her crucifix outside of her uniform, and they said, can you put it inside, please? You know, we don't mind that. We don't have any problem with somebody's religion. It's for hygiene reasons. And so she went, anyway, she took him to court, and she lost. She lost. That was 15 years ago, and I remember it as if it was yesterday. She couldn't visibly wear her cross at the check-in counter. Well, you know, you can't. They have a rule, and that's what the rule is. Anyway, they denied they'd banned the wearing of crosses and said that she had a right to a second appeal. But it said the uniform policy stated that such items could be worn if concealed. Well, of course, she created Mary Hell, but she's been on unpaid leave for ages and ages. Now she's about 70, even if she's still with us. But she said she was standing up for her faith, which was the biggest load of cobblers I'd ever heard in my entire life. It's got nothing to do with that. They're not saying you can't be Christian. There's another one in the paper today. This one is a nurse. And they said you can wear it, but you put it inside for hygiene reasons. I'm not going to do that, she said. So she's left there and she's gone to work for somebody else as a nurse. I mean, to be honest with you, we did have a case, didn't we, a while ago, of a nurse who was deeply religious saying to somebody who was in the hospital for whatever it was, shall we have a prayer together before? No, we shan't. No, we shan't, OK? If we want to have a prayer, we'll do it by ourselves. Thank you very much indeed. But every so often we sort of throw up these people who claim to be Christian, but in fact some of their actions couldn't be less Christian. So this one is not at all happy. Not at all happy about it. But I mean, it wouldn't make any difference for me here. I mean, if I was deeply devout and wore a crucifix around my neck, I would have it inside my shirt or T-shirt. You wouldn't wear it on the outside. That's just stupid. It's got nothing at all to do with, being Christian or people anti. I mean, I suppose I could have a cross tattoo. You do see that, don't you, a lot, where people put mum, dad, and then a crucifix or something like that. But, if the rule is, if I wanted to, I could probably come in here stark naked, but I think there is a company policy, producer just being sick, I think there is a company policy that you have to wear clothes and you have to be, decently turned out, which I like to pride myself. In the morning, I am decently turned out. But if there is a rule, only at the weekend can I wear no clothes. But if there's a rule saying this is what you do, if you then want to do that particular job, these are the rules that go along with it. And if you don't want to abide by them, well, go somewhere else. It's people who sort of go, well, it is my right. It is my right. And you think, well, it might be your right. But if you want to be employed by that particular company who have a ruling about no crucifixes outside because of hygiene, what you do in your spare time when you go home and read the Bible, that's your business. It's nobody else's business. I couldn't care less. You could be a Jehovah's Witness. Well, maybe not Jehovah's Witnesses, but you could be anybody like that. But, they've said people wear badges and stuff like that. But if they say you don't wear it, if it's proclaiming something that they think is private, that's private to you, then you abide by the rules. If you don't like it, toddle off. I mean, they didn't even say don't wear it. They just said put it inside your uniform. But of course, they think they know better, don't they? They think they know better. Little Nadia Rawida thought she knew better. Unfortunately, she didn't. Oh, Hovis Hill. Remember that one? And there's a kid pushing the bicycle up the Hovis thing. Well, there's a cottage on that very same hill, which photographs beautifully. But if you actually see what it looks like in real life, it's a bit of a dump. Little bit of a dump. And it's for sale. It's a 3-bedroom house. Mind you, if you're elderly, I wouldn't bother. You'll never get up and down that hill. You'll either sort of fall down and roll down the blooming thing, because even the kid on the Hovis bike had to push the bike, and it's a bit dilapidated, and it's only £150,000. But it's literally in a state of, it's going to need re-roofing, it's going to need everything. But when you look at the advert, the advert was so iconic that I think in 2006, was it 2005? 2006, it was voted Britain's all-time favourite TV ad, and people still go there. Shot in Dorset. A lot of people, even the producer, thought it was shot in Yorkshire, but it isn't. And when you actually look at it, it doesn't look as exciting in real life as it did for the advert, which I thought looked lovely. And Country Life a few years ago had Hovis Hill on the front cover with snow over it, and it was lovely. Talking of snow, I was watching what was it called? Is it A Very Yorkshire Farm? And it's a family of 2. Father looks a lot older than the mother, who's bearing up very well indeed. And they've got all these kids. I think they've got 9 kids or something. And they're quite delightful. They are quite delightful. They really are. I know that the mother's been trolled and the family have been trolled. Oh, yeah, because there's some sick people out there. People who really should have been locked away at birth because they've turned into really nasty pieces of work. And I was watching it the other day when they had snow that came down on the Yorkshire Hills. And when it came down like you've never seen. In fact, so much so that they lost, I think it was 30 of their sheep. They didn't know where they'd gone to. And they were all pregnant. And they've got the kids out in the morning who they're very disciplined. They have to go out and feed their animals. If their cows give birth and the mother rejects the calf, which it does on a lot of occasions, they give it to one of the kids. And the kids then bottle feed. I mean, they're really quite remarkable. I watched it and I was sitting there looking at all this snow coming down. -11. Where they live, it was the coldest that particular winter, which must have been either last year or the year before. I can't remember when they filmed the series. But the kids are out there in the morning. Nobody complains. Nobody complains. They don't have any central heating in the house. I think they've got a log fire. They have to drag the logs in. They have to go out and get them and bring them back in again, go and feed the cows, and then they have to do their homework because the school was closed due to the snow. And then they have to go and try and find these sheep. And eventually they found them, but it took quite a while, and they sort of got them back in again because sheep will go anywhere. Go anywhere. You trail food and they'll follow you, for forever and a day. But I just thought it was such a good programme. But by God, it reminded me of those cold Yorkshire winters when it was so freezing. And some of them are out there, the kids with no gloves on or something like that. 2 of the kids are, I think, at uni, a brother and sister. 9 kids, I know. But they seem so well balanced. You do get it. There's that woman with a big family. They've got 22 kids. I think it's 22 kids. It might be 21 kids. I'm not sure. And they don't even apply for benefits, which makes a mockery of the whole system because there are many people claiming benefits who shouldn't be allowed to claim benefits. And they do it because they're on the fiddle. It's a lot easier. But in fact, when you sort of look at this family, I'm sure it's 22 kids. They have a minibus to go around in, and they don't claim benefits because he has a bakery. And they survive on that. And they seem to do really, really well. Again, lovely kids, and you think to yourself, wow, you get other families and they just seem to be aggressive. They just sort of seem to have a nasty streak to them, which is a shame. Steve, yesterday you were speaking about cockatiels and other caged birds. Reminds me of my friend Melanie. Thank you very much indeed, Maury. She's got the nicest parakeets I've ever seen. Get your coat, you're fired. Okay. And he has ordered the Steve Allen tray. Thank you very much indeed. And Roger says angry drivers drag the eco-activists off the road only for them to get up and sit back on the road again. The trouble is what did Boris Johnson call them? Crusties. Yeah. In other words, old and past it. They say, you've got nothing to do, I don't have a life and I want to sit in the road and change the world. Yeah, unfortunately, while I was working, I didn't want to change the world at all, but now I'm old and I've got nothing to do. That's what they do. Steve, if you're working on a ward, you're not supposed to even have a tie or a wristwatch on. Yes, it's a rule. And you can't understand why some people are so thick that they don't realise it's a rule. Everything's got a rule. The rule in this country says that when I drive my car, I wear a seatbelt. There are no exemptions to not wearing a seatbelt unless there's something the matter with you, in which case you shouldn't be on the road in the first place. But there are rules. When I get to a traffic light, if it's red, I have to stop, not I'll go across it. I saw a taxi this morning jumping a red light. We were all parked. He went straight over it. I should have taken a photograph and put his number up online. You can't do things like that. That's called breaking the law. Ridiculous. 84850. And Susie said, nobody telling no Catholic girl to hide my tiny crucifix. Yeah, they are. I'm sorry, if you're a bit thick and dim, it's got nothing to do with Catholic girl. It's to do with you're not allowed to wear your jewellery if you work for the NHS outside your uniform. So there you go, thicko. What do you think it is? Obviously, you don't work, I can tell. You're obviously one of those who sort of sits there, nurse it. Well, they have a rule. And the rule is that's what you do. So, not impressed with your mockery. It's called the law, dear. Open your ears, open your eyes, smell the coffee. Nothing worse than somebody dim at this time of the morning. Go back to your medication. Ridiculous. There are rules in this country and rules elsewhere. And that's what the rule says. If you work for the NHS, that's what you abide by. If you don't, sling your hook. OK? Get the message? I hope I made it quite patently clear. Irresponsible crusties, Steve. Boris Johnson laying into the ego protesters, people who bring misery to the roads. Yeah, I should imagine you could probably sit Susie down in the middle of a road and she could sort of wave her crucifix at people. Ridiculous. Now Britain sent somebody out, believe it or not, to meet the man who heads up the murdering Taliban. How fantastic. Why don't we just invite them all over here for a bit of a holiday? Perhaps we could put them up at a super-duper hotel. These people murder women. They murder gays. They have very strange ideas, and they all look as though they're in some giant gay club or something. They sit with their beards, and here they are holding their Kalashnikovs, and you think to yourself, my godfathers. And we go over there, and we're shaking hands with this murdering... And they all want to play bumper cars and sit in a little boat and paddle around because they're so sick. They really are. The Beeb want Arlene back for Strictly. Arlene, do the right thing. Stick it. Okay? You don't want to go back there. They got rid of her years ago. They got rid of her. Now they want to go back there. I wouldn't bother. And I tell you, if you really want to live in a bad part of the country, don't live near Bicester. It's in Oxon. And Bicester Town Council have got a big celebration coming up for... well, I'll tell you after this.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Hey, good news. Elton John's going into hospital. Yeah, he's having a hip done. Apparently, he should be sort of active again by Christmas. By Jove, I tell you. And Amazon has opened a shop in Bluewater. But it can't have all the stuff that they sell online. It's not physically possible, is it? Oh, yes. Bicester Town Council. So they want to do something for the Queen, for the big celebration next year. So they thought they would book some people to come in and do some things. So they put out the word that they're very interested in booking Dame Vera Lynn, until somebody pointed out to the thickest council in the country, she's been dead for a year. You know, I can remember, who was it over here? Somebody came over. Jerry Springer came over to do a show, like a chat show in this country. And they were sort of showing clips of various people, and he was looking to get guests on the programme, and somebody showed him a clip of Eric Morecambe, and he said, let's get this guy on the show tomorrow. And somebody pointed out politely to Thicko Springer that, in fact, Eric Morecambe had been dead for some years. Not only was he pushing up daisies, he was making his own daisies, I should imagine. Did I tell you how much the cottage was on Hovis Hill? 150k. But you're going to need to spend that and then some to get it back together again. But it could be nice. I mean, it's a lovely place. Lovely place, if you like that kind of thing. But it's just very steep. Very, very steep. And... so it's called, they don't have a name to it actually, but there is an outside toilet. They reckon 150,000. It's got 3 bedrooms, decent-sized kitchen, 3 recepts, but is described as in need of complete renovation. Although work to extend and refurbish the property has been started. So somebody started and thought, sod this for soldiers. Let's sell it cheap and get rid of it. You get a small courtyard garden and an outside privy. And then you find, a few steps outside, a statue of a loaf of bread to celebrate the legendary location. So it's within walking distance of the town centre of Shaftesbury, which goes back to Saxon times. Well, that's not a selling point as far as I'm concerned. Who wants to live in Saxon times? But I mean, it's quite pretty. I mean, you can park your car on this bit where this cottage is. But I mean, it's 3 bedrooms and 3 recepts. Have you seen them where they do this? Flats and houses for sale in the morning. People go to an auction and then they buy them. And they've got that bloke Martin with the hair transplant who looks a bit odd, and who turned up on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Martin Roberts turned out to have a nasty side to him that nobody was very appreciative of, which was a shame. And they've got a girl on there, but she's quit. And they've got some other guy on there who... Dion Dublin, I think, apparently ex-footballer or something like that, and could have been anybody. And these people go out and they go to the auctions and they film somebody buying what is basically, a wreck of a property, and they go, it'll be finished in 3 months, budget of 10,000. You go back there and you look at it and you go, wow. So somebody could buy this place for 150,000. You'd rewire it, you'd replumb it, put in central heating, replaster, put a new roof on, and the rest is just cosmetic. And you could probably, get 250,000 for it. That's what people do now. People spend a lot of time, which is very good. Steve, it's Dancing on Ice they wanted Arlene for. Are you dim? Why are you not listening? I've just said that she's on the Dancing on Ice programme. The Beeb wanted to go back to them. Hello, anybody in? The lights are on, but nobody's home. Happy Feast of St. Bruno, Steve, says Donny, who's also saying, due to unforeseen circumstances, someone may have to drop out from attending my wedding in a few weeks. You could take their place. There will be plenty of Prosecco. God, me and Prosecco and a wedding. I'll be in tears. I'd be in tears, actually. It could be terrible. Absolutely terrible. Another one says, Frank Zappa used to sing about Catholic girls. I mean, honestly, it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? When, if a company's got a rule, you abide by it. If you don't get the job. Then you have to just sit there and complain for the rest of your life because you didn't get something, because you decided you want to do it your way. And you can't. You have to do it. If my company say, here, you will turn up and you will be in 2 hours before your programme, I turn up 2 hours before my programme. It's as simple as that. If I don't want to do that, I go somewhere else. But I do want to do that. And so I turn up 3 hours before the programme. Yeah. Why? Because I'm good. I'm committed, but I'm a very keen person. But somebody who sort of says, nobody's going to tell me what to do. Well, I think they are, Sweet Pea. Otherwise, you're going to end up in prison, aren't you? You're going to get yourself in an awful lot of trouble. Party food is up. And more than wait for this. I mean, this is a huge amount. 100 tons of gold have been extracted from Scotland's first gold mine just in the last month. 100 tons of gold. There's a place we need to go to. UFOs captured on cameras flying over the coast. No, this is not some cheap Hollywood film. UFOs will come from the sky. They're not going to fly over the coast at low level, looking to land in Dover or something. Dancing on Ice has unveiled more Z-listers. Kimberly Wyatt, I ask you. I'm sorry, what do we want an American on there for? She was one of the Pussycat Dolls. We seem to be just picking them up by the day, don't we? And what was the other one? Oh, a kettle made by the Bugatti company. Has people with steam coming out their ears because it's on sale for £2,500. I mean, who in their right mind would ever spend £2,500? Exactly. Perhaps it could be mine. Could be mine, actually. 84850. The property at Gold Hill is going for auction. I've just said, what is that? Hello, am I preaching to the deaf this morning? I've just said it's going for auction. I mean, it might, Dave. Oh, he's in Portsmouth. Oh, well, that figures, doesn't it? It's up for sale, but it's in auction. It's exactly the same thing. It's up for sale depending on what people want to bid for it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And wait a minute, another one saying, if the property goes for 250,000 and then 100,000 spent on it, so that would be 350,000. It doesn't matter what it is. Unless somebody wants it, they're not going to bother, actually. Somebody says Eric Morecambe has exquisite taste. His 1969 Jensen sold for double its value, £98,000. Oh, look, that's far too expensive for Gemma Collins. She couldn't afford that. She really couldn't afford it. She could only afford 45,000 the other day. And she thinks that's a very expensive car, poor soul. Obviously not as rich as we thought she was. But never mind. Having spent the money on the steak. Mind you, there was a review in one of the papers. They went to this, the terribly expensive Turkish restaurant in Mayfair, who can only manage to get Z-listers in. Gemma Collins, Danielle Lloyd. Who was the other one that they took in there? It'll be somebody ghastly into the restaurant. There was Danielle Lloyd, the GC. Yeah, she's staggered out looking the worse for wear, but I mean, that's her night out, I suppose. There was somebody else. I can't remember what it was. There was some... I don't know what the restaurant's called. I've got no idea. I just know that it's now getting lots of negative reviews. People saying you'd have to be mad to spend this sort of money, which means that it's on its sort of downers. Because once you start getting bad publicity, nobody wants to go there. There was one stupid man who had he'd remortgaged his house, taken out a loan, so he could go there for dinner. That's the sort of people it's attracting. People who obviously aren't used to eating out. But if you are eating out, this was a meal for two people at this restaurant, which is sort of another celebrity place. But as I say, if I go to celebrity places, if it was anybody like Gemma Collins in there or Danielle Lloyd, I'd be out the door so fast. You wouldn't see my feet for dust. Who'd want to go and imagine sitting next to Gemma Collins? She'd eat everything, including the tablecloth. If I saw the GC in Joe, they wouldn't have her in Joe Allen's. It's always far too busy for her. And also she's not that sort of person. She should stay where she's happiest, in a Harvester, or failing that, the local kebab shop. It's the only place. The Harvesters, and if you like that kind of thing, you can eat as much as you like from the salad bar. And did you see the YouTube video? The YouTube video tells you how to stack your bowl to get the maximum amount of salad. It's no good putting in tomatoes at the bottom because that will bulk it up too much. So you put all the flat stuff like the lettuce. Well, in fact, you don't bother with who eats lettuce. God in heaven, who eats lettuce apart from rabbits? And you put in the cucumber, grated carrot, and things like that. Build up, and so the last thing you can be putting on is the tomatoes, and then you can go back. Well, I don't know on the salad. Can you? Are you sure? I'm not sure if you can actually. Not the one round our way. You can't. But it's unlimited. Oh, yeah. Well, that explains a lot, producer tells me. Steve, the Crusties are Radio 4 listeners. I don't think they've ever heard the radio, to be honest with you. They've got nothing else. Their lives are so empty. They're so empty. They are the sort of people who sort of go down to the local shop and they're all a bit timid. But when they've got their flak jacket on, they go and sit down in the middle of a road. But we're going to throw them in prison. That's what Priti Patel has said. That's what she said, up to 6 months in prison. And somebody, one of the top papers, has said she's all mouth and no trousers, isn't she? Really? I mean, she doesn't really have anything else to say. But Insulate Britain, they've apologised for causing disruption after the Prime Minister called them irresponsible crusties, because most of them, I promise you, will be Conservative voters. They ain't going to be Labour. There's only a few of the younger ones, and this was after a tearful woman tried to get through, and they went psh, and the bloke who set up the Extinction Rebellion said he would block ambulances. If there was somebody dying on board, he wouldn't let them through. And I thought, you're a nasty little piece of work, aren't you? But speaking outside the royal courts, Liam Norton says we can't imagine undertaking such acts, but we believe that the reality of our situation has to be faced. What do you mean your situation? What do you mean your situation? Who are you? You're nobody. You're nobody. You're just some little old man who wants to go and sit in the middle of a road. You know, it's ridiculous. As I say, they just come and do it here. They don't bother going anywhere else. Why don't they go and do it in their little villages? Because you bet your bottom dollar they all live in Surrey and Berkshire and Buckinghamshire and places like that. You know, little places called sort of places like Titwillow and something like that. And they'll be living there. I tell you, the places that these people live in, it's like Midsummer Murders. You know, and that's supposed to be, let's go and live in Midsummer Murders. Let's not. It's full of these sort of people. Horrible, horrible. Steve, says Maggie in Orpington, I ordered my tea tray 4 hours before my sister in Petts Wood. Look at that. How cool. Did I mention my tea tray? And I don't think I have, actually. I don't think I've mentioned it for at least 24 hours. It's not 24 hours at all, is it? But what we did yesterday, we doubled the sales. So I think that's really fantastic. I was looking for 500 yesterday, and because you've only got till Friday, and today being Wednesday, you've only got Thursday and Friday to actually get hold of your tray. Normally, we've never done one for a week before. We normally do it just for the day, and everybody piles in and tries to sort of break the phone lines, which is very successful. But I mean, we're doing very well in terms of who's actually generating. You're generating from this programme, generating very, very well indeed. So that's lovely. And then there was something else. Now, I can't tell you about this. I can drop a hint, but I can't tell you about it because of various legal restrictions. But other things that we've done for Make Some Noise is we've done a live show. And we did it, I think I did it 2 years running. At the Leicester Square Theatre. No, I tell you what, I must have done it 3 years running because I did the Hippodrome on their little theatre, which is lovely. So I was in a bit of a historic building. And then I've done the Leicester Square Theatre once or I think I might have done it twice. I've done it twice. I'm pretty certain because I remember having a different dressing room. Now, there is talk. Come closer. There is talk that we could be doing another live show. Okay. I can't say anything more until tomorrow. I probably said too much already. Probably said I'll be drummed out the brownies. Seriously, they'll be going, Steve, off your mushroom and out the, you have to go now. Dropping too many subtle hints. And the other thing is, I might also have a live show at the Magic Circle this year for all those people who are inquiring. And I mean, seriously, honestly, you're going to be so fed up with Steve Allen by the end of it. But luckily you're not. So that's good news.
We love tech that helps make us healthier. Watches that monitor our heart rate, apps that count our steps. But what about your toothbrush? Achieve exceptional brushing with Philips Sonicare without any extra effort. That's up to 20 times more effective than a manual toothbrush. Find out more at philips.co.uk/Sonicare. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation. And you. Philips.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. You fancy picking broccoli? Fancy picking broccoli? I mean, it's a bit back-breaking, but you can do it. It's not too difficult. Just got because apparently we all like broccoli. Well, they can't find anybody to pick it at the moment, so they're offering 30 quid an hour. 30 quid an hour to go pick broccoli. Honestly, it's all collapsing, isn't it? Contrary to what Boris said, it's all going to be, don't worry, it's going to be all fine and it's going to be great. And now the hundreds of pigs culled with the farms overcrowded amid the butcher shortage. I would have thought getting the pigs to wear condoms would make it a lot easier. Wouldn't have to keep producing piglets, would we? Have we ever thought of, something seems perfectly reasonable, doesn't it? Pigs, because they do turn out. I mean, each pig can produce a litter of, 8 to 10 little piglets. And so they're going to have to kill them all. You know why? There's nobody in the abattoirs, even though that's what they'd be going to the abattoir for. They would be going there when they get to a certain age, and they kill them. So hundreds of healthy pigs have been culled. The National Pig Association says at least 600 swine had been killed amid fears the bottleneck in the meat processing industry could see as many as 150,000 affected. I mean, so they're having to kill them themselves. I don't know if farmers knew how to do that. I mean, I've seen, I know what happens in the abattoir. I'm not naive. I've seen, the stuff on YouTube, but I didn't think farmers were able to do that. I mean, it's very upsetting, I should imagine. I mean, because they're only little, aren't they? Because they're animals that they've reared and cared for. I know you might think that's a bit crass to say that, but that's what they do. They rear them. And if you'd seen this Yorkshire farm, you would see the kids there looking after the calves and their horses and everything else and giving them food and looking after them. I mean, it's really good. But to actually then kill something that's perfectly healthy and then they just go in the bin is criminal. But we had it, didn't we, when we were killing cows years ago and they were stockpiling them all over the place, and then they were just setting fire to them. A little bit dangerous, I think, a little bit dangerous. Steve says, Maxine on the Isle of Waihate. My dad's getting your tea tray for Christmas, which is lovely for those people who do not have a tea tray. And I find it difficult to believe that there are people listening who might not have purchased one to go for our charity Make Some Noise. This year we're helping over 100 little charities. 100 little charities. Shane says, I knew that you would have gone over the 500 tea trays yesterday. Well, I mean, I'm always terribly grateful. I say every year, I'm very, very grateful that people still bother. But I think it's a combination of the loyalty of the LBC audience, especially to this programme. I mean, the 500 was just during the show. We have sold thousands overall. I mean, I don't want to brag about it, but we're doing really well. No, actually, I'll tell a fib. You're doing really well. I'm just the one who has to sort of sit here and sort of say thank you very much indeed. But there's a limit to how many times I can say thank you. But overall, we have sold thousands. And they'll all be sent out. There's no postage and packing. And this Steve Allen tea tray, which goes along with the Prosecco glasses, the tote bag, and the tea towel, raises money for Global's Make Some Noise. It is the must-have item for everybody who listens to the radio at this time of the morning. And that's why, as I say, I mean, some of you have bought 2, 3, 4, 5, which is good. It's got a picture of me on the tray. You'll see it because I'll give you the website in a minute. The picture is by the artist Robert Lee Hensby, who did the illustrations for the tea towel and the tote bag. And he's got it there. Look at that, honestly, I tell you. My God, that boy's good looking. Seriously, honestly. If only I was a bit slimmer. Yes, the tray's good looking too. But if you want your own tea tray, you've got to be quick. It's only available till 10 a.m. this Friday morning. And not next Friday. I keep thinking it's next Friday. It's this Friday morning, which is the 8th of October. It costs 15 quid, and that includes free postage and packing for UK customers. International postage and packing rates apply. Orders will be shipped beginning of December. So you'll have it for Christmas. So it's going to make the ideal Christmas present. You can order yours right now. You can do it, You can do it right now, which is good. And you just go to lbc.co.uk, and along the top you'll see there's a bar with all different things on. There's one that says radio, then next to that there's one that says charity, and that's where you find me. So it's got home, tech, radio, charity, just before traffic and travel. Click on that, takes you to Global's Make Some Noise. There's a picture of me. God, I tell you, I'm right at the top of this thing, and you can help swell the coffers to raise money for a very good cause. Click on that. You can purchase it. All the proceeds go to LBC's charity Global's Make Some Noise, which is absolutely lovely. As I say, yesterday we exceeded the 500 we were looking for. So we've sold thousands of them, but we'd like to sell a few more, because the more that we sell, the more little charities get and the more we can help. As I said before, they won't know that you've donated to them, but I know you've donated, because I can see every single person's name who has ordered a tray. Every single person's name, because we've got computers. How we knew years ago, I've got no idea. Roger says, I'm pretty sure picking broccoli is hard work, but for a school leaver, 30 quid an hour is decent money. Is it ever? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody else says, I've ordered your tea tray, which I'm giving away to my sister for Christmas. Well, I hope they're not listening to the programme. It'll ruin it, actually, so I shall omit mentioning the names of all of the people. But do please buy a tray, because we like to give you something in return. 84850. Steve, the GC's a national treasure. Oh, God, honestly. Where do these dim people come from? She's not a national treasure at all. She's a foul-mouthed old bag. What are you on about? A national treasure? What do you mean? Oh, you mean she was dug up somewhere? Ah, that's right. Oh, and they say here, shows how naive some people are, and is entitled to spend her money at any restaurant. You don't think she paid, do you? Do you think she paid? What? And then name-checked the restaurant and was pictured coming out of it. Nobody knows who she is in Mayfair. They must have been horrified in Mayfair. Do you think they're being sarcastic? Oh, I bet they're not. I bet they really... We love the GC. I mean, the GC loves the GC. Because she does have more than one cleaner at home for that postage side. I mean, she hasn't got her own tray. She couldn't afford it. It's not for the likes of her. I'd have to cancel it. If I saw her name crop up, I'd cancel it immediately. I'd rather not sell a tray if somebody like that's going to buy it. We're only looking for classy people. Thank you very much indeed. And good luck with the tea tray, Steve. Such a simple idea. Yes, I mean, it is a very simple idea, which is good. And somebody else says... somebody else talking about the property on Gold Hill. Do you know, I reckon a builder could go in there and turn it round in probably 3 or 4 months. It doesn't... Once they get their teeth into these things, they do them really, really well. I like it. What have we got in the papers today? We've got Adele's a big tease. She's also foul-mouthed, isn't she? I seem to remember. She's the one with a potty mouth on her. Dreadful. And France swiped almost 5 million vaccine doses from Britain in a shocking post-Brexit tantrum. Honestly, that Macron bloke, honestly, sounding like a nasty little biscuit. He plotted with the Brussels chiefs. Oh, dear, honestly. Something the matter with them, isn't it? But Tories last night said France's actions could have cost lives. They don't care. They don't care. Nobody's going to be frightened by us, are they? They're going to go, oh, Britain's told us this. I mean, Adele has shared the opening bars of her new single on Twitter. La, la, la. There you go. I've done it for you. La, la, la. The pop megastar. Oh, now she's a megastar. I mean, she's not had a record out for God knows how many years. How many years is it? 5 or 6 years or something? Hardly worth bothering, love. Hardly worth bothering. It's called Easy on Me. It's a piano-led track. For that read, they've saved on the orchestra. Released on the 15th of October. In what appears to be the music video, a brief black and white clip shows her putting a cassette tape in a car radio and driving down a lane as paper flies out the window. So, in other words, we're encouraging littering now. And a cassette tape, darling. Who has cassette tapes in their cars? How old are you? Shut up. I love the way that people point the finger at me. Steve Ann's got his... I'm still one of those people who's got a double video player. It's two video machines built into VCR. So it's a combi, so you can copy tapes. You know, so if you're making a tape for the family, you do a tape and then you can copy it, which is quite nice. Totally illegal, of course, if you're copying television programmes, but I mean, who the heck knows? It's like when they brought in the hosepipe ban some years ago. I was still using the hosepipe because you had to be seen to get into trouble. So I was out there watering. I'm not spending all that money on plants to have the blooming things die. You know, I'm sure that they were watering and sprinkling in number 10 Downing Street in the back. I've seen the little garden there, actually. It's lovely. Very nice, if you like that kind of thing. Do you remember when I told you the other day about the Afghan footy girls? They want to flee the Taliban. I mean, they seem quite nice, the Taliban. They must be. They're pictured in the papers with one of our envoys. He seems to be sort of, shaking hands with him. So obviously we've kind of forgiven him for throwing homosexuals off the top of buildings, stoning women to death for adultery, which was mainly the man's fault. But now we're going to let the Afghan girls' football team come to Britain to flee the Taliban. What are we going to do with them? They're school children. I mean, what is going to happen to them? Last month, Leeds United offered to pay for their flights and train the 32-strong teen team. What do you think they're going to be? And what do you think they're going to? After they've been trained, they're going to go back to Afghanistan, are they? I don't think so. I can remember years ago they had a scout jamboree down in Essex, just outside Chelmsford, in a place down there. And it was a big jamboree and scout troops from all over the world came down to go camping in Essex. Nothing new there, if you've seen The Only Way is Essex. Lots of camping going on there. And it's like it's a jamboree. You all go down there, you pitch your tents, and you sing Ging Gang Gooly Gooly Goo. Yeah, there were 10 green bottles hanging on the wall. And then they all get up, and our Kayla, is there, and all these other people. We will do our best. Dib, dib, dib. Get your woggle out. And it was all very nice indeed. Unfortunately, so many of the teams who came in from abroad decided to use the opportunity to abscond. And so they checked in to Chelmsford and then they mysteriously vanished. And when you looked at the pictures of them, these were grown men wearing suits. Remember Nick Ferrari arguing on television about people who came into this country claiming to be 13 and 14 and they're growing beards, And one of them was put in a classroom with all these young 14-year-old girls. He was a 32-year-old man. And these scouts were exactly the same. They'd come in, they'd lied, and then they disappeared into the system. They just vanished. Dreadful, isn't it, really?
Det has a family. No kids, is married and divorced. It's a school-run gran, a key worker, a father in the force. Det's a film buff, a football fan, a good cook and a gardener. It's a flat share, got a mortgage, lives alone and with a partner. Det's 23, 41 and even 92. It's stressed out, can't sleep, and wondering what to do.
Debt can happen to anyone. We've helped millions leave it behind. Visit stepchange.org to get help now. StepChange is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to the 6th of October. Steve, says Mark, the GC apparently has a panic room in a house. No. It's a picnic room. It's a picnic room. You don't think she gets that size by just being big-boned, do you? Have you seen the house? It's very pokey. Very pokey. And do you remember It is. It's very small. It's very small. And she likes accepting freebies, which is good. When she did her sort of Gemma Collins the diva, which turned out to be Gemma Collins the no talent, she phoned her agent up and was disappointed to learn that she wasn't a millionaire because she's she doesn't have. I mean, at the moment she can't get the work. Can't get the work because everybody suddenly realised one trick pony. Sorry, cart horse. It's a case that what does she do? So she has to sort of try and sell stories about the other day, a dress she wore to some award thing, which she wasn't being. Nobody's ever given her an award. What would you give her an award for? There's no awards out there for her. So she just turns up. She looked like she was wearing a fitted sheet from the bed. And then apparently one of her cleaners put it in the washing machine and it all went all funny. I mean, surely anything of worth any money you take to the dry cleaners. But of course, she's so tight. There's no way she would even know what a dry cleaner's. You'd have to explain to her, wouldn't you, what the dry cleaner is. I still think the best one was her falling down the trap on the stage for those children's awards. I thought that was the best thing ever. Highlighted my year. I mean, look at here. She's wearing something. I mean, the hair has been bleached beyond all belief now, so it's now dry and totally lifeless. And she's here looking like one of those ruched curtains that you have in sort of cheap houses. I mean, look at it. I mean, it doesn't even fit. Doesn't even fit. I mean, for God's sake, can't she find somebody to dress her? I mean, here she was sort of taking clothes out of a shop, and you're not sure if she's sort of buying them or donating them. I'm hoping she's donating. Every time you see her in an outfit, she just looks ridiculous. Look, somebody said here she looks a little bit like the wardrobe out of Beauty and the Beast. It's very cruel, isn't it? Very cruel, but so accurate. So accurate. But at least she's managed to find the love of her life. Steve, I thought the GC was a shopping channel, says James. I think it's probably highly likely she is a shopping channel. I like watching things like that. Yeah, that's TJC. Their sound quality is terrible at the moment. Obviously, their engineer needs firing. Have you heard it? Sometimes you can't hear what they're saying, and you think, somebody's obviously not listening to this stuff. because they have all sorts of things. Have you ever bought anything from a shopping channel? Never? No? God, I bought loads of stuff. Never from the jewellery one, because I can't stand the girls on Gemporia who are so false. So they'll have an item and they'll go, and there's a woman on there. She's the oldest one there, as you can tell. She used to be with Bruce Forsyth. Do you remember? On Play Your Cards Right or something like that, or she did something. And her acting is so pitiful, she needs to go back to RADA. Because she'll go, and we say, how much are we taking this down? Are you sure we're allowed to do that? And I'm thinking, who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? And the next minute, when they run out of sort of jewellery you find in a Christmas cracker, they're then flogging, what was it the other day? A hairband or candles with little sprinkly bits on the top. I mean, you can only imagine the smell. And they sell perfume, but you've never heard of it. Wait a minute, here we go. So, this is TJC. Andrew Bernard, Derek Gibbons, I quite like. He's an actor, actually, as well. He's very good looking. He's been on other things. Andrew Bernard's a little bit camp. I don't remember the... so, Joe Grimwood. Derek Gibbons would be my favourite on there. Rob Lamar, he's got sort of sticky up hair. Mark Gould. I don't know if I know Mark Gould. I can't remember, actually. But they're all sort of what I call shopping channel presenters. A friend of mine used to work for one of them, Bid Up TV, that went under. And he used to sell these globes. He said, we used to shift thousands of them. Thousands of these globes, because people sit there. If you're really bored, if you're getting ready to go and sit in the middle of a motorway, then you'll be bored and you'll order something because you think it makes you feel better. And so people order this sort of stuff, and then when you actually get it, it's a case of oh. I mean, I've ordered loads of things before, mainly because it isn't the item I'm buying. I like the idea that the postman's delivering it. That's what I get off on. I think that's really nice. The postman will be staggering up, the path and ringing the doorbell and putting it inside. And I like things like that because I can't remember what I've ordered. So I sort of open it. It's always a big surprise to me. I go, oh my goodness me, I can't believe it. Where did that come from? I've ordered it. Yeah, more earrings. I was going to get a stud for my tongue the other day, and then I thought, I'm not really sure I don't know why. I saw somebody with one, and I thought, that looks a bit exciting, because when you open your mouth, people just see this sort of little ball sitting in your mouth. And I thought, that'd be quite a nice idea, actually. It'd make me more trendy, wouldn't it? But who had the tongue stud? Oh, it was somebody on a reality show. I don't think James O'Brien. I think James O'Brien. I used to know somebody who had their both ears pierced, and when they used to come to work, they used to take the studs out of their ears, because they do it very quickly. Put a machine there, because apparently in your lobe, you've got no feeling. A friend of mine did his, I do not recommend this, with a cube of ice and a needle. And you put the cube of ice at the back and then you push the needle through, because there's no feeling in the lobe. But not everybody's got lobes. And that's why they... No, but it hasn't really. That's why they've got this machine they put over. It's like a staple gun, and they put the thing on, they go like that. You don't feel anything. Ow! Yeah, we'd have a quick go during the news, shall we? Science has finally confirmed what most couples already know. Women do feel the cold more than men. There you go. And there's a picture of somebody called Maya Henry. I don't know. She's 21. They say she's a US beauty. She's the girlfriend of Liam Payne. And they went to London Fashion Week. So, of course, she's wearing something with boobies hanging out because she needs to get a picture in the paper. And if they don't get the picture in the paper, then nobody bothers with them. So they have to... I mean, she's only 21. At 21, you know nothing. Nothing at all. But you have your pictures taken, then all of a sudden your career finishes. And what do you do then? Nothing. You have to go sort of stacking shelves somewhere, I suppose. But so here she is wearing another outfit. I don't know who these people are. I think if you wear an outfit that's really stupid enough, you get your pictures in the paper. It does look a bit like Tweety Pie or Big Bird. From Sesame Street. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says Shane says I bought a mobile phone charger when Stephen Milner was on the Sydney shopping channel, but that channel's closed down now. You'll find him on that TJC. He's on that one as well, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There's no fat shaming of Gemma Collins. She admits she's fat. There's no fat shaming. If she's admitted it, and she said she was fat, that's why she's losing the weight. It's not fat shaming. You need to get your facts right. If you can't get it right, it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Somebody says, at least I'm up to date with the latest Make Some Noise fundraising effort. The tote bag and Prosecco glasses have just been delivered, says Neil in Chessington. Yeah, you're barred. Chessington, honestly. What's Chessington famous for? World of Adventure. And that's it. I went there once, actually. They used to have a circus in the Chessington World of Adventure. We got a Circus Extreme in Richmond. It's people on motorbikes going round inside a giant ball and something like that, which is quite nice. I should have gone. It's a big tent, very big tent. I don't know if I want to join in. I always wanted to be able to tightrope walk. I did it on. You can see me on YouTube, tightrope walking. I was very good. I don't know whether it comes up as Steve Allen tightrope walking or Steve Allen makes another fool of himself. I can't work out which one it was. But it was quite good. I thought it was only low. It wasn't a very high. Is it there? It's not a very high tightrope. What you can't see though is. Wait a minute. That's Nick Knowles. Look at that. There you go. I was walking on a tightrope. Look at that. They love dressing me up. The trouble is, I came in wearing that outfit. Oh. I'm better than I thought. Much better. The thing that is the trick to tightrope walking? It's the shoes that can bend around the wire. I thought I was quite good, actually. In fact, I haven't seen this before. I think I'm really good. I'm very good. Look, oh, you've ruined it. Nick Knowles was holding the edge of the pole, so I could get across. Look how young Nick Knowles looks. Good Lord, honestly. I love these sort of things on here. So I haven't aged at all, actually, but they love dressing me up. They had this thing about dressing me up. See, look, when I tried to do it without Nick holding onto the end of the pole, what else did they dress me up as? I dressed up as a sumo wrestler with Nick Knowles as well, who was being the compere and everything else. Have you seen these fat suits you can get? Hilarious. I love it. Fat shaming Steve Allen. Yeah, little thin Steve Allen. And what else I dressed up? I dressed up as sort of somebody in the grotto. They built me a grotto. Have you seen Steve Allen's Christmas grotto on 5? Have a look at that. They built me this thing because they knew that I loved Christmas. And so in the scene doc, they made it. It came apart in the middle, and it had 20,000 lights in it and a Christmas tree, and it was all fixed down, and I had a chair, and I sat there, and one of the crew every day would be, see, they gave me a red, I've still got that red suit, but one of the crew would sit at my feet dressed as an elf. All of this scene thing, it all came apart. They had it all decorated and done, and I was showing off my drawings. I was look at me with hair. It's so funny, isn't it? Honestly. There you go. But my favourite out of all of these things, wait a minute, when's it going to pull back and show you the little elf? Because they used to fight as to who was going to be the elf for the day, and had a little elf costume, and they would sit at my feet and I'd read out all these Christmas celebration things to people, which was quite good. I mean, I liked it. They went to a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, the lady behind the whole programme died a short while ago, and she was a big LBC fan, and she loved it. But my other favourite one is Steve Allen meets the snow leopard. You seen that one? That's nice. Sadly, that's no longer with us, but that I love. We went down to this place, and he bred snow leopards, and I was able to hold one. It was brain damage, but it was gorgeous. It was like holding a giant powder puff. It was fantastic.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Correction. I got something wrong. I know it's unheard of, really, isn't it? It never happens. But Kylie Minogue's boyfriend, contrary to what I told you yesterday, that she's moving back to Australia, and she's been here 30 years, seems longer, and he was going to be going back. He's now said he's not going to move with her to the other side, which is a bit of a problem. She's told friends she's determined to make the relationship with Paul Solomon's work long distance, despite her decision to head back. Well, I'm telling you, they don't work long distance. I've seen more friends of mine whose relationships have split up trying to do a long-distance relationship. It just does not work. You know, you always do it. You always say, oh, yes, we're definitely going to keep in touch. I'll pop over and see you and do that. Well, you can't do it. You cannot do it. You end up just being friends. Never happened to me. Never happened to me at all. The UFOs captured on camera flying over the British coastline. Retired therapist Vivian Gibson didn't spot the 4 flying saucers until she looked back at her pictures a few days later. Mrs. Gibson, who's 73, said she was surprised and amazed. Really, dear? I should imagine if you're a therapist, you're probably surprised and amazed at most things. She said there was nothing in the sky when she took the photos. She said you'd think you'd have seen them, but UFOs blink in and out of manifestation. She's quite clearly got a problem here, hasn't she? And she says aliens may come because they're not happy about humans destroying our planet. You've got to come off the booze, dear. I mean, it really is not good enough. It's got nothing to do with that at all. There's no such thing as aliens, no such things as flying saucers, and they certainly didn't fly in over the coastline, OK? I have to tell people these things. Humans are well on their way to living until 130, according to a report in the paper. With the world in its current state, who'd want to? You imagine what it's going to be like when you're 130. It's bad enough at this age. No petrol, no turkey for Christmas, no presents. The French falling out with us. No bad thing, actually. They've got nothing we need. You know, we can grow our own garlic. Thank you very much indeed. And, I mean, you know, I'd have my LBC centenary. Can you imagine? But also money would be worthless. We'd be sort of saying, and today you can get your Steve Allen gold ingot for the cracking price of £2.20. You know, including postage and packing. People would be paying in trays. Sorry, Steve, how much is that? Well, that'll be 3 trays. People would be buying them on eBay. It could be very good. Thank you for all the people who've bought the trays so far, which is very nice. And we could always do with more. Tomorrow and Friday, I'm going to play you some bits because it only runs until Friday. Gina and Joe in Stanwell says, got the flu, Steve. But never mind. Hubby's ordered a tea tray for my birthday. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Carol Kruger says, are you serious? She says, earlobes don't have any feeling. I had my ears pierced when I was 16. Trust me, it hurt. I remember the right ear being pierced. I don't remember the left one done because I passed out. Such a wuss, Carol. Such a wuss. And how about this one? Steve, maybe Adele and the GC should team up for a duet. A lot in common. Potty mouth, appetites, unlucky in love. What a prospect. It is true, isn't it? I can remember Gemma when she was sort of allegedly going out on, off with poor Arj, whose weight ballooned like sort of a Montgolfier balloon. Sorry? He lost 8 stone. Yeah, we had a gastric band fitted. That basically means you can't eat anything. But I mean, he'll pile it back on again. People do. I think you either get people who are naturally thin and they don't put on any weight, and then you get... What's that? Oh, bless you, honestly. He's such a caring person. No, don't put it on my tray. Honestly, with an outrage. We have a tray in the studio. It's a model. I know it's quite clean, but I don't... Oh, it's wiped clean. Oh, well. We're going to be giving it to somebody. We've decided, actually. That'll upset the apple cart. Anybody want a mince pie? I've got... do you like a mince pie? You'll love these. I'll give them to when he comes in. Yeah, see you in a minute. He's in a very funny mood today. I don't know what's the matter with him. Has he won the lottery or something like that? Bless his heart. Eating more iron-rich foods could prevent 1 in 10 cases of heart disease. Do you know, I've got a sneaking feeling I've got a cardiac thing coming up at the hospital, but I've lost the blasted email. I can't open the email, so that doesn't really help, does it? Also, a pensioner's hoard of ancient Anglo-Saxon coins sold for £235,000. This bloke, John Cross, kept them locked in a bank vault for years. He died aged 72, and he had no family, so they went to two charities. It's nice. In fact, you're not having any family. I think that's quite sad. That's not having any family at all. But anyway, raised a lot of money, which is very good indeed. Very good. Here we go. Tom Cruise is learning to fly a World War II military plane for stunt scenes. Oh, by the way, when he comes back, I've got the milk. I had to pinch the milk. No. I found it. I can't tell you where I found it from because they might be listening going, has he got my milk? But no, Tom Cruise is very good. Mission Impossible. I mean, he does his own stunts. I mean, God knows what the insurance must be like. They must be going, no, I don't think so. And then the water yesterday, water cascading downstairs in Newcastle, London. I mean, in Essex, heavy rain flooded the roads, submerging cars. It was absolutely dreadful. But they've said, don't worry, because we're en route for a heat wave. London, I mean, when I look at I can't believe how much water there is. That's Knightsbridge. I know where that is. I tell you what that is. See on the left-hand side where all those people are? That's part of the French embassy. One of the biggest buildings you've ever seen in London. Oh, did it nearly get flooded? Oh, what a shame. It's terrible. I know exactly where that. Just before you hit the Piccadilly Tunnel. There on the left. That's all the French embassy. It is the biggest building you've ever seen. Yeah, look at that water. I mean, if you've got one of those dinky little cars, it's you're not going to survive it. Imagine, I think we'll go out shopping. I'm sorry, you can't even walk out the front door. It's lapping at your steps, which is not very good, is it? You know why? Because the council don't clean the drains out. They just fill up with leaves at this time of year because it's autumnal weather, and it's a bit of a shame, really, because they should actually get out there and they should clean all these things. Operation Yewtree Copper reveals the sheer cunning of the TV paedophile that was Jimmy Savile, who got away with it. He got away with it year after year after year after year. It was nobody thought about it, although the rumours were there. The rumours were all there. It was, he got away with it all over the place. He worked at Broadmoor Hospital. He used to make a big thing about it until we realised what he was up to there. You know, I mean, to be honest with you, they say there's a documentary coming up. Actually, I think it's on ITV tomorrow night at 9 p.m. They reckoned that from 1955 up to his death in 2011, he'd sexually abused at least 72 people, raping 8, including an 8-year-old girl. There were 450 claims against him, and he got away with it. He got away with it all the time. He died not knowing how the thing was going to turn out. But he used to make excuses all the time. Vile piece of work. Vile piece of work. Not very nice at all. So that's on ITV, 9 o'clock tomorrow. Can he fix it? No, he can't. The Prime Minister saying, it's up to the private sector to sort out the disruption crippling Britain. Yeah, well, I mean, not our doing. Not our doing, is it? I don't think so. Also, floods hit Diana designer as storms sweep Britain, parts of Knightsbridge, and one of London's most affluent neighbourhoods in Knightsbridge. One of the favourite dressmakers of Diana, Princess of Wales. I've never even heard of this person. I suppose you can say anything after somebody's died, can't you? I mean, I used to say to people, Diana listened to me all the time. And people used to say, did she? I should go, yeah. Constantly. She used to write in, under another name, of course, mainly Eric. And she used to listen to the programme all the time. And somebody said, no, she didn't. I said, well, you can't prove she didn't. After somebody's gone, you can say what you like about them. It doesn't make any difference. I mean, she'd phone me up and go, Steve. I go, yes. Now what? Yeah. Listen, Di, I don't take calls, okay? For you, I might make an exception. Somebody said after she died, well, I think somebody, the people, because there are those haters of Diana who couldn't stand her. And they would say she's so manipulative. And you go, what do you think all these people on the television are? They're manipulative. They tell photographers, like she did. She would tell photographers where she were, but it was also in the court diary. You could see exactly where she was going to be. You could see where Charles is. You can see all of them. The Times prints the court diary, and you can see where members of the royal family are if you really want to go and see them. Not that I'm particularly bothered about it, I mean, you won't be seeing Andrew anytime soon, so that's the good bit of news. Steve, why is it that... Why is it sad the French embassy didn't get flooded? Have you seen the size of it? What do they do? The French are holding us to ransom. Oh, go away, silly little person, honestly. Any plans for winter planting? Yes, yes, yes. Daphne in Cowden needs a speedy recovery. She's taking painkillers for injury after an equestrian accident. Oh, dear. I knew somebody, I can't tell you who it is, but she was on a horse, and the horse got caught up in the reins and fell over on one side on top of her. Well, you don't want horses to fall on top of you. You really don't. It was a bit touch and go, actually. A bit touch and go. Jill says, are these M25 idiots stopping people travelling to London or leaving Shane there's no flooding there? I don't know. Was it Christopher Reeves? No, it wasn't. No, a member of my family. He had one as well, yes. He was in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, wasn't he, I believe? But no, this member of my family was, they didn't want her to go riding for ages and ages because it was too frightening. Because the horse panicked. It was in its stable, and it panicked, and you got caught up in all the harness and all that. I couldn't remember what it was called, actually. And the reins and all the rest of it. So winter planting, yes, there will be, Rose. Not just yet. We've got to tidy up after we had a lot of work done. Can you believe it? We had some contractors coming in to scaffold the building and do the roof and all the rest of it. They've just pulled out. Like they couldn't even be bothered to let us know. We had to phone up to find out why they weren't there, why they hadn't put the scaffolding up and everything else, because they're basically bone bloody idle. Never done anything like it. But anybody will tell you at the moment, trying to get these people out who've got enough work to last 150 years is God's own. Really is terrible. Steve, I've just purchased the tray, says Graham. I can't wait to receive it. Panic not, it will be with you, and it's free postage and packing. Just go to lbc.co.uk. I've got my own milk. Actually, I had my own milk. Here, I've saved it. One of those sort of, yeah. Did you want a mince pie? Yeah. Do you want to take the mince pies?
Get them in the break.
Get them in the break. We're in the break.
Are we?
No, we're not really. I just made that up. It's so easy, isn't it? He nearly went into his swearing words.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning. I hope it's not going to rain today. We haven't checked on the weather forecast, have we? We like to bring up today. Not that it makes any difference. I still see people getting on and off trains with no umbrellas, and umbrellas are so cheap now. So cheap. 17 degrees today, sunny intervals and a moderate breeze. And then for Thursday and Friday, we're cloudy, but at least we're up to 19. Saturday, cloudy, bit of sunshine, 18. Sunday, cloudy, 18. Monday, temperature starts dropping again, 17. Tuesday, 15. Wednesday, 14. And so it goes on. Not looking particularly promising, is it? But I mean, at least it doesn't say rain. At least there's no rain. It should be okay later on, which is quite good. Quite good. I love the Town Hall Chiefs trying to book Dame Vera Lynn. I mean, I think that's just absolutely... I mean, how stupid you have to be. Bicester Town Council suggested acts including a Queen tribute group as well as the late World War II forces pin-up. Their agenda said Dame Vera has contacted Bicester Town Council to be included. Apparently, it adds that her song Gone with the Wind is one of the Queen's favourite songs, despite the beloved singer never having performed the tune. The section ends with a recommendation to contact her. A spokesman said the song Gone with the Wind was a song that was requested from another source. These two items were never corrected. The error was purely an administrative error. What a bunch of bozos, honestly. God in heaven. Bit embarrassing, isn't it? Susan Boyle says she no longer fancies Piers Morgan. He's eternally grateful for that one, let me tell you. What's your name? Susan Boyle. Remember she walked onto the stage, a little bit like when Jedward turned up. There was an act doomed with disaster. And Susan Boyle came on stage and started pouting in front of the judges. It was all a little bit peculiar. And the singing, she's 60 now. I thought she was about 80. She's only 60, Susan Boyle. And she says, I don't fancy him now. I've grown up a bit. I don't think we need to know that, do we? I find it a little bit embarrassing. What else we got? An ice cream shop owner says his family's created more than 800 flavours because if you want ice cream to be cheesy puff flavour, you just put cheesy puffs into the ice cream machine and out at the end comes cheesy puff ice cream. You can put Christmas cake in there and it makes... A friend of mine's got an ice cream shop in Richmond. He makes gelato. He's got a special Italian machine which was brought over and it's upstairs and they put in at Christmas mince pies, What, the ice cream man? I'm not going to tell you. Why? Why'd you... am I missing something on this? We used to like Mr. Whippy. Of course, I thought it was something completely different, so I turned up to get my first ice cream in a pair of thigh-length boots and a whip, and had no idea that he was selling ice cream. You got the little da-da-da-da. They do tinkly message. It's either da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, green sleeves on every single ice cream van. It should drive me mad. But Mr. Whippy was different, and his ice cream really was delicious. You get a cone, and it would, and you'd have to sort of take it from him and get half it in your mouth before it fell onto the pavement. All round your mouth. Look at me, honestly, being all messy. Your mother, come here, and she'd lick her handkerchief, she'd blown her nose on, and sort of wipe it round your mouth. But they always did that, mothers, because we were just messy children. We didn't care. But we used to like the ice cream man, and you'd go rushing in and go, Mum, the ice cream man's here. And she'd only give you enough, you'd get a lolly. It was a special day indeed when you could have and it was one of those little Milko lollies. Do you remember those? We used to have Twinnies. It was a lolly with 2 sticks, and you broke it in half so you could share, with your best friend. One between 2. But I was lucky; I didn't have any friends, so I didn't have to share with anybody. So I used to have both halves of the lolly. That was cool, wasn't it? Nothing's changed. The pop stars crossed with local heroes. This is the fed-up lollipop men and women are being given body cams as part of a new trial, which we told you about yesterday on the program. There you go, Twinnies, childhood memories. And you just broke it in half, and you could each sort of suck your own bit of the lolly. Oh, very nice. Very nice. In fact, just seeing those just bring back such memories. We used to have I'm sure it was all better when we were younger. I'm pretty certain. They've got a twin cherry lolly. We never had that. Not sure you get those in your mouth, but, quite nice. Yeah, one each, I suppose. But no, we used to, and you could have the 99, you could have 2 flakes, and if you're very lucky, you got crushed nuts. That was if he drove away very quickly. And I liked our ice cream man. He used to say sprinkles. And I thought, well, I could, but there's people watching, so I didn't. And he would get hundreds and thousands and dip your ice cream all over them. We thought we'd arrived as kids. We were very easily pleased. Give us a piece of chalk and a skipping rope. And, we were very happy. And a flake. Yeah, a flake was considered a luxury. If you could afford, a flake in the ice cream and have some chocolate sauce dribbled over it. The flake lady listens. Oh, Janice listens. Oh, yes. She'll be there now. She's a bit like Dawn Neeson, who doesn't seem to sleep. We can't work out whether Dawn Neeson is from another planet, because you sort of talk to her and you get a message from her, and then the next minute she's on the television, and then she's on something later on, and you think, when are you sleeping? And the answer is, I've got no idea why. Al says, I've contacted the spirits on many an occasion. Vodka mainly. Alison says, stop being mean about everybody. Well, I'm mean about you, Alison, because you can't even spell your name properly, can you? A-L-Y. I ask you, honestly, is that the real naff one here? John says, what's your honest opinion of Insulate Britain? I don't have any time for them. No time at all, actually. No time. I really wish I had an opinion of them. They're just a bunch of old crumblies sitting in the middle of the road. They're reaching the end of their life, and they've achieved nothing in their life. Crusties. They've achieved nothing. That's why they have to go and sit in the road. It's the only attention they've ever had. Even their friends don't like them because they don't have any friends. They just sit there and people say, do you realise that you're ruining people's lives? Ambulances trying to get through, people who are trying to earn an honest living, and you're just sitting there, mainly because they're retired and they probably got kicked out of work anyway. Ridiculous. Another one here says we've still got Prince Andrew hiding away up here. No, you haven't. No, Prince Andrew has left Balmoral. He came out the other day. When I say he came out, I mean he came out of the gates of Balmoral. Yeah, waving at everybody. He's really got the wrong idea of how people perceive him in this country. Shane said Mr. Whippy was the best ice cream, especially when it had the Cadbury's flake on the top. Well, it wasn't so much on the top, it was stuck into it on the side. Always on the side. It had to be on the side because then you could eat the top of the ice cream. They were nice, Sam, and I liked things like that. Do you know ice cream vans make a fortune? Seriously, they make a lot of money. You're never going to go poor. In fact, the producer, Joe, was charged $5 at a festival. He keeps going to these festivals where they charge him an arm and a leg. And so he had to have an ice cream. And for a hot dog, £10. £10 for a hot dog. It's like that stupid restaurant in Mayfair that charges £680 for a steak. Well, you'd have to be an idiot, wouldn't you, to spend that much money? No steak is worth that much money. Because if you go to Where did they say? He's got another branch in Cairo or something. The same steak, 32 quid. So, want to feel ripped off? Congratulations. Welcome to our world. Steve, 3 degrees, says Kim, here at the minute. Getting too cold for this summer quilt. 15 tog time. It's definitely getting cold. It's definitely getting a lot colder, isn't it? I haven't put the heating on yet. But it's definitely a little bit chilly out there, which is okay actually. And Ian says, I used to love Mr. Whippy if he had strawberry ice cream, but most around Romford only had vanilla. And at one point in my childhood, it seemed like all strawberry soft ice cream disappeared from the ice cream vans. I don't remember strawberry ice cream. Perhaps I should actually, but I do not remember it. Is that your hot dog? Wow, that's quite a size, isn't it? That was a tenner, was it? I bet the profit is huge. That's got to be 8 quid profit at least on those sort of things. But it's a lot bigger than I suspected, Joe. Thank you for sending me a photograph of it. The rolls were always too small. There's nothing worse. Your sausage hanging over one end and out the other end. How are you supposed to eat it? Ridiculous, isn't it? Me Hall's always had experience of things like that before, but it is. And also, I mean, is it like a bratwurst, or was this really a hot dog? It's a bit difficult to tell, isn't it? Whatever it was, bratwurst. It was 10 quid. I do like bratwurst, but 10 quid is just a bit excessive. You don't even get a plate, do you? That's like rip-off time. But as I say, not half as bad as a £680 steak. One reviewer, I think, in the Times said it was average. You know, also the idea that there's this poor little sad man who sort of took out another mortgage thing to go so he could come down to London and go to eat there. It's obviously that's who it's aimed at. If you lived in Mayfair, you'd be sort of selling up and packing your bags and moving out of the area as quick as possible. Here's Michelle Keegan striding along in a denim jumpsuit with her photographer. The Brassic Star. I don't even know what the Brassic Star is. I don't know what Brassic is. Is it some show or something? And she went out and she's wearing faded denim. So dated and looks so awful. I can't begin to tell you. It's called Stonewash. Put it this way, it looked rubbish first time round. It's not coming back. It's only coming back because she thinks it is, because somebody would have given her money to wear it. They say, can you wear this? Oh, yeah, I'll wear that. And it looks awful. Really not good at all. Steps could be up for an attitude award. Can't imagine why. I mean, what on earth can they possibly offer to anybody? I mean, they're about 90 by now, aren't they? They're not young anymore, Steps. You've got Ian H. Watkins. We all know what the H stands for, don't we? And apparently it's their 25th anniversary next year. 25th. Talking of hot dogs, says my friend Ian, because he's in America, land of the hot dogs. Went to the Texas State Fair today. That was today. Their hot dogs were gigantic. Everything is Texas size and most things are deep fried. He said, I had deep fried cheesecake. Everything's deep fried, isn't it? I started watching that bloke who goes round the American Wild West or something and books into these drivers' dine-ins or whatever it is, those sort of things. And 13 more days to go. Oh, this is the State Fair of Texas. Oh, I wish I was in Texas, away, away. And they've got all the things there. Look at the size of these people. State Fair Wine Garden. That looks quite nice. Ooh, all sorts of food, isn't it? I'll tell you what I do like. I do like a good samosa. I like a good samosa. And they seem to... Yeah, no, not from the garage. No, I wouldn't buy anything from a garage. Not even for the food department. Oh, no, thank you. Have you seen the people who work in garages? No, thank you. Definitely not. Strawberry ice cream, Steve, says Jason, was always the one that was left when you bought a Neapolitan ice cream after you ate the chocolate and vanilla. I did it, and you put it in the plate, you let it melt it, and then you stir it all round. I was quite good at that. Stirring it was my main object in life. Tip of the day, when you're eating a hot dog and you get all the toppings on it, spin the sausage round. It makes it easier to eat it. Yeah. It's obviously somebody on medication this morning. Why do I get the medicated ones? Why can't I get people who've been to the hospital years ago and they've got all the medication and it's always worked? And Steve says, Jill, why is Prince Andrew not cooperating with the Americans? Well, he's taking legal advice. And we have to wait and see what happens. At the moment, it's costing his mother a small fortune, and the papers were predicting the other day that her popularity will drop because she's funding him. Why? Because he's obviously spent all his money, bought that silly little ski lodge, didn't he, which he's had to sell. And what does he do? Nothing. He doesn't even pay for his cars. The cars come free. I want to be in the royal family. I want a job like that. Sorry, it's not really a job, is it? It's just basically looking down on the rest of us.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Glyn says, Steve, I remember the ice cream man, one end of the street, and the TV detector van, the other. Hobson's choice, whether to get an ice cream, oyster, or turn the telly off. Actually, people think that the television detector vans can tell if you're watching the television. They can't. They just know that you don't have a licence. That's why you don't see them as often as you used to. Steve says, Doug, we used to bite the bottom of the ice cream, corn it off and suck the ice cream down. I used to try and make it. I'd eat it around the outside until it got smaller and smaller, until it became like an inch tall. It was like a miniature ice cream with a little tiny cornet. I used to do that a lot. That was great fun. And you make a little tiny cornet. It's only when the cream horns, you bite the bottom of it and suck it all out. And that's quite good as well. Oh, can't believe it. Honestly, the mess I used to make. I'm still happy with apple turnover. I don't know why. I just am. It's one of those sort of things. Because you get the apple inside, and you get the flaky pastry, and you get the cream as well, which is very bad for us, isn't it? Very bad for us. So please, if you're a new listener, or if you've just woken up, go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. Click on charity, and that will take you to my page. In fact, I'm at the top of the page. I'm that important, apparently, that I'm at the top of the page. The main story I am, the lead item of my tray. And you can have a look at it, and if you feel so inclined, and I hope you do, you'll purchase one or two, depending on whether you've got friends at Christmas. And they'll be very impressed. People will say, oh, and you've got the tea towel? Yes. And you've got the tote bag? Yes. And I've got the Prosecco glasses. Now you can have the tray to put it all on, which is very nice. You've kind of bought into it. The idea is, I think, to buy it and then put it away somewhere safe. And then in years to come, they'll be saying, do you remember that bloke on LBC, Steve Allen? Whatever happened to him? They go, he's still there. still there. Just bringing out the Steve Allen teaspoon, with my face emblazoned onto it. But the Steve Allen memorial wreath. I went to his funeral, not. But also this other thing, and I think I might be telling you about it tomorrow. Noreen told me. I didn't even know it was going on, Noreen. So I can't say any more. I get into dreadful trouble. The producer goes, don't say anything. He gets quite angry sometimes. Honestly, it's almost a pleasure to watch him sort of changing colour from sort of generally these sort of, pale as a milk bottle to sort of Mount Vesuvius blows its top yet again. Is that volcano still going? It's still going. Still going. Honestly, the poor people on that island, they must be wondering what the hell's going on as this wall of death approaches them. I mean, it really is. We were looking at some pictures of it the other day, and it was moving pictures because they've got cameras on it. And I remember sort of thinking to myself, I'm fascinated by volcanoes, but I don't want to be anywhere near them because it's the pyroclastic cloud, isn't it, which is the thing that can kill you. And unfortunately, as this particular volcano shoves all its molten lava into the sea, what comes off is sulfuric acid. And that's so people being warned, stay well away from it. And you can watch live the La Palma volcano eruption, and you can find it on YouTube. I mean, look at it. It's spectacular. This is right this second, is it? It shows no sign of slowing down, does it? I mean, it doesn't look as though, can't they just go and cap a volcano? Like put the plug back in again, to stop it to go. Boop, 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 boop. But you see the rivers, and apparently there's quite a few rivers as you go round the volcano. And it's quite something, isn't it? That this is burning underneath. The middle of the earth is just full of lakes and lakes of molten lava, which are just desperately waiting to push themselves up. And then how it works, I've got no idea. I just look at it and marvel at the earth. And then it just keeps going. And it's sending this stuff hundreds and hundreds of feet into the air. They went to the Arctic Circle, did they not, some time ago? And they worked out that the permafrost was more than 30 miles deep. 30 miles of permafrost. And they reckon that underneath one bit of the permafrost, which is a solid bit of ice, there was a lake. And I thought it must be a bit like Jules Verne's Journey to the Centre of the Earth, where they go down one of the shafts of a dead volcano, they hope, and they go into another world which is existing, with lakes and trees and everything else. And you sometimes think, underneath all this permafrost, if there is a lake there, what's in it? I mean, would there be fish in there? But because they can't, they know it's there. Well, there might be fish, I don't know. shouting at me at this time of the morning. Honestly, it's only a Wednesday, for goodness sake. And I just imagine that there might be sort of old prehistoric animals swimming around or something like that. Not Nessie. Nessie doesn't exist. You know Nessie. You're only saying that to wind me up, aren't you, this morning? Because he knows it works. As he said, you're out. But, no, I mean, I just imagine that's what it must be like under all this permafrost. If ever, you know, if ever it's sort of thawed out completely, God knows what we discover underneath. But with these volcanoes, I think they were prepared for this one. I think they had all the bits and pieces up there which tell them if there's going to be any activity. But I mean, how is that? Is that a camera or is it a drone or something like that? That's a camera, is it? God, the heat must be absolutely intense. 1,000 degrees. Wow. I mean, look at it. I mean, how long does it go on for? I don't know. It depends how big the lava lake is underneath. And is there something underneath the lava lake which then pushes it up? Or, I mean, how does it work? It's like, which is the biggest... Well, I always used to do that question. I'm going to ask Mihal, because he won't know the answer. I know I'm quite safe with this, but you won't know the answer. What's the biggest volcano in the world? Don't tell him. Don't tell him. The biggest volcano in the world. It is Yellowstone National Park. Who told him? Who told him? It is. The whole park is an active volcano. That's why all the indicate they've got. You know, they actually said if this thing takes off, if it goes, it'll take out most of America. Let's keep our fingers crossed it doesn't. Or maybe we should. Why can't it be France? Why can't France have a volcano? Because they don't seem to appear in France, do they? We don't even have any in this country. So obviously, you know, the fault lines don't extend as far as us. Which is, I think we're actually too sophisticated to have a volcano. Oh, so did you have a volcano in Berkshire? No, we didn't, actually. We didn't want one. We put it to the vote and we said, no, we don't want you. Thank you very much indeed. But no, Yellowstone Park is huge. And they only knew that about 30 years ago, or a bit more than that, when they flew over it. And they looked at it and went, the whole thing's a volcano. Absolutely enormous. So things can happen in volcanoes. There was one volcano on an island somewhere. It's semi-active, but the turtles come up from the beach and go down into the volcano to lay their eggs. And the reason being, the sand is warm, and so it helps them hatch. And then the little turtles have to climb all the way back up the side of the volcano. I mean, it's absolutely huge. And of course, some of the turtles, unfortunately, try and climb up there because they're so big. They fall over, they can't get back over, and they die. And then they become food. And the little turtles get picked up by all these scavengers in the air who see them trying to climb up the side of the volcano. It's quite something to watch. Quite something. I think nature's fascinating, isn't it? That's why we like David Attenborough. That's why we like people like him, because he sort of explains things to us. And you can see it there and then. And then, do you remember there was one of the... there you go. How bad was Hawaii's volcanic eruption for sea turtles? There you go. There's a sea turtle which is sort of trapped. And it shows how much heat they can absorb. Look at it, it's unbelievable, isn't it? It really is just absolutely crazy. But they don't know what to... They're trying to get out because the water must be boiling hot. And so presumably the thing... And they can move a fair whack. Yeah, it seems to be heading towards it. Which doesn't seem to be the best thing to do if you're a turtle. You feel like shouting to it, come away. Come away from the pretty lights and the burning stuff. And people do try and save turtles. It's very rare for turtles to grow to that sort of size and to survive, because they mainly get picked off when they're little baby turtles. But the stuff you can find on YouTube, you could spend all day going on to volcano. I've never heard of anybody falling into a volcano, though. You do get people who go right to the edge of them, and then they will go down. You know that Urta Ali one that we looked at, the one in the middle of the desert, which bubbles 24 hours a day. And people go right to the edge of it, and you think the heat that's coming off it, it's like a lake in the middle of the desert, which is bubbling away. White hot metal, Urta Ali. I think ERTEALI, I think. And that's another one which is fantastic. And people go right to the edge of it because they are volcanologists and they're fascinated, the same as we are, but I wouldn't want to go anywhere near one. Far too blooming dangerous. Far too dangerous. But let's hope that other one burns itself out. But we're not holding our breath at the moment. It's gone on for a few weeks, hasn't it? And now it started tipping into the sea. So once it's full, and of course when it sets rock hard, that's it. You're scuppered. You can't do anything about it. You can't sort of melt it and then dig your house back up. Doesn't work like that at all, does it? So we'll wait and see whether Steps get an award at the Attitude Awards. And it's important to show the human side, they say. People know all the dances for Steps. They know all the dances, that's right, and so each song comes with a dance. Whereas the Beatles, it was just, dun 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 dun. Oh, shake it a baby now, shake it a baby, twist and shout. But with Steps, it's one for sorrow, is it? One for sorrow? No, it was something else. Yeah, one for sorrow. Tragedy, it was. And 5, 6, 7, 8.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Steve, volcanoes always remind me of James Bond. One of the villain's base was inside a large volcano. Yes, it opened up, didn't it? Was it not a fake volcano? I thought it was a fake volcano, and it opened up and he had a big rocket that came out of the middle of it. I used to like the James Bond things. I mean, I keep meaning to sort of force myself to get, but I can't sit for 3 hours at a cinema. I really can't. I'd be asleep in 10 minutes. There you go. Was it Moonraker, or You Only Live Twice? So, look at that. Aren't they fascinating? Aren't they fascinating? Now, that was a film set, the James Bond. So they did an outdoor shot, and then it was based on the film set. Very clever, very, very clever. The fictional headquarters of Spectre. That was for You Only Live Twice. I like, who is it who sang, was it Sheena Easton? For Your Eyes Only. They did a whole retrospect on the television the other day of all the different people who've recorded all the Bond songs. My favourite was Satchmo. Louis Armstrong. We have all the time in the world. That was Bond, yes, because she died. Diana Rigg died. Do you remember? The car went past and somebody leant out the window, that old bag with the knife in her shoe, went poof, and it shot her and he was still talking. No, it wasn't Elmer Fudd. No, please don't go there. But, yeah, and then Satchmo sang We Have All the Time in the World. And it was, I liked all of them. I liked all of the James Bond songs. I don't think there's any. Irma Bunt, a fictional subordinate of Blofeld, based on the literary character, first appeared in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. But Lisa Steppat was the German actress who played her. She had one of those good faces. She looked very butch. But she was unable to capitalise on her new fame outside Germany, as she died of a heart attack only 4 days after the movie's international release. She was buried in Berlin. So only 4 days after the movie's international release, she died. Oh, it's a shame, isn't it? But no, I thought she was great. She looked like a Bond villain. She looked like the governess, didn't she, out of The Chase? She looks like a Bond villain. She wears those same Wagnerian outfits, which I'm particularly partial to as well. Tilly's not looking for love. I think very wise decision. This is Tilly, who is Tilly Ramsey. And she says, yes, I'm single, but I'm here to focus on dancing. I think very wise, actually. That's very sound advice. Not that he would be remotely interested. His name's Nikita. He looks like just sort of a pretty version of sort of any one of a number of pretty boys who can dance at the same time. But Nikita's girlfriend is called Nicole, also a pro dancer. And she's shown her support for the pair. Yeah, but don't try and build it into something it's not, because it's really not. Dawn Neesom's column today, talking about Frank Bruno, because next week, I think you'll find, is awareness for mental health issues. And so he said that he was sectioned, drove him to a new breakdown, the COVID lockdown. Because you remember when we had COVID lockdowns, nobody was going out and or trying not to go out. But the casualties of the past 18 months will far outweigh the death from the actual virus. An estimated 12,000 women are living with undiagnosed breast cancer alone, writes Dawn Neesom. How many more from bowel, lung, prostate, cervical? It's terrifying. We can never go back there again. She's right. I think for men, it's testicular cancer and prostate cancer. So if ever you go in, you have a CT scan and all these sort of things. They're looking for things like that. So, and Frank had to be sectioned. But she talks about insulate Britain, have truly become insult Britain. Never in the history of protesting have a bunch of middle-aged, middle-class tossers set back a cause, she said, as badly. Their latest cunning stunt, the temptation to switch a few of the letters around, is enormous, involving blocking traffic pinch points on some of London's busiest roads. She's quite right, actually. She's quite right. Except we did see members of the public taking the law into their own hands by dragging them off there. You know, silly old people who should know better. Really They should know an awful lot better. We always like Dawn's... how she finds time to do all these things, I don't, seriously. She must be sort of taking some sort of fitness food. What is a fitness food now? I saw something the other day, actually. Is it goji berries or something like that? Superfood. What is that supposed to do for you? Because I mean, I don't want to take something that's not good for me. I don't want people to sort of think I'm just jumping on the bandwagon of a fad or something. But goji berries are a superfood. I think beetroot's quite good for you as well. So what the science says about goji berries: protects the eyes, okay, provides immune system support, protects against cancer, promotes healthy skin, stabilizes blood sugar, improves depression, anxiety and sleep, prevents liver damage. Good Lord above. I wonder where you get those things from. Do they come frozen or something? Sorry? I don't know. I mean, you think Iceland? Don't know. We don't know. We're just doing a little bit of a guess, I think, on that one. But I quite like superfoods. I bought some what do they call them? Apricots the other day, but they were dried apricots, because they're actually... I nearly brought them in, but I thought, no. In between the mince pies and the other things which people are shoving in their mouth. Very sugary, very sugary. What, apricots? Are they? Oh, right. Oh, not so good for me. Not so good for me. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm sure we'll get there eventually. What else we got in the paper today? Oh, there's all these celebrities with their dogs raising awareness of guide dogs' appeal. There was a guide dog named after me. I told you years ago, LBC had a fundraising to buy guide dogs for people. And what we had was the presenters would sit down and they would just ramble for anything up to 20 minutes. No hardship for me, as you can imagine. And then people would dial up a premium rate number and you could listen to the presenter talking. And the longer you listened, the more money was raised for charity. And so I did particularly well on this one, as you can imagine. And I was just rambling on, as you do. And I ended up with two guide dogs. I had 2 Alsatians. I've got photos at home. They said that this is your guide dog, called Steve Allen the First. Then the other one was called Steve Allen the Second. And so, I mean, they probably passed on years ago. It was over 40 years ago now. But I had two guide dogs out there. I remember thinking somebody's very lucky, because you don't see Alsatian guide dogs now. It's mainly labs, isn't it? You're never going to see somebody with a Chihuahua or a rabbit or something like the Jack Russell. Yeah, what you got? Jack Russell. I don't know how is crossing the road precarious. I looked at a dog the other day on the telly. I kept thinking, if I won the lottery and moved into somewhere bigger with a big garden, I'd probably have a little dog. Not a piddly little dog. I don't want one of these little things you stick in your pocket. I want a proper thing that looks like a bit of a... No, not a Doberman, no. No, I don't want something as big as that. There's a woman round our way. She's got an Irish wolfhound. It's huge. I mean, it really is. It's the size of a small trolley bus. It's really enormous. And biggest dogs in the world. The Irish wolfhounds. Are they? Wow. What's funny? Oh, right. I can understand how that would be seen as funny. But it's absolutely enormous. But the trouble is, I just imagine you're going to get a lot of saliva with that. And I'm not necessarily sure if that's a good thing or not. I'll check with Mihal later. He'll know about these sort of things. So there's all these people here, and they've got Dion Dublin with his bull mastiff. I don't like bull mastiffs. I know I should, but I can't really take to them. Martin Clunes has got a Cocker Spaniel, a Russell Terrier, and I mean, he's got 4 dogs. We used to have a Cocker Spaniel. It was lovely, called Jasper. It was lovely. Tilda Swinton has got a Springer Spaniel called Louis, or it could be Lewis. I'm not sure. And who else? Simon Cowell with Squiddly Diddly, Freddie and Daisy. Beverly Knight has got a rescue dog, Zane. Wendy Peters with Springer... Everybody likes Springer Spaniels. They're very good, aren't they? She's got one called Edie, Dorothy and Ted. Chris Packham has got a miniature poodle. 2, Sid and Nancy. I don't like poodles. I should do. I shouldn't be prejudiced against poodles. I'm sure they're really quite lovely. But if you see some of the toy poodles, they're quite big things. They're quite big. They're not little tiddly dogs. Toy poodles. You get some really big toy poodles. The size of mastiffs. Some of them. Yeah. There. Look at this. Look at the little face on this one here. Little cutesy cute little toy poodles. Look at them. They're like the things you put your pyjamas in when you were little. Do you have that? I used to have a dog that looked like one of those, and you unzipped his tummy. I think he was dead. Anyway, and then when you put your pajamas in there, yeah, it was lovely. But they're so cute, aren't they? A toy poodle dog that looks like a cross. So pretty, so pretty. But you've got to wash dogs. You've got to wash them. You've got to make sure, because if you keep dogs, sometimes you don't know. Other people can always walk into your house and they can smell that you've got dogs. Whereas if you live there, you can't necessarily smell that you've got dogs. Anne Maurice goes into people's houses and go, oh, the reason your house hasn't sold is because you can smell dog. And so they then have to get rid of them. And the owner goes, well, I don't think that's right. You know, the house has been on the market for like 15 years and they can't work out why it's not sold. And the reason it's not sold is because people walk in and go, oh, poo. You're supposed to have either fresh coffee brewing or bread. Stick a bread in the oven. And the smell of that apparently is enough to turn people. You can get people, people who walk in and go, that's a very comforting smell. That's why supermarkets pump it out by the entrance. If you go into most supermarkets, it's pumping out the smell of bread. So that you go there so people go, oh, I must get some fresh bread. Because you look at the crusty rolls and you think, oh, they're nice. They used to be in Greggs. 8 crusty rolls for £1. They don't do bread anymore in Greggs. They do rolls and stuff like that. And they put fruit by the entrance, I think, to make people think that they are being healthy, and then they buy loads of other stuff. They always put sweets, don't they, by the checkout, so little kids pick them up and go, oh, Smarties. No, you're not allowed to now. They have to keep it away from them. But kids still pick it up off the shelves. Seriously, I think they think it's all free. Free today. Stephen Bromley says, what dog would you get? I don't know. Actually. I mean, I really don't know. I think what you have to do with the dog is you don't go out there saying, I think I want a bull mastiff or I want a cocker spaniel. I think you go out there and the dog picks you. That's it. I think the dog picks you. Beetroot is superfood, Steve? I think not. I think you find it is. I think you find beetroot's very good for you. Very good for you. Obviously not for you, because it's obviously very expensive. But no, for the rest of us, it's very good. News at 6 o'clock is coming up. And then details of how you can get your hands on a nice bit of transportation. What is it? Oh, if you're a regular listener, you'll know that. And Robbie says you do look a lot taller on the tea tray. Bless your heart. You're Bard.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
My brother just sent me a text. Everybody's up so early this morning. I like it when people are up early. Unfortunately, I was wanting to go. I should have gone down the other week to my brother's place because it was his eldest daughter's birthday and celebrating an engagement at the same time. So Jess and Seb are engaged. And then I haven't seen my godchildren now for a little while. And I wrote to their mum the other day to say, as soon as we get some petrol, I'll pop down. But at the moment, it's a bit of a nightmare for everybody, actually. But strangely enough, the number of electric cars sold in the UK last month neared the figures for the whole of 2019. 33,000 pure electric cars were registered in a record month. That's 50% more than last year, which reminds me, I have another little competition running on LBC. Not to have to worry about the petrol crisis, because everybody else is worrying. I'm worrying about it. I've got a little bit of petrol, but it's just for little bit. I just need to fill up properly. So the sooner we get all that sorted out, the better. But I'm going to give you the chance to win a brand new Mini electric car. So if you've been thinking about switching, especially during all this petrol crisis, the one thing we do still have, of course, is electricity. We do have petrol, we just can't get it to the stations. This is a brand new Mini electric, perfect car to make the transition over to electric vehicles. It's the same iconic Mini style, but with 0 local emissions, so you can feel really pleased with yourself as you zip around the neighbourhood. People will be looking at it, be going, that's smart, and you go, electric. This is a 4-seater, 3-door, comes in silver white, and is trimmed with yellow wing mirrors for an extra distinctive look. You can find it online. Just put in Mini Electric, and you'll see up there's one which is it's got the yellow trim on it. I mean, it's really smart. And also, I think that the silver white is better than white. It's a nice muted colour. Now, if you've never been in one of these new Minis, there's loads of room. Seriously, even 2 large people could get into this one quite easily, and it is 4-seater. So you get 145 miles on a single full charge. And I'm going to throw in £500 extra so you can get an electric vehicle home charging point installed at your house. Then you just come back, you've got a cable, you plug it in, it charges up, you do 145 miles, and it only costs you the electricity. It's a very good deal. Now, for your chance to win, thanks to our friends at Auto Trader, all you have to do is text the word MINI, M-I-N-I, and send it to 84850. So it's MINI, M-I-N-I, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just a £5 from every text supports LBC's charities. Globals Make Some Noise. You don't even see it going. It's not like handing over money or anything like that. It's very easy. Very easy. You've got until 10 p.m. this coming Friday. It's only a couple of days, the 8th of October, to enter. The standard network rate supply, you've got to be 18 or over, and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. The rules you will find at makesomenoise.com. So if you want to be in with a chance of picking up this fabulous Mini Electric 4-seater, 3-door, silver white, yellow wing mirrors, and an extra £500 thrown in so you can get the electric vehicle home charging point installed at your house. It's not bad, is it? Not bad at all. So text MINI, M-I-N-I, and send it to 84850. And that's a really nice, especially in these days of blooming petrol shortages. Well, it's not shortages, it's shortages of getting the blooming thing to the garage. We've got it sitting in tanks, they just can't get it out fast enough. So good luck to everybody entering on that one. Sue Ann says, I've sat on a plane, Steve, 3 hours, 2020. Do go and see No Time to Die. It's an excellent film. Good stunts, enough to keep one awake. It's 3 hours, though, isn't it? I mean, that's the only thing I think. And it's 2 hours 45. Yeah, but some of you had the adverts and all the rest of it. It's got to be 3 hours at least. But, you know, listen, I'm sure it's good, and I'm sure I will get round to it. I'm sure I will get round to it. Dean says, I have a working cocker. He's a happy, friendly chap, but he does need lots of exercise. Yes, they do need... Actually, it depends if you've got them. A lot of Cocker Spaniels end up as working gun dogs, don't they, and stuff like that, trained to bring birds back that have been felled when they do shooting and grouse and stuff like that. But they've all got long hair. They do short-haired versions. So you could always cut it, I suppose. When I was little, Steve, I used to eat beetroot all the time in corned beef sandwiches. Oh... And Catherine says, my wheeze started going red. I was convinced I had internal bleeding. My nan had to take me to the GP as I didn't believe it. It was the beetroot. Yes. I do like beetroot, though. I do like... I don't... the Paul Cooper does fresh beetroot, which they boil themselves in the shop, or you can buy it straight out the ground. And I prefer it when it's all chopped and cleaned and everything else. Makes it easier. I add it to prawn cocktails. And it's very nice with prawn. So I buy a prawn cocktail from M&S and a little tub of their chopped beetroot, mix it all in together. Very cordon bleu, eh? Very cordon bleu. Make Gordon Ramsay a little bit jealous. Living like a king, I am. And it's delicious. It is absolutely delicious. Sue says, No Time to Die, strong females, massive cast, excellent film. You never watched James Bond? Oh, I've seen all the James Bond. I had the box set. In fact, I bought it for people for Christmas, the box set, because you can get all of the films, like the Carry On set, but that's cheap. All the Carry On films for under 20 quid. It's really cheap. Really cheap. Well, Andrew says is it the Kulin Mountains on Skye are the remains of an old volcano. I love the word extinct. An extinct volcano. Sounds very nice. Dean says, I've got an English Bull Terrier, 2 years old. He's the most beautiful dog I've ever had, but people seem to be scared of them. When you don't get bad dogs, you get bad owners. You get bad owners. And somebody else says, a superfood, Steve? Pumpkins. Oh, I hate pumpkins. I hate pumpkins. I can't get into pumpkins at all. I've got a tin of pumpkin puree at home. I couldn't open it. I just don't... No, not pumpkin soup. No, definitely not. I don't like anything like that at all, I'm afraid. It's not my sort of thing. Eric Rogers, who composed 21 scores for the Carry On films. Well, it was all the same, wasn't it, really? It just sort of repeated itself. Sheena Easton was For Your Eyes Only. And I like that. Sheena Easton, very good. Charlie Girling, bless her heart. Hope she's a bit better now. She was not very well, actually. Who was my best Bond? You see, people always say, who's the best Bond, Charlie? And I always say... I liked Roger Moore. I did. I mean, I remember speaking to a friend of mine, Stevie, who is a showbiz reporter, and he said that Sean Connery was the worst. He was such a grumpy man. And so because he was the only person, when he did The Hunt for Red October, who played a Russian submarine commander with a Scottish accent. How does that work? So, he was the first one. And no, it would have to be Roger Moore, because, as you know, Charlie, he came into this building on so many occasions. I thought he was very charming. Very charming, very, very pleasant. And by the way, his wife has just died. His wife, it was mentioned in one of the papers. One of his sons got a restaurant over here. I think she lived in Switzerland. Was her name Louisa? Louisa, yes. This was his third wife. She was 85. 85. And he left her for her Danish socialite best friend after 3 children and 24 years of marriage. But she died. They have 3 children, Jeffrey, Deborah and Christian. But I thought he was nice. I liked Roger Moore. There was something pleasant about him. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but you meet some people, and I've always said to you before, people used to say to me, out of all the people you've interviewed and stuff like that, who was your favourite? I said, the bigger the star, the easier they were to talk to. They really were. They didn't come with any attitude. They didn't come with anything at all. They were there to do a job. They were professional. They were in the business. They knew exactly what to do. I mean, I can tell you some shocking stories of some people who were so stuck up their own rear end. I mean, I never wanted to see them ever again. They were just disgusting, vile. I'm not going to say it because I think it's rude. Well, sadly, most of mine are still alive. But Roger Moore was charming. He really was charming. I said, before, nice. The bigger the star, the nicer they are. And that's why they were the big stars. What am I looking at? Oh, the volcanic eruption. Do you know it started September 19th? They forced the evacuation of more than 6,000 residents. What they're going to do is sit there and wait till it turns up on the back door. Don't open the back door. Don't open the back... Oh, you've opened the back door. We'll never get it out now. That lava, honestly, once you've got it in the sitting room and it clogs up the washing machine, you've had it. Yeah, lava everywhere. And then you look at it going into the sea and you think, oh, that'll be good. It puts it out. What do people think it's going to do? No, it forms another extension to the island. But because of what's in the lava, it emits sulfuric acid. So you've got that hanging over you like the sword of Damocles. No, thank you very much indeed. So that was it. It would be Roger Moore, Charlie. I hope you're better. Hope you're feeling a bit better. She was not too good the last time. Well, in fact, she was bored. She said, I'm bored sitting at home. She was isolating, but she's done very well, very well. Steve, oh, I did. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, do you remember I was going to tell you the water candle? I picked up the thing today. It's called Aqualina. 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 They've said calming mind and body. Has it come up on Amazon? There it is. There it is. And that's the combi candle. And you just charge it up. There you go. The Aqualina combi candle is, I mean, to be honest with you, how much is that one? Have they got a price on it? It doesn't look as big as mine. Mine's quite big. That one, they're there. To the left. No, to the right. That's one there. That one. There you go. Aqualina. How much is it? Oh, blooming things on the... Why don't they put prices on things? Visit the Aqualina store. But you can get this on Amazon. And about 15 quid here. I got them cheaper. I only paid £9 something for me. But it's very nice. And you can add a little bit of oil into it as well, so that your room is permeated with smells. It's quite nice, very nice thing. I like it. So Aqualina, and you'll find it on Amazon. And my friend Duncan says, where can I order one of these short-haired versions of a working cocker? Ours was short-haired. You get some of the long ones, but I mean, to be honest with you, I don't like having to groom them every so often. I'm not into grooming dogs. It's like collies, isn't it, I suppose? Fancy remembering the candle stuff. I'm very good at things like that. I'm getting better. I thought I was getting worse. Sometimes, yeah, you watch, they will sell out. Everybody will want one of these things, because what you do is you charge it up on a USB, comes with a cable, and then you fill it up with water. I mean, you can buy a tray to put it on. Woo! How is this? The tray, 15 quid. The candle, 15 quid. What a bargain. Could your life be any more complete?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Yes, everybody knew that. 6:21. Good morning. Nice to be company. I agree, Steve. Oh, thank you. For Roger Moore was the best James Bond. I've always liked him, and I loved him in Simon Templar. And he was always charming and pleasant, and that's on the screen. So in real life, must have been a real delight. He was so charming. Seriously, always immaculate. And they did a programme the other day on Jackie Collins. Now, Jackie Collins was due to come in to see me, and she fell ill. And I always look forward to seeing her. We would sit down, have a good old natter. She was so genuine, really. I mean, it's she wrote these books about sex and stuff like that. So it was all very clever and all very sort of wonderful. And she went back to America and she died. And her PA wrote to me and said she was so looking forward to coming. I mean, that's how courteous people were who worked around her, and said she was so looking forward to coming in and seeing you. But obviously now it's not possible. Died far too young. Steve, I've just ordered my tray and a candle. I told you, we're going to sell out of candles now. They're not even my candles. Yeah, the tray's very important. Also, somebody says, Aqua. Oh, no, you have to. I'm going to make you listen back to the podcast. If you don't listen properly first time round, I'm going to make you listen to the podcast, because I have 2 podcasts every day on this programme. I have Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra, make of that what you will, and we have the full show where we take out the adverts, we take out the travel. I know for fans of Joanne Webb, there'll be tears and gnashing of teeth, but we take her out, and we take out all sorts of bits and pieces, don't we? And then you can listen back to it. All you have to do, you can listen back to the travel on the Global Player, of course, but why would you want to listen back to old travel? What's the point of that? Last week, there was a herd of wildebeest striding majestically down the Edgware Road. It's not going to be happening anytime soon, is it, really? But, what was I saying? Oh, yes, so we've got all the podcasts. Just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. You can download for free. Not very often somebody gives you something for free in this day and age. And then you can download all of my podcasts, all of everybody else's podcasts. There's Sheila Fogarty's, there's Eddie Mayer's, there's James O'Brien, there's Nick Ferrari, everybody. Ian Dale's, everybody's up there. Ian Dale's got more podcasts than the entire universe put together. 6 podcasts. I don't know where he finds the time. I bow down in homage. Anna says, my maiden name was Moore. Always wish Roger and I were related. Oh, and you and me together, actually. And Steve, I've decided, says Roger, that the £153 million Euro Millions jackpot will change every aspect of my life. Bring it on. I agree with you. Indeed. How lovely that would be. Somebody else was talking about Schindler's List. The movie was 3 hours, 15 minutes. 3 hours, 15 minutes. The trouble is with Schindler's List, I say the trouble with it, because you only have to say to me a film is this long, and I go, oh, my heart drops a little bit. In the case of Schindler's List, it was gripping all the way through. That was something that Spielberg did very, very well. I haven't seen Once Upon a Time in America, but I was reminded that there was that was 4 hours, 11 minutes. Lord, I'm not sure I could do that. But people have graffitiized at Auschwitz-Birkenau, and I think they've put anti-Jewish graffiti on 6 of the huts, basically saying the Holocaust was made up and stuff like that. I mean, the sort of thing you don't ever want to read anywhere at all. 9 barracks were sprayed with the anti-Semitic phrases and slogans denying the Holocaust. The graffiti was found, as I say, at Auschwitz to Birkenau, which was the largest of the 40 camps that made up the Nazi complex. Police are investigating. They've called on anybody who may have been in the vicinity of the death camp on Tuesday morning and witnessed the incident to contact them, especially anybody with photographs taken around the Gate of Death at the entrance to Birkenau and the wooden barracks. I mean, I can't believe somebody would ever do that. There was a horrible story some years ago, I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago, of a school party. You get lots of school parties that go to Auschwitz-Birkenau, and this was a particular group of people from a British school. And in one of the huts, there were lots of pairs of glasses on the floor, making up, the symbol to those people who gave their lives and they left everything behind, their glass, everything else. And these 2 school children had picked up some glasses from there and they'd stolen them. and they were made to take them back again. The most humiliating, embarrassing thing for the school that you could ever imagine. I mean, you don't touch things like this. This is not just a war grave. This is a memorial to the millions of people that died at the hands of the Germans. But to have graffiti is terrible. I mean, at least I think it was about 1.1 million were murdered at Auschwitz in the 4.5 years after it opened. 1 million of them were Jews. The majority of the victims were sent to the gas chambers at Birkenau, and the trains would go in there. They had this fabulous program on the television I keep meaning to check on YouTube called Kitty, Return to Auschwitz. And she was a Jewish lady, and she can't still be alive. She was fairly old when she went there. And they took her back to Auschwitz with her son, who was only about 18, I think, or 19. And she tried to explain to him what it was. Is she still going? Is she still going? It was the most fantastic. 94, there is a God. And Kitty Hart Moxon. And she went back there and she took her son and she stood at the gates of Auschwitz and she burst into tears. And she was trying to explain to her son what it was like. People got off the trains. The trains came in. They were packed. And the people working at the camp knew exactly what was going to be happening. They split the people off. If you were elderly, infirm, disabled, women, lots of people like that, and children, you went in that line there, and only the able-bodied ones they wanted here. And that line there went to the execution chambers. And the people who worked in the camp knew it. They knew what was going on, but they couldn't say anything because they would have been immediately shot by the Nazis. I mean, it was terrible. I mean, on the 6th of April 43, I think when Kitty was about 16, she and her mother arrived at Auschwitz. They found jobs working, wait for this one, with dead prisoners, which was less physically demanding than jobs outside the camp. And to aid in their survival, they took items from the dead and traded those and other items with other prisoners. At one point, Kitty became ill with typhus. And she's of the opinion that the typhus immunization that her father managed to arrange in the Lublin ghetto may have been responsible for her recovery. It was the most touching program you will ever see, because she tried to explain, exactly what it was like, because it must have been so vivid in her mind. So when you hear that people have graffitiized or stolen anything from the camp, that's about the worst crime. You remember somebody stole the sign from Auschwitz. Somebody actually took the sign and stole it, and they brought it back some years later. No, they did actually take it. It vanished for a little while. They did find it, and I think the person was imprisoned, and I think it was a Swedish man, jailed for 2 years and 8 months because he plotted the theft of the Arbeit macht frei, which was the Auschwitz entrance sign. I mean, it was stolen in December, recovered in 3 pieces 3 days later. I mean, just really breaks your heart. Coming up to the news at 6:30 this morning. So Arlene Phillips in all the papers today, changing the subject, she's been invited to go back to Strictly Come Dancing because she had a stint on I'm a Celebrity. They dropped her from Strictly Come Dancing years ago, and now they're going to use her on the ice panel. John Barrowman, wait for this one. I only learnt this morning. John Barrowman was not dropped from the Dancing on Ice programme. He wasn't fired by ITV. They said, we never fired him. We just changed the panel every so often. They're still using him for a John Barrowman at the musicals programme. So he wasn't fired. They just decided to change the panel. Yes. So for all the people who went, oh, he was fired because he kept getting his bits and pieces out, it turns out it was not the case. He was not fired. They just decided to change him on the panel because it was a family show and they didn't want somebody standing up getting their willy out. Occupational hazard, I suppose, if you're John. Steve, Roger Moore was too nice ever to be James Bond. He was always the saint, says Andy. No, he was perfect as James Bond. Perfect. Also, the film was the right length, which is simple as that. Steve, I've just won $50, says Shane. I think my luck has changed. I got a scratch lottery card. If you listen to this programme, you will always be lucky. Especially if you purchase one of my trays. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I mean, listen, you wake up early in the morning. Lots of people do it. You're part of a very, very special club. And a special club. Somebody might be walking off with this Mini. And somebody somewhere will be going on a lovely holiday to the Maldives. We've got all sorts of nice things happening. And we haven't even got to Friday. But thank you for purchasing the trays. I'm very, very grateful.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7. Now, this week, as you know, we're giving you the chance to get hold of a piece of Steve Allen Show memorabilia to raise money for LBC's charities. Globals Make Some Noise, which works this year with around 100 small charities all over the country. One of the charities we're supporting this year is To Wish, based in Cardiff. Now, they provide support to anybody affected by the sudden or unexpected death of a child or a young person. Rianne lost her 1-year-old son to pneumonia. 5 days later, her husband Paul took his own life. She founded To Wish to provide the support and coping mechanisms her own family did not receive. And this is her story.
It was just a normal evening. Georgie was crawling around on the floor. He suddenly rolled backwards. He was rushed to the local A&E. And within 2 hours of being admitted, George passed away. We just couldn't believe that our little boy, who was crawling around at home, who was 1 the week before, was now gone. Paul and I really struggled. And on the 5th day, Paul was very, very upset. He went out in the car for a drive, and it was about an hour and a half after Paul had left the house that there was a knock at the door, and I could see that it was 2 police officers in uniform. Paul had died. He took his own life and was never coming home. It was only a few weeks after the boys died that I decided I wanted to help the local hospital, and that was it. To Wish supports families who lose a child or young adult suddenly and unexpectedly. The model I based To Wish on was actually what we never had. When George died, the wonderful nurse on duty walked from one end of the hospital to the other, looking for somewhere for us to sit. Families needed that quiet space, and we actually created a family room for those who'd lost anybody. And then we just started looking at other hospitals. We have memory boxes. We have ongoing counselling and support, and we also have an immediate support pathway, and we will then support the family from the moment they've lost their child.
And that's what we raise money for. Little charities like that To Wish based in Cardiff. Such a sad, sad story. But with your help, we can send money to these charities to enable them to keep furthering on with the work that they do, which provides much needed help for people at their lowest ebb. You can't imagine what it must be like to lose a child and then to lose your husband within 5 days. So that's why we appeal to you as often as we can, once a year, to raise millions of pounds that go towards, as I say, this year, over 100 little charities you've never heard of. But if you go to makesomenoise.com, you'll see a map and you can see all the little charities that we're helping this year. You can click on and you can see what the charities do. And I think you'll have to agree, once you've been through them, it's such a worthwhile cause. And so this year, having got a tea towel and a tote bag and Prosecco glasses. Can't imagine why we ever did Prosecco glasses, as if I ever touched the stuff. Spill most of it. So this year it's the Steve Allen tea tray. Raising money. It's the must-have item for everybody who listens to this programme or who listens anyway to the radio and wants to make a bit of a difference. All the money raised from sales of the tea tray will go to LBC's charities. Globals Make Some Noise. It's got the picture of me. Mr. Moyles was very cruel about it a moment ago. Somebody said the other day I look fairly old on it. I think it's a caricature. They're supposed to look like that. I'm not supposed to look young and vibrant. I've not been young and vibrant for about 15, 20 years. Can't remember the last time I was young and vibrant. But it's by Robert Lee Hensby, who did the illustrations for the tea towel and the tote bag. So it's only available till Friday of this week, till 10 a.m. this Friday, which is the 8th of October. The tray costs £15. And that's free postage and packing for UK customers. If you're an overseas customer, and I know many of you are and have ordered from us before, international postage and packing rates will apply. Orders will be shipped in December. You get them for Christmas. Whee! You can order yours right now. Go to lbc.co.uk, click on the charity section, and of course all the proceeds go to LBC's charity, Globals Make Some Noise. But if you go to Globals Make Some Noise or just makesomenoise.com, you'll see the map and you can see how many areas of the country we are covering this year with 100 little charities. And you can do your bit, and we'll have some more stories for you tomorrow, all of which are seriously break your heart. It makes you reach for the credit card immediately. Carol says, I've just ordered the candle. Honestly, the power of the radio is absolutely phenomenal. They won't have any left, will they? At least mine's on the way, actually. And they said only 15 left when I order. Roll on December to get the train time for Christmas breakfast in bed. Carol, I'm going to make it happen. Connie says, it was said if Lewis Collins would have been alive, he would have been the perfect James Bond. I'm not a Benedict Cumberbatch fan, but I think he would be a great James Bond, says Connie. Lewis Collins, yeah, they'd have to butch him up a little bit. They would have to have butched Lewis Collins up because he was they had to keep telling him, do that bit again, bit butcher. Because he was supposed to be a hard man. He was sort of one of these. I never really saw The Professionals, but I did watch little bits of it, but I never quite understood it. I never did. Sidcup Julie says, I bought my tray. I saw a handsome man modelling the tray on the website. Whoopee! Yeah, there's obviously another picture. It's not the picture of Ian Dale you've got up there, is it, you're looking at? A lot of people say we look very similar. They don't, actually. Nobody says that. Jim in Dundee. Morning, Jim. Says, I've got my tray, Steve. Thank you. And Steve, I heard about Paul and George earlier this week. I cried then and I cried now. Says Lisa, Spiker from Guildford. She says, I bought a couple of trays. Thank you. It seriously makes such a difference. I don't like... I've always been sort of anti... things that tug at the heartstrings, but sometimes when you hear certain stories and you think, can I do anything to help? And the answer is yes, you can, and that's why you've supported us over the years. Brian says 2 evenings ago, really funny thing happened. Tom, who's staying in for Eddie, received a call from a regular listener who proceeded to ask what his name was. Tom said Eddie Mayer. Well, the whole convo continued referring to Eddie. Tom could hardly reply back to the listener for laughing. I'd forgotten, actually. Does that mean we don't get the Steve Allen soundbite? We still get it. We don't get it. No, we only get it when Eddie Mayer's there, actually. And Ian Dale mentioned that 3 Manchester ladies stopped him as he strolled through the Manchester streets to ask, was he James O'Brien? You can imagine how Ian replied, and the conversation finished, I'm Ian Dale, to which one of the ladies said, oh, I listened to you. He laughed. A caller called Darren Adam the other day. I know. How could you not know the person who you're listening to? I mean, I don't find it insulting if somebody sort of wrote to me with another name, but thank goodness. You imagine we were taking phone calls, and they called me Alan or something like that, or Sybil, or Edith. It is funny though, people. You sometimes wonder what people are listening to. When there's so many. Ways that you will hear the presenter's name, either with them saying this is Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC, or the actual voiceover man is saying you're listening to Steve Allen on LBC with Early Breakfast. It's the way it works. Petrol prices soared by 22 pence in a year, bringing more misery to millions of motorists for Christmas. Last month's rise of 1.5 pence a litre for unlead and 2.5 for diesel are unrelated to the shortages that grip the nation. The barrel price has broken through the $80 mark. So as we head towards Christmas, they could see unleaded hit a record 143 pence a litre. Have you noticed, or you probably haven't noticed, but all the Shell garages round our way, they used to have a big sign outside with the price of petrol. They've turned them off. You know why? Because they keep hiking the price up there. So you pull in, you don't know until you're at the pump how much that is going to cost you. Yeah, nice surprise for you as they rip you off. It's disgraceful. One here. It says, Sidcup Julie says, you're the handsome man modelling the tray. To my relief, you look very well. I know. Steve, I always hear you say Sidcup Julie, but you never say Bexley Joe, and we live nearby. Could that be my new name? You have to put it at the bottom of your texts, and then I can do that. Thank you, Steve Allen, for mentioning the graffiti at Auschwitz. Says Susan. My son has arrived in Poland this morning with a group of Jewish people that he's training to be educators and guides in Eastern Europe and the death camps. I'm sure he'll be very upset to see what's taken place. Breaks my heart. Absolutely. I don't know how anybody could ever do that. These people must be sick. They really must be sick in the head. Why would you ever want to do that? But, that's what the world is made up of, isn't it, really? Apparently, Lewis Collins, he was told he was too aggressive when he tried out for the role in the 80s. Well, I've got Lewis Collins stories that might change your mind on that one. Not even after the break, actually. And Steve, can you repeat the details of the candle? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I hope my one's on the way to me. I should be very disappointed if it's not. But they'll be all of a sudden very surprised, going, why all of a sudden are we selling loads of these candles? I don't want any more to go, thank you very much indeed.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
The trouble is, there's only me here. Doesn't actually make... We were talking about a control over microphones, and I have no control over the microphone, as you probably guessed. But perhaps I could have, actually. I have a little control panel in it. It's probably best not to, though. I don't think I could cope with two things to think about today, definitely. Steve, I'm Sidcup Charlotte, and a spiker who's bought a tray to go with my tea towel, tote bag and Prosecco glasses. You are what we call a special person. You know, people who've supported LBC and supported Make Some Noise, and you've given generously. You're a star listener. In fact, you're almost an honorary member of the Groovy Gang. Almost an honorary member of the Groovy Gang. So they're all making a big deal about Adele, the first song in 6 years, and she's now deciding. They think she's worth about 140 million. She's deciding where she wants to work in Vegas. There's a contract apparently on offer. It's either one hotel or the Caesars Palace. And I think she'll probably end up at Caesars Palace. Although whether the Americans are going to take to swearing and everything, I don't know. They're a bit funny about things like that, aren't they, the Americans? You don't think it's part? I don't know if it's part of the act. I'm not sure. I remember the Americans went into meltdown when some pop star, I can't remember which one it was actually, exposed a bosom on television. It was during It was during the Super Bowl, and America went into meltdown. They couldn't. Janet Jackson. All of a sudden, she didn't know that her bra had sort of swung open. A bit like Judy Finnegan. She had no idea that, and everybody was laughing and pointing and all the rest of it until somebody came up and sorted it out for her. I can't remember the person who sorted out Judy Finnegan. Tell me it wasn't John Barrowman. Who was it who actually sorted out poor old Judy Finnegan when her bra was sort of... People were laughing and everything else. So who actually... I mean, all of a sudden, she was on display. Or is it Les Dennis or anybody? Nobody seemed to notice that her coat had come apart and she was showing you her bra. And Richard, of course, was chatting away, absorbing himself in the whole thing. And then Judy Finnegan was there. And we all... Amanda Holden. Was she the one who went up and said, "Cover yourself up, woman"? Les Dennis was there and everything. It's ever so funny. Honestly, by Jove, I tell you, don't get many of those to the pound. So, Adele, first new song for 6 years. And she, tempted a little bit out into the media of the video and stuff like that, littering, basically. And it'll probably do very well indeed. She's very popular, and people seem to like her, and it comes out on the 15th of October. So not too long I can't believe that we're whizzing through October. I really can't believe that we're whizzing through October. 1 in 10 will have diabetes in 2030. Hello, welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. It happens to an awful lot of people. Tesla are triumphing in the electric car's best sales month ever. However, if you go for my Mini Electric, that's a nice one to have. Number one is Tesla Model 3, prices from £40,000. If you go for a VW Golf, prices from £23,000. A Toyota Aygo, prices from £13,000. It's amazing, they're all about the same sort of price. The Vauxhall Corsa, prices from £17,000. This is for a brand new car, but it's electric, which is good. And so people are obviously enjoying that. I mean, I don't know how much mini electrics are. I have no idea. Wait a minute, I'm just having a quick look. There's also the Kia seems to pop up a lot. In fact, there's a couple of those on there. I don't know what the Mini is, but there's another chance to win the Mini Electric tomorrow on my programme, so that's very nice indeed. I'm trying to find out whose birthdays we're celebrating today. They always tell me it's always somebody very famous, or somebody as famous as you can just about get. And who do you think it is today? It's Britt Ekland. Britt Ekland's birthday today. She was the Swedish actress who starred in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's 79. Somebody said, "What do you get out of being on I'm a Celebrity?" She said nothing except a urinary tract infection. Poor soul. She stays in shape by doing Pilates with her chihuahua and running backwards. I've seen people doing the running backwards bit. Ricky, are these other birthdays today? Good Lord above. Ricky Hatton celebrates his birthday. He just ballooned, didn't he? Frances Tomelty, the Northern Irish actress. Melvyn Bragg celebrates his birthday today. They don't tell you how old he is. Eileen Derbyshire from Corrie. Emily Bishop. She's not... How old? 91? Good Lord above. 91? Crikey, you'd never have guessed that one, would you? Go back down the other end of the list again. Melvin Bragg, blah, blah, blah. And, Billy Murray, the actor. It's his birthday today. How old's he? 80. He knew the craze, I think. I'm sure there are pictures. Billy Murray was pretty boy. Very, very pretty boy when he was younger, and I think Ronnie Kray took a bit of a liking to him, which I don't think you kind of turned away because Ronnie Kray was a psychotic lunatic, I'm afraid. And there's a picture of him, I think, Billy Murray sitting down. He's a very good-looking boy, and that's probably haunted him forever and a day. Lots of people with their... It's amazing how many celebrities have got dogs. Amazing. Included Jim and Imelda. That's Imelda Staunton and Jim from Downton. And also Fiona Bruce. She's got an Irish terrier called Molly, who looks nice. She's got lots of books in a library. Also born on this day in 1914, Joan Littlewood. She was the London-born theatre director, made her name with Oh, What a Lovely War and A Taste of Honey. Carol Lombard, born in 1908, died in 1942. And another one here, which is... from the Daily Mail archive in 1936, on this day, 1936, 200 men, the marchers from Jarrow, arrived in Chesterley Street on the first stage of the journey, which in 3 weeks will bring them to London. The marchers are bringing a petition signed by the 12,000 people. In 1936, 200 men began the Jarrow Crusade as a protest against unemployment and poverty. At least they got exercise. When David Furnish took over his husband Elton John's business affairs, he was accused of causing a split. But he's getting rid of the dross, says Elton, with a capital D. But he's now going to receive a joint honour with Sir Elton. They'll be given the first Artist and Manager Partnership Award at a Bloomberg ceremony next month. I've never heard of such a thing. So it's obviously something they've sort of come up with. Also, prices. Everything's going up. Tank of fuel for the family car. A year ago, £58.70. Now, £70.20. Typical rail season ticket, £4,179. Now, £4,288. I mean, the prices are just unbelievable. Second-hand Ford Focus, up £1,680. Oh, Prosecco. Where's Prosecco? A bottle of Prosecco. It's £8 now. Well, actually, it's not. The one that they're selling here is one sold in Marks and Spencer's, and it's £10. Only very occasionally do you get it for £8 when they're discounting it, but normally it's £10. This much I do know. This much. Oh, I've got to go. I just realised, honestly. Happily sitting down here complaining about the price of Prosecco. Thank you for your company. Thank you for buying the tray. Thank you. A million thank yous. Don't forget my free little bit extra podcast. Maura Higgins' new photo shoot has turned a few heads and possibly a few stomachs. Adele's deciding where to have the Las Vegas residency. Anywhere that Matt Goss hasn't been would be my advice. And all the news from the Hello Awards, featuring lots of people we'd like to say goodbye. Morning, everybody. Welcome along to Thursday. I trust we find you well. A bit nippy out last night. A little bit... Well, I say last night. It was just nippy, full stop. But I refused to put the heating on. I don't need to put it on just yet. I think, if in doubt, stick on a dressing gown, take the kids to school. All this having to sort of, turn the heating on. We'll sit this... Well, the first time we had central heating put in years and years ago, God knows how many years ago now, but it was quite a novelty. The house, big house, but no central heating. We had it put in. It was like sitting in a sauna. We had to open all the blooming windows. So my father went and turned it off. He said, we'll worry about that later, shall we? Uri Geller, mad as a broomstick, says it was extraterrestrials who took Facebook and WhatsApp down. I mean, honestly, does anybody believe this barking mad person? I really can't get it. Saddest picture you'll ever see in the papers today. Very sad picture. I'll tell you about that in a moment. 4-hour delays after the airport e-gates fail again. And George Michael's former lover convicted of graffitiising on a church. Thank goodness George Michael left him nothing in his will, obviously knowing what a sort of person he was. He graffitiised the church and then claimed afterwards, A, he didn't know it was a church, and secondly, he didn't know it was illegal. They couldn't get him out of George's house. You remember, for ages and ages, then he started vandalising places. I think George made the right decision. Leave him nothing. Nothing at all. Kylie's devoted fan can't get the thought of her going home out of their heads. Who cares? I love the idea that people think this is something new. Kylie's leaving us to go and live in Australia, of course. She's Australian. And so she's been going backwards and forwards. She's got dual nationality. She's got British and Australian passport. She goes backwards and forwards anyway. And in the papers, there's people practically breaking down. Oh, I can't believe it. Why can't she stay here? Well, you never knew her when she was here. What's the point of it? Stalkers. Fergie praises the Queen. Oh, shut up, Sarah, for goodness sake. Honestly, make yourself sound a bit silly. The police chief calling for a ban on fireworks. Mr. Misery there. Oh, sorry, don't you enjoying yourself? And by the way, I want to ban Christmas trees. He hasn't said it yet, but I'm sure that's on the cards. Christine McGuinness wants to wear lingerie out on the town. Tacky. But there you go. Tacky, tacky, tacky. She's been on the Housewives of Cheshire. She contributes zilch to it. John Chalice's widow, luckily, has his parking ticket cancelled as an act of kindness. They decided to not charge him. He's dead, of course. But they said, no, we will cancel the ticket. That's the first time I've ever heard of that happening. So the thing to do is amass as many tickets as you can and then die. Because they'll cancel them all, so nobody will have to pick up the bill afterwards. Naked Attraction could be going live. Oh dear, I don't want to see ugly people on the stage. Thank you very much indeed. And the latest confirmation for Dancing on Ice, the next Z-lister, Brendan Cole. Can't get arrested, can he, really, poor soul. Who did he hate dancing with on the television, he told us? Lulu. Said he hated her. They didn't get on at all well, and he said she was possibly the worst person he's ever come across. Really, I mean, I've met Lulu. She's quite charming. Perhaps she couldn't cope with Brendan because of his naff arrogance. Killer jellyfish in the UK, 160 foot long. That's what they say. This is they look like bits of seaweed hanging down from underneath it. Don't touch the hanging bits, as they say. So the jellyfish is way over there, and the trailing bits are the bits that sting the fish. And so that's how they cope. Also, the thick people who drop their kids off whilst wearing pyjamas. I mean, really, you've never seen such a bunch of people who come from another planet. Plus, the boffins who say booze is not bad for your health. Oh, the latest I'm a Celebrity signing, Richard Madeley. Embarrassing, isn't it, really? Obviously no other work on the cards. And Montana Brown say trolls left her paranoid. We don't know who she is either. I'm sorry, I can't help you on that one. But, you know, that's the way it goes, isn't it, nowadays? You have these sort of non-eventual people, and they turn up and you go, what are you, dear? And they go, I was on a reality show. Yeah, no, sorry, what do you do? I was on a reality show. No, I'll ask you again, because you're obviously a bit dim. What do you do? I was on a reality... Oh, go away, for God's sake. Too boring for words, aren't they? And then they stick them on things. I remember laughingly Gemma Collins turning up on one of these 8 out of 10 Cats type programmes. I mean, she was out of her depth. She just sat there taking up an awful lot of my television space. And I was sort of thinking, what is she doing on there? Did you notice? Who was the person who didn't get any coverage in the newspapers after her dismal appearance on Question Time? Amy Hart. Nothing. Nothing that I didn't watch. I was busy. I think I was washing next door's cat at the time and decided I didn't want to watch it. But she didn't get any coverage out of it at all. Why? Because she's nobody. Just somebody who's on a reality show who went into rehab because she got dumped by a boy on there and then started making up stories. They all go that route, don't they? It's like that nasty little piece of work, Roxanne Pallett. Do you remember Roxanne Pallett? She was in Emmerdale. Her sole purpose in life, it appeared to be, was to lie about people. She lied about a bloke on Emmerdale and Corrie, and did her fake crying in the diary room, and then she turned out to have been a liar, and she'd lied about quite a few people. She was trying to destroy him. Oh, he said this, he did this, and I was looking at her thinking, do you know that all this is caught on camera? All caught on camera, and she was exposed as the liar, which she was. But anyway, sealed her fate, because everybody then knew what she was. He was sitting in the diary room. He couldn't understand why she told lies about he'd hit her and all this kind of stuff. She was a vile piece of work. And it turned out she'd done it before, actually. Definitely what? Oh, definitely lies. Absolutely, yeah. In fact, when she came out, there was nobody there to greet her coming out, and they had to explain to her, you know, you told lies about him, you were trying to destroy him and all the rest of it. She was a horrible piece of work. Horrible. But she was lying to all the other people in the house, trying to get their support by saying, oh, and he punched me here and it hurt, and this, and I don't want to be bullied anymore. And it turned out she was just lying. Ghastly bit. So she ended up getting married to some bloke in America. Obviously didn't know her track record. You'll find out, mate. You'll find out. And John says, bit late to put pigs in blankets. They've been dead for weeks. Well, they're trying to save them at the moment. They're trying to save them. Farmers don't want to destroy them, but they're going to have to. I don't know. Why can't they just let them grow up? I mean, is that too simplistic of me to say that? You don't have to kill piglets. Just let them grow up and wander about and eat nuts and everything else. Well, they'll have to find the room for them. You know, let's start colonising the moon. You know, but the farmer here, he's facing a criminal choice to cull the animals while starving people remain in the world. Well, ship them abroad then, dear. I don't quite understand what's so complicated about this. Well, then take thousands and thousands. We cull thousands and thousands. Kate Morgan says, unless the government acts to solve a nationwide shortage of butchers and abattoir workers, she may have to kill the pigs on her East Yorkshire farm. Well, what's the difference between you killing them on the farm and them going to the abattoir, dear? I mean, is there any sort of problem with that? Well, why will they not go to meat? Why will they not go to if they go to well, she can do it. She's a farmer. She's supposed to know about these sort of things. They don't take up that much room, pigs. They just sort of wander about. You don't have to talk to them or do anything else. What's the matter with this? All these farmers, moan, 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 moan. Yeah, God, honestly. You know, you were the one that sort of let them all get pregnant. As I said before, stick condoms on pigs and you wouldn't have so many piglets running around all over the place. But we all love them, don't we? We love little piglets because they're cute. And then a while ago, there was all those, let's just call them crooks, shall we, who were selling little piglets and pretending they were teacup piglets and they weren't going to grow any bigger. And they turned into sows and everything. Oh, you know, yeah, they were because when they're little babies, they're only tiny. And so people were selling them, saying £300 for a teacup piglet. And then they just grew and grew and grew and grew because people love being ripped off. You know, it's great. Killer jellyfish. Steve, fab title for a horror movie. Killer jellyfish. Well, the trouble is, when we used to get them washed up on the beaches in Hong Kong, we would sort of we used to avoid them like the plague because they were too dangerous. And sometimes you get swarms of jellyfish that can run miles and miles and miles. They move fairly fast. All they do is like that, and they sort of propel themselves forward. I didn't like. Do you know lobsters hang on to each other when they're going along the seabed? They all cling onto each other's tails. It looks like they're going to a dance doing a do-si-do, which I quite like. But no, piglets, I mean, perhaps they should just give them to people, you know, and then you can do your own bacon at home. Can't be that difficult, can it? We can manage that. Or give them to people. You know, there must be people here who can be butchers. You have to just train, honestly. Do you know, I seem to remember when I was born, I was living in a nice country. With the help of the government at the moment, we seem to have sort of dragged it down to the new depths. Still no petrol around our way. Still no petrol. Might not be turkeys for Christmas. And Boris still going, it's great, isn't it? Yeah, because you haven't got to queue for bloody petrol, mate. That's why. I feel so much better. Slurp of tea always makes the world better, doesn't it? Which I quite like, actually. Gemma Collins still trying to get herself pregnant. I know, as if. And how long do you take to decide whether a house is right for you? The boffins say 25 seconds. You walk into a house. When I walked into my house, I had a house some years ago, I knew within seconds. I walked in there and I went, love it. Stripped pine everywhere, green twist, not even 25 seconds. I knew instantly. Instantly I knew. And it was a house with no central heating. So I had, there was a gas fire at the bottom of the stairs. You put that on and that heated the whole of the upstairs. No, it had an inside loo. But it was at the back of the house. It was a downstairs loo. It was a sort of a mid-terrace. But I knew immediately I walked in, it had everything that I liked about it. They had strip pine furniture, and I had pine furniture at the time, and it was absolutely ideal. Made a bit of money on it as well. Abby says, I woke up bang on time for the spike today. I move house. I've been really busy, so quickly brought my tea tray in case I forgot, says Abby, who's in Ripon, which is in Yorkshire. Only one day to go on the tea trays. Only one day to go. Woo. Exciting. And tomorrow might have other news for you. And today we've got the mini electric as well. Plus, I was showing one of our boys out in the newsroom, Dominic, and I said to a casual conversation. I was sort of getting dressed as he was getting undressed, and he had to take his clothes off when he came in. Well, he didn't have to take all of them off. You know, I said to him, please don't take them all off. And I said, do you like pork scratchings? Now, unfortunately, I'd obviously said the wrong thing because A, he's northern. And of course, I mean, that's literally like, you know, waving a sword of Damocles in front of somebody. He was so excited. I could see him salivating from where I was. And so he said, I do like them. He said, but they are quite fattening, pork scratchings. And I got sent from the Snaffling Pig pork scratchings, but not just pork scratchings. James O'Brien has got one as well. So when you hear him talking about it, it's an advent calendar for pork. It's huge. I mean, seriously, it's enormous. And so Dominic said, what flavours are they? So in this particular one, they've got perfectly salted, low and slow barbecue, marvellous maple, pigs in blankets, black pepper and sea salt, and salt and vinegar. That's all in this advent calendar, and you sort of pop it out, and I don't think I've ever seen an advent calendar which is made out of sort of, what do they call them? Pork scratchings. I seriously never even heard of it before. But they said, this is our porky advent calendar for 21. You're in for a real pig-in treat. Real pig-in treat. I love it. And so you can tuck into 24 days of pork crackling flavours. December is sorted. And they've ditched the plastic as well, so there's no plastic. And none of them come in the shape of a bell or even Santa, but they are the perfect antidote to a chocolate calendar. I mean, Dominic's gone mad for it. Seriously, honestly. All of a sudden, I became his new best friend. He was like, oh, see, we got that, apparently I'll buy it from you. I'm not interested, Dom. Not interested, mate. Right, so we've got lots to get through on the programme this morning, including the new vegan version of dairy milk chocolate. It's full of calories and it's triple the price. You see, if you're vegan, you have to pay for it. You have to pay for it. And much as though you don't want to. I don't blame you, actually. I feel you've been taken advantage of.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Woo! My ex Groovy Gang member Thomas has written to me, bless his heart. He said, finally managed to get round to ordering my tea tray. You talking about pork scratchings is really making me miss home. Hope you're otherwise well, boss. I am very well, very well. I hope you're well. You look as good as ever. And he's ordered a tea tray. Look at that. That's somebody who's worked on the programme and orders the tea tray. I still remember, as I've said to people before, when we first did these items for Make Some Noise, we got so excited in the studio. Thomas was whizzing backwards and forwards on his chair. Corey didn't know what was going on, and it was fantastic. So we sold quite a few thousand of the trays, and we got the mini electric to give away. We had a holiday in the Maldives, arriving by seaplane, which is very nice, and then there might be something else tomorrow, which I've alluded to, but I can't tell you what it is yet because I don't think they've signed all the contracts. So that's the way it goes at the moment. But anyway, I hope you're well, Thomas. It's always nice to hear from you, as you know. Stacey Solomon's given birth to her fourth child, which is rivetingly exciting. Woman gives birth to baby is not my exciting headline at all. Richard Madeley signing up for this year's I'm a Celeb. He must need the money. They say 200,000, so take 50% off for tax. So he's done it for 100,000, and he was in the show's spin-off. He's already done a show spin-off for this thing ages ago, and he's agreed to don the famous red trousers. He's married to Judy Finnegan. He's only 65. She's 73. Of course, I'd have paid good money to see old Judy Finnegan in there, wouldn't you? That would be well worth it. But he's a favourite with TV execs. But he did fly to Oz in 2019 to support James Haskell, who's married to his daughter, the attention-seeking Chloe, the one who can't drive properly and had certain, let's just call them issues, shall we? Okay, much easier. Anyway, luckily she sort of disappeared as well, which is good news. And so I just keep getting the picture. The producer yesterday sent me a picture of his hot dog, which apparently wasn't a hot dog at all. It was bratwurst, and it was £10. £10. He went to one of these rock festival type places. I mean, seriously, it's not his sort of thing at all. He's way too old for that. But he went there and he spent £10 on that. And if you wanted, what was the thing that was a fiver? Was that an ice cream? Was a fiver? A Mr. Whippy. It's an awful lot of money, isn't it? Anyway, so Richard Madeley has been providing jaw-dropping telly moments for decades. mainly because people are taking the mickey out of him. That's the trouble. He doesn't know about it. He was joking about the weather girl Lucy Verasami's short denim dress shrinking, and she laughed it off. He asked gay Pet Shop Boys singer Neil Tennant, "How's your wife?" I mean, I've interviewed him. He is actually quite sweet, but I don't think he realises that most of it is irony, and it doesn't work. Chloe was just always an attention seeker. She's almost as bad as that Tyndall bloke who's married to Princess Anne's daughter, Zara. He's a bit of a failure on everything. Every reality show he's ever been on, he's lost. Totally useless. Totally useless. And yet they all turn up the other night to the Attitude Awards. Tom Daley dressed up like a cowboy, which was lovely. They also had Frankie Bridge. Why? She's not gay or lesbian. What was she doing there? I don't quite... Can't they find anybody? Mylene Klass was there. Ashley Roberts wearing very little, dear. I mean, I understand it's a celebration of LGBT culture. But, what is Ashley Roberts wearing? Have you heard about dressing up properly, love? Don't want to be rude about it. Fleur East was there. Why? I've got no idea. Frankie Bridge turned up for the opening of an envelope, and Laura Bloomin' Whitmore. God in heaven. And Miley, the only one who looks decent is Tom Daley. Tom Daley looked decent because he's fit and he's buff and he can swim and he can dive. I couldn't even climb to the top board. Every time I see him up there and he puts his toes just over I feel physically ill. Seriously, I'm sure if I jumped off the top board, I would have a heart attack on the way down. Definitely. Poor Jacqueline Josser, I'm sorry to mention Jacqueline Josser, is being probed. Not at this precise moment, but obviously during the daytime, by HMRC after allegedly failing to pay a tax bill of £32,000. Apparently she shut down the firm she used to handle cash from her role as Laura Branning, but she now has to cooperate with investigation into a transaction made by the businesses. So in papers filed to Companies House this week, it's claimed she owes $43,000, which includes $21,000 in tax and $10,000 in VAT. The rest is said to be owed to another creditor. So I've just paid my VAT. I did it online. I've never done it online before. I did it by myself. Well, my accountant had to say to me, "This is what you do, Steve." And I did it. Yeah, you have to turn the computer on to start with. Oh, did you know? Here's a little thing. Do you have an Apple phone? How do you know when your Apple phone is recording what you're saying or filming you? Little dot. That's right. When you go onto the camera. Have you heard of this, Mihal? Oh, you've heard? Oh, right. I'd never heard about it. You go onto the camera, and in the top right-hand corner, there's a little dot. If it's a green dot, that means it's okay. Doesn't that? I thought it meant it was okay actually on the green dot. Wait a minute. So I've got. Wait a minute. Go onto the camera. Yeah, the green dot is okay. If it goes to yellow, green dot's recording video. By Jove, I tell you, we could have some fun here this morning, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I've got the little green dot on there now. So it's probably recording video. But to where? Where is it recording it to? Does it make any difference? I don't know. I've got no idea. And you can't turn it off. New Scotland Yard. I used to work at New Scotland Yard. Yeah. Not a lot of people know that. I was there for about 18 months. Had a pass and everything. What was I doing? I was reading the travel. The travel shift on LBC in those days was at, 1 o'clock. You would present yourself at New Scotland Yard. You go up to the 5th floor, which it was at the time, and that's the travel floor. And you had access to all the cameras in London. That's just not only the traffic cameras, but all the crime cameras. And you could tap in a number. So Piccadilly Circus was 434. You tap in 434, and the camera would then be on Piccadilly Circus, and you could move it around and zoom in on people's cars to see if people were using telephones and stuff like that. I never got any travel done. Because you know why? Because the police officers up there, most of whom were invalided to the travel department. That's why they put them up there, because they were invalided out of their normal work. And they would write it all up on the wall, and you just read the wall. You go on the A46, blah, 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 and you just read it. The rest of the time, I'm messing about with the cameras. Oh, I was saying to her, look at this one here, look. He's picking his nose, he hasn't got his seatbelt on. I got people like that, I tell you. I had a field day. It was very entertaining. So I used to go to New Scotland Yard, and in fact, so I didn't get a parking ticket, there was an item you used to put on your front dashboard, and the traffic wardens would not give you a ticket. Well, there you go. Little handy hint there for anybody thinking of, trying to get away with it, I suppose. Reading the travel. I thought it was good. And then you'd finish there, I think, at about 6 or 7 o'clock or something, then come back to work and start reading the news. I tell you, I was a busy boy in those days. Busy boy. Amazing, isn't it, how you slow down as you get a little bit older. But sometimes things happen that inspire you to sort of get up and do things. I mean, we were talking about Dawn Neeson the other day. It doesn't seem to stop. I don't know where she finds the energy. When I was younger, I could do the same. When I was doing the Channel 5 show. I used to get up in the morning, be in the studio by 8:30 for breakfast and a read-through of the actual show, because it was all scripted. And then at lunchtime, we'd go down to the studio and, they have loads of rehearsals. You know why? It's for the cameras. So the cameras know where they're going to be. Otherwise, you have people crashing into each other all over the place. So they would have to know. So while they're, say, filming Nick Knowles or Esther McVeigh, they'd be getting ready a camera for me, and I would know it was on me because the red light would come on the top of it. And so you then have the camera rehearsal, but you had to be there for it. The only person who didn't want to do it was Esther. She used to go, "Can I go now?" Because she spent ages doing her makeup and hair. Me, I didn't spend so much time doing my hair. Makeup I liked. Makeup I loved. Seriously, I was amazed at how makeup makes you look absolutely gorgeous. Seriously, I mean, it took away every little imperfection that you had. I mean, never do a show. I wouldn't do a show without it. Well, although if you go to some place, if you're just doing a little sort of link into camera, they just give you like a powder puff thing, just to sort of deaden any shine. I went for the full thing, false eyelashes, the beehive, everything. I loved every minute of it, I tell you. Blue rinse. The blue rinse. I loved it. Justin Bieber and his wife Hailey will try for a baby after he overcame mental health battles that left him suicidal. Do you know, I read this on a daily basis now. It's obviously a bigger problem than we ever imagined. Although people are complaining about Jessie Nelson, they say her moaning is Jess a bit naff. Because she's moaned about everything. Moaned about the girls, moaned about the items she has to wear, moaned about the rehearsal. She's moaned about everything. And so, I mean, I'm probably likely to say this time and time again. If your musical career does not take off, darling, it'll be because people see you as just a moaner. Okay? And nobody wants... I mean, if Kylie Minogue moaned all the time, she wouldn't sell half the record that she sold at the moment. You know, and Jessie, I mean, they haven't even released your record yet, dear. I don't see it going anywhere at all. You know why? Because you're not seen as happy. And the whole idea of people following pop stars is because they take you out of yourself and they're going, look, you can be like me, talentless, but still really happy and earning loads of money. A bit like being Matt Goss. You know, it must be miserable for poor old Matt Goss. A bit like Steps, you know. 5, 6, 7, 8, my root scooting baby is driving me crazy. You had to put up with that H. I mean, he was camp even in those days. And then when he came out as gay, well, he could have knocked us sideways in here. We had no idea. Nobody guessed. Nobody guessed at all. I can't remember what H stands for. Hyperactive, is it? Ian Hyperactive, yeah. Not now, he's a bit older now, isn't he, really? In fact, he's quite a bit older. But no, Jessie, you've got to stop the moaning, darling. You're going to kill your career stone dead, even before it started, you know. And please, just put some proper clothes on. Okay, just thought I'd mention it. You're moaning about the blooming things, so let's not go there. Who's in line for number 1 at Christmas? Ed Sheeran and Elton John. Apparently Ed Sheeran and Elton John are close friends. Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are. Yeah, I mean, I don't. The pair will take on Lad Baby. And it's interesting. Asked by a radio station in the Netherlands if he would do a festive single, Ed said, if you wait 2 months, you'll see there's something coming in December, and it's great. I spoke to Elton this morning. I spoke to him yesterday morning. I speak to him almost every day. Yeah, still wearing that dead hamster on your head, you know. Lab Baby does the sausage roll songs. How did the sausage roll? We built this city. That's right. I love sausage rolls. They were quite good, actually, weren't they? I don't believe it was him singing, but, you know, that's the way it goes on. I thought it was enhanced in the studio. UK hit by this 160-foot killer jellyfish. Not just one of them. There's loads of them. Loads. And there's loads of people flashing on Wandsworth Common. For those people listening who are sitting in their cars at the moment getting ready to flash, the police have got your numbers. Okay, just thought I'd tell you that now, just in case, okay? And in a moment, the saddest picture you've ever seen. A very, very, I mean, so sad, it's just sad.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, Donny says poached egg or scrambled? Oh, scrambled. Scrambled egg on toast is one of my... No, you don't like that, do you? I like the scrambled egg on toast. That's quite nice, actually. If it's made with a little bit of cream and a bit of butter, all the things you shouldn't have it with, but it's delicious. I don't like runny yolks. No, I don't do runny yolks. No, I told you I used to go out for breakfast with my friend Michael, who's got the hairdressers in Twickenham. And next door there was a cafe. And they were cooking on an area less than a third the size of this desk in front of me. Seriously tiny, and they would turn out all these sort of breakfast. If you're listening in stereo, it's that big, and she would do it, and he would have his eggs just cooked but runny, so he would cut into it, and all the yolk would go. Oh, so physically ill. Used to put. Oh, you do the same. Well, no chance of us ever doing breakfast then, I'm afraid, because no, they have to be cooked on both sides for me to even entertain the idea, or a scrambled, which is one of my favourite on toast. On toast. I'm not into smashed avocado. I think it's pretentious garbage. Seriously, it is. Oh, Patisserie Valerie never used to do it. Then they started doing it. And they go, oh, would you like smashed avocado? So I had it a few times. It was just mashed up avocado on a piece of toast. It was smashed. Yeah, it was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. You had to pay the premium for it. Sad picture. Sad, sad story. This is a gorilla. And quite a big gorilla, actually, who became an internet star after standing upright in a selfie. You might have seen it. The ranger was taking a picture of himself, and the gorilla stood right behind him, almost looking as if his hands were in his pockets. And it went viral back in 2019. But this particular gorilla, called Nadaski, was 14 years old, and when she was a baby, she was found by Andre Baumer clinging to her dead mother who'd been shot in the head, because people went out there to... I mean, I blame the woman from Gorillas in the Mist. I'm sorry. I went to see Gorillas in the Mist, and it was Diane Fossey, the story of Diane Fossey, who went out to the jungle and started basically sitting near gorillas, wild mountain gorillas. And I remember thinking, so wait a minute, so they then trusted humans. And the gorillas, unfortunately, didn't realise that there were hunters out there who were going for them, but they wanted to gain the trust of them. She basically gave carte blanche to these people. So when I watched the film, I got incredibly angry. Anyway, this particular gorilla was saved by Andre. And they were the first orphans at this centre for gorillas in a national park in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Unfortunately, she became ill. And the last picture we have of her is Andre holding this weak gorilla who's quite fully grown as gorillas go, as she breathed her last breath. And it's ever such a sad picture because she's quite ill, but he'd been with her all her life. And he wanted to make sure that he was with her at the end. And so the picture you'll see in all the papers today is of him, and she's there clinging on to him, and he's just there basically saying, as you do, it's okay. It's okay. And he says, I'm proud to have called Nadaski my friend. I loved her like a child and loved her cheerful personality. And she brought a smile to my face every time I interacted with her. I mean, she was a big gorilla. It's such a sad picture. She became the selfie star and she died in the arms of a ranger. It's like you see some of these other rangers, they look after elephants, baby elephants, because their mothers have been killed for their tusks. And you always think it's immensely sad because they become so traumatised at a very, very young age. But when Mihal brought up the papers this morning, I said to her, I got a bit emotional watching, and you can find it for yourself. It's well worth getting. It's some kids. It's a school choir, but they're singing a Queen number. Yeah, they're singing Bohemian Rhapsody. They're really good at it. I mean, they've got all the movements. They do all the arm waving and everything. You know, and it's really good, and it's very, very emotional to watch. And I watched that this morning twice. And then I saw the pictures of the gorilla, and I thought, it doesn't know. It just knows that this person is its friend, and they're not going to do it any harm. And so yeah, they're not going to hurt baby or anything like that. That's her as a baby. So cute. So cute. You honestly, you want something like that, don't you? But at the end of her life, the keeper was there for it, and it's probably as traumatised as anybody else could ever be. If you're an animal lover, you'll love this this picture. You'll love it. It's a very, very touching picture. Kind of restores your faith in everything that goes on in the animal world and the cruelty that goes out there when they sort of attack rhinoceros and they bring them down and they just saw their horns off, things like that, you know. I can't begin to tell you what I'd like to do to some of these people. Steve, so much peace and quiet from the hustle of everyday daytime life. I enjoy the day, but this is a nice break. Love at this time of the morning, which is good. A sucker for green sleeves, I think it was called, that classical piece. Gorillas in the Mist made me cry, says Mark. No, it didn't make me cry at all. I just felt angry with Dian Fossey for basically letting these huge beasts, and some of them are big, the silverbacks are huge, they then trusted human beings. So when the people came to kill them, they didn't think anything was going to happen to them, whereas before they would have attacked. But they didn't. I was the only one that ever said that, actually. David in Sunderland said, great show, glad I got Crown Court. It's great. It's good, isn't it? Very good. And Steve, when you were at Scotland Yard, all the city centre's phone calls came down and handled through Margate Telephone Exchange, says Tony. Yeah, we were in opposite, where were we? Just off up from Parliament Square. They've moved New Scotland Yard now, but I loved it. I should walk out the front door, you know, head held high. People thought I was a policeman. I wasn't actually. Steve, for the past 2 weeks, I have a yellow dot on my phone and I'm not using it or listening to LBC. You freaked me out. Well, I only read about it this morning. He says, because one night my wife and I spoke at extent about 4 bands. Next day I had adverts on my phone for T-shirts of these exact bands we were talking about, says Declan in Veen. Oh, I'm a bit scared now. I've even blocked up the camera on my computer, on my Apple computer at home. It's got a little camera at the top. I've blocked it over. You know, because you don't, I mean, people can sort of, you know, look in on you as you're sort of, you know, ordering stuff in America and things like that. Sorry? Steve, I do beg your pardon. Hackers? No, who's hackers? Is that some new bloke? No. Unbelievable. Hackers, apparently, according to Mihal, I mainly pass this on because he seems to be an acknowledged expert, hackers can hack into your phone and computer. So there you go. There is today's staggering bit of news. The next one, there is no cheese on the moon. Okay, just thought I'd mention it, you know, just in case you were thinking about it. What else we got? Oh, yeah, the mums and dads in the pyjamas are warned. What's this school run drama? Have you ever seen such people? What is the matter with them? They turn up in their pyjamas in a dressing gown. I mean, seriously, thank God you don't have to live next door to them. You imagine what it must be like. Washing out on the line every day, the old washing machine and the sofa in the front garden, the beaten-up old car that's got no tax, no MOT, and they certainly wouldn't have any insurance. And Clemmy Fieldson, who's a fashion editor, says, lockdown's over, must do better, ladies. They don't know. They really don't know. I mean, one of them's called Shell, as opposed to S-H-E-L-L, this is C-H-E-L-L-E, which would be the posh spelling. I mean, would you ever go out in pyjamas? No. I mean, I'd go out to pick up the milk, but of course it's a slight bit of problem because I don't wear pyjamas. I do have a dressing gown, but I had to buy one when I went into hospital, and I do have slippers, which are, I wouldn't wear them outside, no. Have you ever seen poor old... can't remember her name now. Anyway, she's always seen out wearing slippers. Jordan, always seen out wearing slippers. And you think to yourself, I mean, have you heard of shoes or something like that? You know, it just doesn't make any sense. But you look at these mums turning up in their PJs. I mean, there was a bloke out on the streets of Twickenham the other day. I thought he was wearing his boxer shorts. They certainly didn't look like any shorts I'd ever seen. I thought perhaps he can't afford anything. Poor old soul. But Helen Chapman says, I'd rather wear a nightie than go without wearing makeup. You're just oddball, dear. You're just peculiar. That's not right. You don't go out dressed like that. Is the matter with these people? Oh, dear. It's like locking the bathroom door when you go to toilet. You know, you have to lock the bathroom door, don't you? I live by myself and I still lock the bathroom door. The Wanted's Tom Parker on his astonishing brain tumour boost. He says, I did think... What's the point of this awful radiotherapy if I'm going to die? Now I'm hoping to be cancer-free in 5 months. It's all you can hope for. All you can hope for. You know, that's the good thing nowadays. Paul O'Grady has revealed he got hit in the face during a walk in the local park by a dog. There was a Great Dane puppy out there. Have you seen Great Dane puppies? They're huge, huge. And also, Sixth Former Love Island, you won't have heard of any of them because they're all total non-entities. They're back on telly, this time fully clothed. They're taking part in a new series of X in the City, which starts. They go on blind dates in London, only for an ex-lover to arrive too. The show's it sounds ghastly, doesn't it? You wait till you hear some of the people on it. It's apparently the show's a spin-off of X on the Beach, which has proved difficult to film due to COVID. And the celebrities taking part, okay, here we go. Count them on one hand, the ones you've heard of. Manrika, Dino Bailey, Danny Menzies, Levi Davis, Eve Gale, Callum Izzard, Lisa Mason, Tia Kofi, Freddie Bentley, Arabella Chi. None of them. What a bunch of deadbeats. And then the ones you might have heard of, Bobby Norris. God in heaven. Well, what ex can they drag up for him? Because all of them ended up hating him. Imogen Thomas, we know what she's famous for. Jack Fincham, he's the pen salesman, isn't he? Oh, it's scraping the barrel here. But I mean, Bobby Norris. God, blimey, honestly. How do they find them? Really is embarrassing, very embarrassing. But anyway, Paul O'Grady could be back on the television. He says that onlookers revealed zero sympathy. It's dreadful, isn't it, really? Because this dog, 7 foot standing on his hind legs, towered over him, and so went like that and sort of bumped his face. Not so good, is it? Here we got Facebook, WhatsApp and Instagram going down for hours earlier this week, sent the nation into a frenzy. But for Love Island's non-entity, Montana Brown, apparently her main source of income is an influencer. How long do you think that's going to last for, love? It's really embarrassing, but apparently she gets lots of stress and pressure. She says, the main issue I have with fame... Yeah, but nobody knows who you are, Diana. You are not famous. Only in your own tiny mind. It's like poor old... Who's the one who takes her clothes off for that site where people pay you to get your kit off? Who's the... Kerry Katona? I mean, who in God's name is paying? Who is paying? I couldn't believe it.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, welcome to Thursday. Thursday's a nice day. Thursday's ever nearer the weekend. Thursday means it's the day before Friday, which means that's when we finish selling the trays. We've only got till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, which we'll tell you about a little bit later on. Danny Dyer wants to be the next James Bond. No chance. No chance. No chance. Not a cat. I think he's about 500 to 1. Way down the list. What else we got? Gemma Collins is going sugar-free as part of a new fitness regime. Just going sugar-free is not going to change anything, love. It really isn't. But she's told her Instagram fans, I'm back on a mad fitness regime. It's just a load of old rubbish that emanates from this poor woman all the time. She took a break from workouts to live it up with boyfriend Rami. Yeah, they went to that ridiculously expensive restaurant in Mayfair, which is basically getting so much bad publicity. If it survives the other side of Christmas, it'll be a miracle. Christine McGuinness says her new lacy lingerie. I mean, it's a bit cheap and tacky, Christine, isn't it? Poor soul. She's uploaded these sexy snaps online for her fans. Yes, always prefer to call it. Those people who go, whoa. They've generally got grey Macs, haven't they? She's so airbrushed in the picture. There's not one line on her face, but we all know she's a bit like a road map. Piers Morgan's fans are begging him to star his own show with Sharon Osbourne. Yes, I mean, she'd be brilliant. The Sharon and Piers show. Although she has had a chat show on television. She had it with a load of other... She's had one by herself and then she's had one with a load of other people and they got rid of her. Because, yes, it's like an American Loose Women thing. And then people complaining the other day that one of the Loose Women members was talking about the fact that Stacey Solomon's had her baby and it's on the same day that her birthday was or something. They're going, oh, you've ruined it for us. You think, what's got to do with you, you nosy Parkers? Nothing worse than the curtain twitchers who watch Loose Women. God, blimey. Ghastly. Poor old Renée Zellweger is unrecognisable. She's playing a real-life convicted killer in her latest role. They've got her a fat suit. And it looks like you wear it under your clothes and you put your clothes over the top of it. It's a prosthetic. And so she's wearing a wig and everything else. And it's very convincing. I mean, some of these people now, when they've got their prosthetics on and their hair pieces and all the rest of it, it's very clever. I mean, she actually did put on weight for Bridget Jones, did she? I don't think I ever saw Bridget Jones. I don't think I did. The bodies of 3 men. This is in the shot dead by the Taliban. They were killed for allegedly trying to enter a man's home, had been hoisted into the air by diggers in Afghanistan. This is where we've just sent one of our envoys shaking hands with a man who's got more deaths on his conscience than anybody else. They were shot dead by the Taliban in the Herat province, then hung up in public as a deterrent to would-be criminals. Well, it's quite clearly not a deterrent, is it? But I don't think the Taliban are bright enough to know this, because they're constantly having executions and shooting people dead. So obviously not a deterrent, is it? They don't understand. They really don't understand. It's not their fault. Jimmy Carr brought sunshine to Good Morning Britain. Now he's had his facelift, his hair transplant and everything else done. I don't know why he looks unrecognisable as Jimmy Carr. You know, it'd be like if I mean, the hairline has changed and everything else. Why do people want, somebody to inject things into your skin? I mean, for me, Hall, it'd be different. He could be somebody we experimented on. We could have you changed. There used to be a programme on the television. Alan Wicker did a show with a woman in America, and she was married to a cosmetic surgeon. She said, he'll never fall out of love with me. He just has to change me. And so she went in. Look at Victoria Principal, who was in Dallas, who was very pretty. And then she married a surgeon, I think, called Harry Glass, her cosmetic surgeon. And she became unrecognisable. I can't remember her face. She looked like Barry Manilow. Seriously, poor old Victoria Principal. Look at her. I mean, it's just, she started looking really weird. Really weird. I mean, 40 years after Dallas, you expect people to change, not as much as this. Looks like the Bride of Wildenstein. Do you remember her? Dear God, that was just frightening. Who was that woman on the television? Was it Benefit Street? Was it White D or something like that? She had a brief nanosecond of fame, and luckily we've seen the last of her, which is great. She was another one who looked like she was inside out most of the time. I couldn't quite work out why anybody in their right mind would ever want to go to somebody and say, oh, I'd like this tightened here, that done, this bit done, and all that. And you walk out and you look, apart from that, it takes weeks to heal it. You don't just walk out. The trout pout, Leslie Ash had the trout pout for ages. And there's a singer, that Jack Vidgen we talked about the other day from Australia. He had his lips made bigger, and they took a picture of him sideways. It looked like he had a shelf on the top of his mouth. I mean, you look at all these sort of people, you think, why do people want to do it? Because once it goes off, when you've had your Botox, you have to keep having Botox, because once you stop having it, you go back to where you were. It's like if you have this something for your hair, minoxidil. And they say, it'll grow hair and all the rest of it. Yeah, the moment you stop taking the minoxidil, your hair goes back to how it would have been had you never... What are you looking at my hair for? I've not had any hair replacement therapy. Don't need it. I'm very lucky. I've got a full head of hair. I mean, in the mirror, I've drawn a full head of hair, and I just sort of put my head in like that, and it looks like I've got a full head of hair. I look a little bit like that little antiques dealer who turned up ages ago, who ended up having a sex change and turned up on Big Brother, whose name I can never remember. Luckily disappeared completely. Sorry? Harry? Yes, you're right, actually. It was Harry's, wasn't it? Something? I can't remember. But he sort of pretended to be an antique dealer when he went on to Wogan. It turned out that he was no such thing. They just sort of, he just sort of fed them lines. And then he turned up on Big Brother, and he decided to have a sex change by that time. And then he turned up on, you know what the other programme was he turned up on? Naked Attraction. That was really a very unwise thing to do. But I think his father was in prison for something. They had all sorts of issues in the family, and it was not the best time. I don't think so. Steve, is that Danny Menzies you just mentioned with other non-entities, the woman who presents A Place in the Sun? Well, I couldn't tell you that. I've got no idea. Tom Ellis for the next James Bond. I don't know who Tom Ellis is. And somebody says Cliff opens his tour tonight in Sheffield. It's his UK tour lasting until the 30th of October. Yes, I am going to see him. And Danielle says Katie Price. Oh, there's Tom Ellis, a Welsh actor. And he was Lucifer Morningstar in the Netflix urban fantasy series Lucifer and its Crisis on Infinite Earth. I love the Welsh accent. Oh, that's what my body looks like. This honestly, we could be twins. We could be twins. All I need is That's what, yes, his head on my body. All we need is a little bit of Mazola, that cooking oil, rub that in, and I have the same definition. Katie Price, Steve, has probably been wearing slippers due to a terrible accident which shattered both legs. No, she's walking perfectly well now, thank you very much indeed. She was lucky it wasn't worse and survived. No, she was wearing slippers long before that. You're a bit out of touch with things. She's been wearing it for the last 15, 20 years. Ages and ages ago. Waz says, why do we bother with roundabouts? Well, some people who've had a drink don't. I remember coming back one night near Heathrow Airport and this car in front of me shot past me. And I remember thinking, you're going way too fast. He missed the roundabout and drove straight over the middle of it and got stuck in the middle in the flower beds. I waved as I went past. I wound down the window. Well, I didn't wind down the window. I've never been that poor. I pushed a button and the window went down and I went, ha, 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 ha. And then drove on very sedately home. Honestly. Other people's misery. It's so hilarious. Steve, I saw him on that Naked Attraction program. Yes, I saw it as well. The trouble is she's not the full ticket. She's sort of slightly sort of obsessed with this. But anyway, it's all finished now. It's all finished, which is good. Steve, when I buy DVDs on eBay, a couple of weeks later I get a message on the phone, says Shane, saying, do you want to sell them? Why would I sell them when I just bought them? Oh, some people are like that. Tony in Spain says, didn't David Attenborough also sit with gorillas in the jungle? Yes. Yes. He did, but that was long after. Dian Fossey did it years ago. But that's what the problem was. The mountain gorillas, they do take you on tours to see them, and so they've got used to humans. But in fact, the whole idea is you don't want them to have, no fear of humans, because most of the humans ended up killing them, beheading them, taking their feet off and things like that, and using them for umbrella stands. I mean, really disgusting things. It's really just absolutely awful. Brendan, not a nice person. Cole, confirmed for Dancing on Ice. The 45-year-old, speaking on Loose Women, said, I'm so excited to get started. I can dance and it's a massive advantage. Yeah, it's just you that's the nasty piece of work. We know what you're like. We've seen you on the television. The trouble is, if you didn't have the silly little attitude, you might have done a little bit better. Niall says, you'd make a great Bond. Yeah? Well, I wouldn't, actually, because, I have no intention of jumping off tall buildings with a box of chocolates. Oh, that's another one, isn't it? No, it just doesn't interest me. I'm sorry, the idea of wearing a suit all the time and then having to sort of, bed people, it's not my idea of fun. Seriously, I couldn't get into things like that. I'd rather sit at home and finish the tapestry cushion covers that I'm so famous for making and stuff like that, or an off-the-shoulder blouse. I don't want to go out there, people saying, oh, Mr. Bond. I'm saying, oh, get out. Get out now. That's all it is. That's all Bond's life is. It's sort of drinking martinis, shaken and not stirred, and bedding all these different women. Honestly, what an old tart. What an old tart. That's all. I mean, in the average film, it's about half a dozen, isn't it? Not even married. There's a reason for it, I should imagine. Steve, would you ever do Celebrity Gogglebox? No, definitely not. No. Stella says, I ordered the tray yesterday but wanted the tea towel too. Have they run out? I think so. Brian says, I'm on the way to Alicante Airport. Early start. I think you're hilarious. You actually get to the airport. I've already put your name forward. You won't get further than customs. Yeah, the police will be waiting for you when you arrive. It'll be the sound of blue flashing lights. That'll be your day sealed, won't it? Anyway, we'll take a short break. This music means that we have the news at 5 o'clock coming up. If you just joined us, it's nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7. And what else we got here? Curvy Rhiann Sugden. God, she's still dragging out that poor body, honestly. I feel a bit sorry for her, really. The glamour model, 30... Nobody's asked her to model for ages. They just sort of put a picture in the paper and they go... Craig Lakin says, what a lovely peach you have, Rhiann. I mean, isn't that just sexist garbage? What an old pervert you turn out to be. Fancy writing stuff like that about a girl you don't even know. Ugh, horrid.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Where's this heat wave? Do you remember they were only telling us the other week? I think I mentioned it on the programme. It must have been a week Friday. And I said, they've said there's a heat wave around the corner. It's going to be an Indian summer in October. And we've had nothing like that at all. We've had nothing like it. Very, very disappointing. But they've said 21 degrees centigrade mini heat wave in the final blast of summer. And it was only the other day they were saying, oh, by the way, expect snow in October. We had the rain. I mean, that was bizarre. We've never seen so much rain. It was just all over the place, wasn't it? But Thursday, Friday, 21 degrees. Hurricane Sam spinning near Iceland. Today, light clouds, light winds, 20 degrees, which is okay. Tomorrow, 20 degrees. Oh, there we go. So anyway, I was playing football the other day, and thank you. I can see the bag this time round. I couldn't see it the other day. It had obviously sunk to the bottom. Yeah.
Low-hanging bag.
Yes. I do like the tea bag left in. I don't like the tea bags which are taken out. Some people take them out. I don't know why. It's just very messy. Leave them in there, and then that's fine. And it means you've got to. Yes, it's flavoursome. What else we got this week? Saturday, sunny, cloudy, 19 degrees. Sunday, 16 on Monday. Tuesday, 13. 13, very cold. That'll be thermal underwear. We're not risking that one, are we? Definitely not. Uri Geller, I don't think anybody takes any notice of him. They call him a psychic. He's not psychic. He's no more psychic than I am, or Joe is, or Minty is, or me. No, we're all psychic to a certain extent. I can predict this programme this morning is going to finish at 7. There you go. How accurate am I going to be? You'll have to listen in to find out if it is. Yeah, Nick Ferrara will be here. Later on today, Tom Swarbrick will be here, James O'Brien, Sheila Fogarty. Will Swarbrick not be here? He's in what? He's in for... That's what I said, he'd be here later. Sorry, at least one of us is keeping up with what's going on in the place. But the spoon bender, he never bent spoons. It was all fake. Goodness sake. He said, alien extraterrestrial technology can do this. Who believes this rubbish? Who believes it? Please. Also, Richard Branson, who says dyslexia made him the success he is today. He reckons the world really needs dyslexic thinking, which is good. It makes it, because people now, it's all excuses. That's what I said about Jessie Nelson. She's trying to launch a solo pop career, but because she's so miserable and there's so much angst going on, it's not going to happen. Nobody's going to tune in to a pop star who just continually moans. Be happy, be grateful that you've got some money and that people know who you are, because without you appearing with Little Mix, nobody would have known you. You'd have disappeared without trace. We've seen them all on the show reels for, X Factor and Britain's Got Talent and stuff like that. The people who seriously believe in their deluded little world that they've actually got a talent. And it turns out they haven't. And then when they get told by the experts, like Simon Cowell, who says, no, I'm sorry, you can't sing. You can't hold a tune. And they go, well, I can. One of them, he was so deluded. I begun to wonder where he'd come from. And he was saying, he said, one day, he said to Simon Cowell, he said, you're going to be coming to me and begging me to give you a job. And I thought, what, Simon with 300 million in the bank is going to be asking a non-entity like you? Don't be so silly. Strictly star Tom Fletcher. He's not a star. He's only just gone into the... How can he be a star? Who wrote this rubbish? So annoying. Peter Dyke. Oh, well. He said he's ready to keep fans spellbound. No, I don't think so. I saw a little bit before, a bit camp. But he claims he keeps being mistaken for Tom Felton, who played the villain Draco Malfoy. No, you don't. No, you don't look anything like him. Different colour hair and everything. Corrie has enough drama looming with its Horror Nation Street shockers. But apparently, Shelley King, who plays Yasmin Nazir, wants to add another bombshell. She'd love her character to have a lesbian fling with the solicitor. What is going on, honestly? Since when did they ask characters on these soaps? Where do you see your character going? In the case of some of them, out the door, never to return. Makes it so much easier, doesn't it, really? But they're all doing Halloween. We don't want to see Halloween, I'm afraid. It's an American thing. So Corrie are doing it. You can keep Joe Swash at Thorpe Park. It's about his sort of level. But here, Coronation Street can host its biggest stunt ever for a series of shocking storylines for Halloween. We don't do Halloween. The storyline will see, I'm going to tell you, Dev, Addy and Asher prepared to leave for the family holiday, but as the thunder crashes overhead, they find themselves lost on a country road, chancing upon a prison van rushing injured drug dealer Harvey Gaskill to hospital. It's a bit like what a rubbish... It does sound a bit like the Rocky Horror Show, you know. So that's sort of get there. I'm sorry. Then he undresses, doesn't he? The two people in it. How do you do? I see you've met my faithful handyman. It says the wrong turn will result in Dev having to make a Sophie's Choice style decision when there's a fireball car crash, and he must make the heartbreaking decision of which of the kids he drags from the burning wreckage, ultimately choosing to save Asher. At the same time, Abby Franklin is armed with a gun, seeking revenge for the murder of her son Seb. As the storm intensifies, the residents find themselves in the middle of a real-life horror story with Abby, Corey, Jenny and Johnny trapped in rising water underground in the Victorian sewers. The events, which take place on what's being called Super Soap Week, result in a tragedy involving Gail Platt's sinkhole at number 8 and will ultimately lead to the death of a well-loved character. I hope it's Gail Platt. I love the idea. Yes, good. At the end of all of that, I love the idea Gail Platt's got a sinkhole. I shouldn't laugh, but as I say, I thrive on other people's misery. In fact, it's about time that house disappeared into a sinkhole. I mean, it's everyday northern life. By gum, we'll have pork scratchings. Oh, look, Gail's house has disappeared. Aye, it's gone in sinkhole. Look at the size of Gail's sinkhole. It's huge, isn't it? Look at that. You could lose everything in there. I love it. Steve, Michael, the producer, sounds a nice, quiet bloke. I don't have a producer called Michael. Do I? I don't. No, I don't. No, we don't have a producer called. No, I have an AP called Mihal. I know it probably sounds in Australia because you're probably listening to this. Because when you think my voice has had to travel from here all the way over the ocean, all the way the other side, and eventually it's got to find Shane, and they are 24 hours behind. So you're listening to this programme probably into delay, and you're probably sort of wondering, you know, why? No, we haven't got a Michael producer. I used to have a Michael producer. I've had a Michael producer before who's probably listening to the programme. No, Mihal, but he's just here temporarily, and which is something we had decided on some time ago. He doesn't know. I did it as a favour to him, really. You know, he sort of said, "Oh, Steve," he said, I think me looks are going." And I said, it's so right every time. And so he's sort of going to come off. Yeah, we've decided to speed up the process for him. I've stopped his Botox. You know, it used to be part of a deal on the programme. If you worked on the show for anything more than 2 weeks, you got some Botox. And to be honest with you, he started changing before our eyes. You know, 1 minute he was Mihal, the next day Shrek. And I remember thinking to myself at the time, we've got to take him off this Botox. I mean, when I say he's got fillers, if you'd been in Leicester Square a week last Tuesday, you'd have seen the cement tanker that turned up. That's his fillers. We have to have them piped in intravenously. It's the only way. I mean, you know, when he goes home, Mammy will not recognise him at all. He'll knock on the door and say, "Mammy, it's me, Hall," and she'll go, "I don't know you, go away." And but she's apparently much posher than that. Much posher. Steve, I bought my Christmas turkey crown. Should I stock up on pigs in blankets? Yes. Yes. Get them now, because you can freeze them. They'll stay frozen for 3 months. Easy. Cheapest in Iceland, I think. Steve, I hope you are well. Says little Julie, I booked my return ticket to the Royal Historic Dockyards at Plymouth, bought the Ultimate Explorer ticket so I can go again. So much to see, definitely worth going back. Absolutely. Good choice. Very good choice there. Do you like pumpkins? No, I've already discussed that, actually. I hate pumpkin. I've never liked pumpkin. Melon, I like, but not pumpkin. I know they look similar. Neil in Derbyshire, did you see Joe Swash on Blankety Blank last week? Absolute he's just stupid. Unfortunately, he's not the full ticket. He's 40 years old, behaving like a 12-year-old, and it's a bit embarrassing to watch on the television. That's why they don't use him on very many things. You know, if they're looking for sort of a cheap idiot, he would be the one that you'd be booking. It's a shame. I'm trying to debate whether or not I get one of those automatic doorbells that's got the camera in it. I don't know whether or not I want something like that. Wait a minute. So I'm just trying to move my tea over. He's found me a teacup here, which has got the smallest handle on it. You know, when you put your look at this. Look, so you've got my one, which is there. Look at that size of that one. No, we haven't got a big hand, but look at the one on this one here. Look at that. It's like for little girls. It's ridiculous. I can barely get one finger through this thing. He's obviously sort of tried to find the lightest teacup that he could ever find. I don't know. Thanks. You'll not see Christmas. And so anyway, they were talking the other day about the police boss, and he pops up in all the papers today, who said he would ban fireworks if he was given half a chance. He said it's only a matter of time before somebody's killed. Well, we've managed so far, dear. We don't need to be patronised by you. Thank you very much indeed. This is Stephen Watson. Weeks before bonfire night, he warned that powerful fireworks are being used as weapons rather than in displays. He said, we've had people pointing rockets at passing vehicles and buses and putting them into telephone kiosks and all the rest of it. I don't know, you see, I mean, there were 2,000 occasions of people having to visit accident and emergency following incidents. He said in a radio interview, we know the distress it causes to people. Yeah, but, you know, people like having their own fireworks. I grew up having my own fireworks, but being a responsible person, I know exactly how to handle them. I know that you've got a bucket of water handy, and they look fantastic. You know, we're turning into a nation of mamby-pamby, Stephen. You know, you can't have fireworks. It's awful. You know, Brexit and the supply chain crisis are threatening to put a dampener on them. Distributors warned the import problems have reduced stocks by up to 70% and forced up the prices. People will still buy them. They'll still buy them. You know, the industry, they say, is being very hard hit. I didn't know that there's one here, a Doncaster-based distributor called Fireworks Kingdom. Never heard of such a thing, but it sounds brilliant. Yes, you've got to get the petrol to get there. Imagine what a combination, petrol in the car and fireworks. It's almost irresistible. Not. Shane is 12 hours ahead, not behind of us, so he should be listening to Eddie Mayer on Thursday afternoon now, says Roger. Wonder where Eddie's gone for his holiday. Probably back into that clinic again, I should imagine. He likes it there. He always goes in for what we just call it a procedure. And, yeah, I'm not kidding Eddie either. Not kidding. That's true. We've got to put my tea down again. It's a bit difficult to try and hold it with this silly little piddly handle I've been given today, but luckily I never complain.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Every time I look at the airbrush picture of poor old Christine McGuinness, you have to laugh. You know, when you look at the picture, it doesn't look like her face at all. Really doesn't. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. The mafia have gone woke. Crime bosses fear. Veteran crooks believe millennial mobsters have become soft and prefer sending text to pistol whipping. Lord above. The new breed of baddies use social media and obsessed with their phones rather than face-to-face threats, as in The Godfather and The Sopranos. I loved The Godfather, but only up until the second film. After that, it petered out a little bit for me. I didn't think it was scary. I thought the first ones were very scary. And then you had the mob groups in New York where they were retaliating, and somebody would go in there. Somebody would be having their hair cut in a studio, having a shave, and they'd go in there and they'd sort of just like that and get rid of these people. It still goes on today, I think, but now the mafia are far more sophisticated. The mafioso, the Cosa Nostra, and they're into sort of cyber technology and stuff like that, and they're into basically, you know, the garment industry, also the what was the other one they're into? Oh, the cleaning up of New York and stuff like that. They've got a finger in all those pies, so it's a case of they don't get money from it. These things don't operate. But it was much easier than having to go around and intimidate people, because you could just sit at home and tap a few things onto a key. And I think Michael will have a horse's head in his bed when he gets home. You know, the house where that happened was up for sale years ago, but you had to prove you had the money in the bank to be able to afford it. They didn't want people just going around looking at it, because it just attracted the wrong sort of people, Mihal. And it's because I've come to visit the horse's head, thank you. I like the idea that Jimmy Carr reckons that he swam for his life being chased by a shark, which is ridiculous because there's no way you could ever outrun a shark. As if Jimmy Carr could ever outrun a shark. He said he was in Florida snorkeling with a pal. He says with these baby sharks, and suddenly we looked like it was a big shark, about 8 foot long, that was far away. And he says we were idiots, and so it would catch you in seconds. You couldn't ever outswim a shark. Have you seen them? Very fast, very fast. It's like watching goldfish feeding, in your aquarium at home. They're very fast. Up to the top, down to the bottom again. Up to the top, down to the bottom. Ashley Roberts went to the awards the other day, the Attitude Awards. God knows what she was wearing. But to be honest with you, I mean, she'd obviously made no effort whatsoever and obviously couldn't afford the rest of the dress. I mean, who were you supposed to be impressing, dear? Was it just a cheap bit of publicity to take away the glory from all the genuine people there? You're just doing that? Ridiculous. Frankie Bridge was there, and comedian Tom Allen, who's a bit of a one-trick pony, and I'm a bit bored with Tom Allen. He's the gay guy who sort of dresses up. He's bald, yeah. He was funny to start with. Now it's kind of worn a bit thin. I can't work out why Tom Daley was dressed as a cowboy. Although he does seem to look quite good. The Icon Award last night went to Steps. I mean, do you not think Miming Band would have been better for Steps? Bless their heart. Still get producer, huge fan. The Game Changer Award went to Sex Education. Style Award went to Bimini. Again, no idea. The Honorary Gay, Elaine Page. I mean, God's name, she's only ever been out with heterosexual men. I mean, I don't quite get it. Broadcast Award went to Adele Roberts. For what? Try and put some clothes on, dear, next time. Well, I know she doesn't broadcast that often, does she? Also, Television Award went to Ben Aldridge. Inspiration Award, It's a Sin. Breakthrough Award, Max Harwood, for everybody's talking about Jamie. Hero Award went to Cello Man. Anybody on that one? No idea. Sport Award, obviously, Tom Daley. And Man of the Year, Billy Porter. Who's he? I was obviously not invited for some peculiar reason. But no, Tom Daley looks very good. It's almost like sort of, everybody's cowboy fantasy. He just needed the hat and a horse. And he'd be there, I think. Bless his heart. Campaigners want to stop wrinkly fellas being paired with young women in films. Nicky Clark of Acting Your Age called it the trope of old man, young wife. Well, so now you know. Mark Zuckerberg said a whistleblower claims the network harms kids' mental health, misrepresents its works. Oh, people always say that. I think people sometimes say stupid things, hoping they get mentioned in the paper, and then before you know where you are, they're an acknowledged expert on everything. Forget the drama of travelling abroad. You can have a holiday fun here with llamas. Not blooming llamas again. We've had enough of llamas, thank you very much indeed. Don't want any more. And Britons are burying their head in the sand over plans for their own funerals. Nearly 1 in 3 don't have any money set aside, while 37% don't wish to think about dying. Well, you should. You should think about it. I mean, I'm not saying you have to worry. I always think it's somebody else's responsibility to bury you or cremate you. And they do a deal now on the television whereby you die, you paid them in advance, £1,500, something like that, which is very cheap. They will come and collect you. Makes it sound like a bus trip, doesn't it? Everybody propped up on the seats. And then they take you, then they have you cremated, then they return the ashes to the family for £1,500. Because, burying is sort of, we just don't have enough room. Don't have enough room for all these sort of things. And so, I'd be having the lying in state and people passing, the body and all the rest of it going, he looked so much better last week, things like that. But I don't know. I still can't. I think I'm going to be cremated. I've decided. I don't think nobody will visit a grave, will they? I mean, who wants to go to a grave? You'd visit, would you, Michael? I'm definitely being cremated. Not risking anything like that. That was almost like watching Jack Tweed doing his fake thing for Jade Goody on the anniversary of death. So he goes to the cemetery and kneels down by her grave. And I thought, you're only doing it because there's a blooming photographer there, aren't you? Creepy little man. Definitely. Working from bed. Who can work from bed? If I did this programme from home, from bed, I'd never get out of bed. I don't think I'd ever manage to do the programme. You cannot work from home doing this sort of show. You can probably do it if you're reading the news. That would be okay. But sorry? What, presenters? Yeah, but they don't do what I do. Nobody does what I do. A poll of 1,000 UK employees revealed how the working world, in particular the environment, has changed. Working in your pyjamas, if at home, is also fine, as is ordering a takeaway and having music on wherever you are. I don't think I've ever ordered a takeaway. Only once at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon, where I had to order pizza for everybody. But I've never ordered a takeaway in my life. Never. No, not even to go and pick it up. No, there'd be a bit pointless. Might as well just go there and pick it up. I mean, if you order KFC, it's excuse me, it's just as quick to walk in, order it, and you get it within about a minute. I don't understand what the point of having it delivered by some bloke, on a Deliveroo bike or whoever delivers it. There's so many of them all over the place now, aren't there? You don't need to go out the house. People order the same things, KFC or pizza. Although I've seen people at Paul's, which is a boulangerie, and you can order stuff from there. But I mean, fancy ordering from McDonald's. I'll have a sort of. I mean, Sainsbury's do delivery as well, do they? Everybody's doing it. We're turning into a nation. I mean, it's all wonder we're all fat. It's all wonder we're all fat now. You don't have to get out of bed and do anything at all. Somebody's asked for a picture of somebody called Fiona Wade, whoever she is. So the Daily Star have done that, and then somebody said to Eamon Holmes, who does Eamon Holmes think he is? This guy is never off the telly, grabbing loads of money, and he finds it degrading, because he said it was degrading going on to a reality show. They said, this is the man with his wife on The Breakfast, advertising a machine for bad legs to help him get to the bank, and he can sell his life insurance. Big Connie says, don't insult our intelligence. He does seem to be falling apart, though, doesn't he, at the age of 60? But yeah, he must be making a fortune. He must be making a fortune. I know his agent. I'm sure his agent must be making a fortune as well. I mean, the answer is for Eamon Holmes. His answer phone goes, hi, this is Eamon. I'll do it. It's as simple as that. You don't need to sort of argue with him, as long as it's reasonable. Ban fireworks, says Harry in Sutton. Circuses with animals and old codgers driving Bentleys. Oh, Harry, you mustn't be bitter because you're living in that old suburb of Sutton, which is sort of twixt here and the deep blue sea. Which is a shame, isn't it, really? Everybody loves all those sort of things. Recently, my friend and I were talking on the phone about how we'd like to go to Cambridge, says Jill, and perhaps go on a punt. Yes, you can go on a punt. It's not cheap. It's not cheap to have a punt on a canoe in Cambridge. It's the students who make up the people who do the punting, don't they? It's like going on a gondola in Venice. It's hugely expensive. Or in Vienna, a fiacre, the horse-drawn carriage. And they're quite expensive. But punting in Cambridge, you can leave your car behind, well, obviously, unless it floats on the water, and say, here you go, give me a rough idea. Trying to find prices will be our next difficult thing here. So there you go. This is the early bird saving. The tour does 45 to 50 minutes and covers 7 colleges and 9 bridges. Just goes up and down, okay, in the water. And that's £69 per person for the weekday. So in other words, if you get 6 people there, that, for an hour, they're on about £500 an hour. There's no expenditure at all because they're punting it. And you go past the Bridge of Sighs, King's College Chapel, the Mathematical Bridge. And they literally, look how many they do a day. On Thursday today, they've got 10:15, 10:45, 11:15. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 at £400, say, on average, a boat. That's a lot of money. Somebody's making a lot of money, and all you're doing is being punted up and down. And it's 80 quid at the weekend, £79, multiplied by, what do we say, 14. Somebody's making a lot of money, and seriously, it's not. And also, there's too many of you out there. I wouldn't bother, actually. Just borrow a DVD, of King's College, much easier. I'm currently sailing sea from Los Angeles to Miami via the Panama Canal. That's a palindrome, isn't it? A palindrome. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. That's the only one I've ever known. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama reads exactly the same forwards and backwards. So if you write it all down, a man, a plan, a canal, Panama, read it backwards, it goes, a man, a plan, a canal, Panama. And that's a ABBA as well. That's a bit of a short, easy one to do, though, isn't it? But that's a palindrome. Wendy says, I'm in the region of Nicaraguan waters. I can't believe how clear you are. Hello? All of a sudden she's going, it's broken again. I have to contact the captain. Steve, the cat on the lap of the Godfather was just a random. I don't remember. I remember the Bond film, which had a cat. I don't remember the Godfather with a cat. And Doug says, I order takeaway to be delivered, Steve, because I live in a village and I don't drink and drive. Well, perhaps you could cut out the drinking. That would make it easy. Perhaps you just do the driving bit, which is good. And Britt says, I've had my third stint in hospital in 11 months for an obstruction. So you were my company while I was there. So all those stuck in hospital, currently with no visitors. Nurses are stars, but so very busy. I know. And they get paid very little for it as well.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Shane says, Steve, my apologies to Mikhail. I'm listening to you live. It's 3:30 Thursday afternoon there, so they're so far ahead, which sounds nice. And somebody else says, we've been to Cambridge. We liked Cambridge. Yes, I mean, nothing the matter with Cambridge. I like Cambridge, Oxford, any of those sort of places. But I don't like doing... Which sounds very odd, actually. I don't like doing the touristy things, and yet I'm really into touristy things. It's just that I've seen the tourist buses in London, and people doing the talking on there. I could do a much better speech on the thing, much nicer, and tell people the things to look out for, as opposed to sort of the standard garbage that they come up with. And we did it in Hollywood. And I said to Joe, when we went to Hollywood some years ago, we went to interview Julie Andrews, and then we went to Hollywood during the daytime, which is, I mean, it's, to be honest with you, it looks like it's been transported back in time. The studios are still there, all the big studios from years and years ago, with their big entrances which haven't changed or anything else. But the place at night time is just drug dealers and prostitutes. It's really gone down the hill. And these handprints outside Grauman's Chinese Theatre now stretch for miles and miles. And it used to be a private thing put on by the self-appointed mayor of Hollywood. And people used to pay to have their handprints done there, and it'd be a photo opportunity. The mayor of Hollywood to put his arms around somebody and say, oh, this is Siegfried and Roy, or this is whoever it was. And some of them you never even heard of. Because I remember when they did Tom Jones, his fan club had to pay for it. You had to pay in those days for about £3,500–4,000, and then they would do it. But we sort of looked, I thought that was a bit naff. Grauman's Chinese Theatre is lovely, but it is like stepping back into the late 1800s. It's like the whole of it. They've got all these big cinema things. If you look at pictures of Hollywood, I shouldn't imagine it's changed in donkey's years. But it's the entrances. That's the Chinese Theatre. But the entrances to the studios look exactly the same. It's quite amazing. I mean, the Grauman's opened in 1922, I think, and it was in the days when all the big events were held there. It's lovely. They've got inside pictures of the Chinese Theatre. Must be, actually. It's quite something. But outside is just this horrible mess. I mean, look at it. Inside, you look at that, you go, bloody hell, that is just amazing. It really is. It's what it was. It was built as a picture palace. And so people didn't go on holiday. People just sort of went to the cinema, and it was a big event. None of this popcorn and, giant hot dogs and things like that. We didn't do anything like that. But you went there, and they've got that big one open, which is the one that they open in this country. I think it's in Tottenham or something like that. And again, it's a big theatre inside. You'd never know from the front of it what was hidden behind. And they open it up for special days in London. You can go there and have a visit to this. Somebody will tell me because they'll remember what it's called. I can't remember exactly at the moment. But it looks a bit like Grauman's Chinese Theatre. It looked like, a big picture palace, which is all gold and this. Oh, just wonderful things. But I can't remember what it's called. Elaborate Cinema in London. I think it's at Tottenham or something like that. Somebody will tell me. Somebody will know the answers, because sometimes one forgets these things. But I like to send you to places if I think they're really well worth going to. And this one and this, if you can't make it all the way to America and go to Grauman's Chinese Theatre and go and have a look inside, because it really is. It's like going to Blackpool Tower. If you go to the ball, you've seen the picture of the Blackpool Ballroom, haven't you? The Blackpool. I mean, that is just on Strictly, and just beautiful. Just beautiful. It looks like a Frank Matcham theatre inside it, and it's just absolutely sensational. It really is. Now, you know that because we've still got, and I don't care what the government say, but I'm telling you fact, we still don't have petrol in Twickenham, and we're just waiting for it to get better. So far, we've not seen the knock-on effect, which is a bit of a disappointment. And so we're going to give you the chance to win a brand new mini electric car. When I say mini electric, it makes it sound like it's a little toy car. It's not. It's a full-size car, and it's brand new. So you can make the transition over to electric vehicles. Same iconic Mini style, but with 0 local emissions. You can feel a bit pleased as you zip around the neighbourhood. No petrol needed. This is a 4-seater, 3-door Mini electric. Comes in silver white, which is a very pleasing colour. Very pleasing colour. And we've also given it yellow wing mirrors for a bit of a distinctive look, which is very nice indeed. You know, not everybody's got them. We have them. And on a single full charge, 145 miles, we're going to throw in 500 quid. So you can get an electric vehicle home charging point installed at your house. And then you just plug it in and that's it. And off you go. And for your chance to win this fantastic car, courtesy of our friends at Auto Trader, all you do is text the word MINI, M-I-N-I, and you send it to 84850. Now, we take a voluntary donation of just £5 from every text. You don't even see the money vanishing. Every text supports LBC's charity, Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 10 p.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow, Friday, Big D-Day, Friday, the 8th of October to enter, so you need to be quick. Standard network rate supply. You've got to be 18 or over, and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules at makesomenoise.com. So text MINI, M-I-N-I, and send it to 84850. I know, I can't believe it either. We are actually giving away a brand new Mini electric, and it could be you. You could be that lucky person drawn out of the hat to walk away with a car worth many thousands of pounds, and we get the charging point as well. We'll give you the £500 to have that installed, and then you just plug it in. Don't need to start queuing up for petrol or anything like that. A thing of the past, that will be. Steve, I used to sell the big bus tour tickets on my handbag stall in Regent Street, says Jeanette. Remember tourists? It was great fun telling them about the busy trip ahead. They loved my London accent. I miss it. Yeah, I mean, I love pointing out. I've taken a few boat trips over the years from Richmond up to Hampton Court Palace, and mainly it's tourists doing it. So you get a bus, you get a boat at Richmond, and you go all the way up, change at Kingston, and then you go up to Hampton Court Palace. It takes about 3 hours. It's quite a long time, actually, but it's well worth it. You can have a cup of tea on the boat and watch the world go by. And, of course, I like to point things out to tourists. I can't resist it. And so you'll be sitting next to somebody saying, have you been on this boat before? And you go, yes, got my little microphone. Good morning. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's like when you get on the train in the morning and the guard, they've got no microphone technique whatsoever. Thank you. And you think, what do they say? And then the other ones go, is the train are we going? What are they saying? I feel like going there saying, listen, I'll do it. Give me the script. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I remember, yes, calling at Feltham, Richmond, and Tollcross in Glasgow. Poor old Feltham, honestly. It gets very bad press, doesn't it, Feltham? But that's it. Yes, unfortunately, the driver's lost. We have no idea where we're going. And so selling bus tickets is good, which is very good. And so, come on, what is this place in London? Everybody knows. It's the cinema that's beautifully decorated. Wait a minute. Just nearly had it and it's gone again. The Granada Tooting. The Granada Tooting. I've suddenly remembered. Honestly, it takes a while, doesn't it, really? You have a look at the interior of the Granada Tooting. It's a bingo hall. Well, you remember, you would be, wouldn't you? This is the producer who went to a Steps concert and knew all the dances. How embarrassing. But no, the Granada Tooting, behind the innocent facade at the front, you were looking at something that is, to go to the cinema was a big treat. A very big treat. It's quite stunningly beautiful. The corridors are all painted and decorative, and it's quite something. I think it's been a church as well. So it's a neo-Renaissance cinema masquerading as a bingo hall, and it's quite beautiful. People used to, they went to the cinema, and you went to be amazed. The other good one is the State Cinema at Kilburn. The State Cinema at Kilburn, I used to go past all the time, and that's really lovely as well. A huge entrance hall with a big marble staircase, and I think that's turned into a church, the Gaumont State. It's vast inside. It was built, I think, in about 1937. It's a Grade 2 listed Art Deco theatre, and the people who've performed there, Gracie Fields, George Formby. The interior was designed in the opulent style of cinemas, including a Wurlitzer organ, which today is one of the largest fully functioning Wurlitzer organs in Britain. That was when you saw that rise. By Jove, I tell you knew about it. It could make the theatre vibrate. Seriously, I think it was the biggest organ. But and the little man who actually ran his fingers all over it, he was very dexterous. But the whole place used to shake as it sort of rose out of the ground in front of you. It was quite something. It was like Mount Vesuvius erupting. It was quite fascinating, and that was your entertainment. Nowadays people have got the radio in the car and they've got everything else. But if you went along to some of these cinemas, they would do the entertainment. When I used to go to the ABC Minors on a Saturday morning, threepence, sixpence and ninepence, you'd get, the birthday boy or girl of the day, and they'd have a bouncing ball on the screen. What do you mean silent movies, you cheeky devil? How old do you think I am? Didn't do silent movies. We had colour and everything when I was young. But it was while your parents went shopping, and you would go and pay threepence, sixpence or ninepence, depending on where you were sitting, and they would show you all the latest cowboy films, the Three Stooges, the Marx Brothers, all sorts of them. I mean, admittedly, most of them were in black and white, but it was really good fun. And the hundreds and hundreds of children, all whose parents had abandoned them and left them in the keeping of the cinema. But it was great. The cinema I still went past down in Newbury in Berkshire. It was good. What else we got? What else we got in the papers today? A widower who spent 2 years in care, separated from his dog, has been reunited. I love it when. Have you ever seen that on YouTube? Dogs reuniting with people they've not seen for years, and the dog's very wary, like that, and then all of a sudden it sniffs the person, because we obviously smell the same throughout our lives. Must be lovely if you're a dog that can recognise Creed Adventus, and you see all these dogs. Then all of a sudden they realise who it is, and they go mad, absolutely mad. I know people like that. Ferrari will be like that today. He's not still up at conference, is he? He's back. He's back in the land of the living, as they say. Conference. I'm sorry. Can I just ask? I know it's a dumb question. Have we still got a Liberal Democrat Party? Is there anybody in it? And what is there? Oh, they're having a conference too. Oh, they've had it. Oh, we seem to miss that one. I don't know why we missed that one. Poor people.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Throughout the 1940s and the 50s, the Granada in Tooting became more important as the local venue in Wandsworth, attracting talent from further afield. The producer just got terribly excited. He said because the artists who performed there, Jerry Lee Lewis, Frank Sinatra, the Rolling Stones, and in 1965, the Beatles did 2 sold-out sets. The final artist to perform there would be the Bee Gees in 1968. I mean, 3 years the building lay unused, and then ignominiously it turned into a bingo hall, which of course became very popular in this country. But in the early days, I was trying to point out to the producer, bless his heart, fan of Steps, that in fact, 5, 6, 7, 8. There was nowhere bullying. Yeah, absolutely. If you're root scooting, baby, you drive me crazy. And so people used to play. Where else was there to play? There wasn't anywhere else to play. You wouldn't play places like Wembley or something like that. So you would play the equivalent of, an enlarged scout hut. That's what it was. But they were big enough to put them in. And I've seen the Beatles on stage at not personally, but in the Granada, and all you could hear is screaming. From the moment the curtains opened, there they were standing there, and people screamed, and you couldn't hear a thing. And when you remember that the Beatles played Shea Stadium in New York, and I played on UBN, United Biscuits Network, the very first album from the Beatles from the States, they took the tapes and they remastered it so you could finally hear what the group was singing, because the amplifiers they were working on were Vox AC30s, 30-watt amplifiers. Nobody could hear a thing. The moment they actually ran on stage at Shea Stadium, it was screaming, the sound of an aircraft taking off, and nobody heard a thing. But they were all standing there going, couldn't hear a thing. But they digitally remastered the album. The rep from EMI was a big fan of Dale's and mine and brought in the albums. And we got the first plays of the Beatles at Shea Stadium, because what they did, they actually took the screaming out and they enhanced the music. So at least you could hear that they could play and they could sing. Unlike the groups today, nobody can play and sing. I thought probably the only ones are going to be the supergroups who've been around for ages, like the Stones and things like that. I mean, even poor old Frank Sinatra, when he made his last appearance in this country, he was so past it, he couldn't remember the words to anything. Strangers in the street, doobie 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 doo, and he managed that. And all the way around the stage for Sinatra, television sets with the words on. We were singing to the words. Did he wear a wig? Did he ever wear a wig? Is Elton John wearing a wig? No, it's a dead hamster. Of course he wore a wig. Because everybody says, oh, there's a cure for baldness. Yeah, there is. It's called castration. It's the only thing that can do it. The rest of the time, people wear toupees and you get weaves and you get, stuck in and things like that. None of it works. None of it works. It's a case of, I know quite a number of television comedians, particularly, who've got little bits extra added to their hair, which must make it a little bit difficult. Yeah. Loads of people have it. Some people are lucky and they have loads of hair for their whole lives, and those people I don't talk to. There's no point in being with somebody who looks better than you do, is there really? But it's the ones who sort of have very thin hair that you can't do anything with. You just have to accept the fact that you've got thin hair. So if you're blonde, you're going to be bald soon. Oh, no. Yeah, blondes is the weakest hair. The weakest hair. Gingers are all right. Yeah, thick. Generally thick. All the gingers I know are thick. And they're fairly thick hair. But yeah, blonde, unfortunately, is the weakest hair, which is a shame, really, isn't it? But it never bothered me. I'm all right. The dad who posted a video on Facebook, he's a bit thick, this one. He posted a video on Facebook racially abusing Marcus Rashford and a few other people, has been handed a suspended sentence. His name's Bradford Pretty. There's a stupid name if ever there was one. He's 50. And he's a plasterer, and he raged against the loss of penalties to Italy in July. He admitted sending messages grossly offensive. You know why he did it? He was drunk. Apparently he'd drunk 15 or 16 cans of lager. He was given 50 days in prison, suspended for 12 months, and has got to do 200 hours of unpaid work. And he's 50. Stupid man, honestly. Here he is. Look at a picture of him. Honestly, if you put something up on YouTube, he racially abused 3 England players, so I think we're duty-bound to racially abuse you, Mr. Pretty. That's having a name Bradford, dear. What does that mean? But, he was found guilty, but they didn't send him to prison. They should have sent him to prison. But the law in this country, depending on where you are, seems to vary all over the place. Terrible. Do you have any members of the armed forces who listen to the show? I've got no idea. Well, I should imagine so. I tell you what, well, actually, I must have. Because I went down to the barracks next to Buckingham Palace. On the left-hand side, as you come out of Birdcage Walk, on the left-hand side, there's the big barracks there. And I walked in and I was interviewing the man who came up with the Military Wives Choir. And I was interviewing, and the man on the gate said to me, "Morning, Steve." And I said, "Morning." He said, "We listen to you every morning." And I thought, my God, I've achieved dizzying heights now. Somebody, serving Her Majesty there, and they were all in uniform and everything else. And I thought that was about the coolest thing ever. The people in these barracks, they listen to the radio in the morning because they don't want to listen to music. They want to listen to something like this. So in answer to do we have members of the armed forces? Yes. Whether they're on parade and sort of doing, march left, right. You heard this? Imagine, can't you? I often wonder if it's people sitting on the train who are listening on their headphones and they have a little giggle to themselves, what they're listening to. You feel like tapping them on the shoulder and go, "What are you listening to?" And they go, "Oh, it's this bloke on the radio, Steve Allen, every morning, 4 till 7. So another one from Dan who says, "I've just sat on a delayed plane waiting to depart to Lanzarote." Oh, you poor soul. Listen, you'll need this programme if you're going to Lanzarote. Oh, ghastly place. Horrible. We hated it. Absolutely. I've never hated a holiday so much. And it's all volcanic rocks all over the island. So the beach is made up of ground up rocks. We went years ago. It's horrible. Weather was ghastly. The place was ghastly. Full of Brits. Why do you want to go to a place that's full of Brits? The whole idea is leave this country, get away from them. And you end up going there. But no, it was aptly named. We should have spotted the signs at the airport. Hey, what about this one? I spoke to a friend of mine the other day and I said, "How is everything?" He said, "Oh, can't get petrol." So I said, "Oh, okay." And he said, "So I bought myself an electric bike, not a bike, like a moped, electric, so it doesn't take any petrol." He said, "So I can save that." He said, "I can't ride it." I said, "Why?" He said, "I can't get insurance." I said, "What do you mean you can't get insurance?" And he said, "I can't get insurance." He said, "The area where I live is deemed a hotspot for these things being nicked, so they won't give me insurance." Have you heard of that before? I'd never heard of it. I'm not telling you what area it is, but all right, I'll tell you. Hampton Court. And they've said that it's a hotspot for crime for these electric mopeds being stolen. So they won't give him insurance. I said, have you tried everybody? He said, yeah. I've never heard of that before. I thought it was quite posh. It's got a rough side. Got a very rough side, Hampton. But there you go. Steve, you have armed forces veterans listening. I hope so. Carol says, I saw the Beatles at Shea Stadium and I was able to hear them. I clearly remember hearing Paul sing yesterday. Not being able to hear them because of the screaming, I feel, has been exaggerated. No, I've heard some of the original tapes because they were working on Vox AC30s. So there you go. I know about these things. So armed forces veterans. Good idea. What, you mean Chelsea pensioners? That'd be a nice idea. I'll go for that one in a big way. Definitely. Here's, it's Prince Andrew. Emerging from his extended stay at Balmoral, he was riding on the Windsor estate now. He's just moving from estate to estate. Don't you think it's about time you went home, Andy? But it's the first time he's been seen in public. But he's denied all the allegations and he was out with his companions. For some reason, when he goes out, he's wearing a crash helmet on a horse. Doesn't really look particularly good, does it? But anyway. 1 in 10 NHS psychiatrist roles is vacant, as a record number of people are waiting for mental health treatment. Wow. And Sarah Ferguson, who stayed at the Queen's Balmoral home with Andrew, had Philip been alive, she wouldn't have been allowed anywhere near it because he hated her, says that the Queen is such an extraordinary, legendary, iconic monarch. Oh, garbage that emanates from stuff. You can't even take her seriously, can you? Poor soul. Tom Fletcher and Amy Dowden are out of isolation, ready to go back to Strictly. He's becoming very irritating, and he never used to be, but he's now very irritating. Thinking he looks like somebody like Draco Malfoy or something. That's quite ridiculous, isn't it? And if you've got houseplants, apparently they ease stress and bring you joy. Isn't that nice? More than half of adults feel happier and more productive surrounded by houseplants. I've never heard of it. 2/3 say they have a positive impact on their mental health. I used to love houseplants. I used to like the cheese plants and, the ones that got holes in the leaves. Those ones are quite nice. But I've had real and I've had not real. There you go. Bit of rivalry, Manic Street Preachers, and H from Steps, apparently. Having a bit of a spat. I mean, it's hilarious in itself. And they all turned up. Ryland Clark with Lucy Spraggan. DJ Jodie Harsh, whoever that is. I've never even heard of her. Who's Jodie Harsh? They mean Jodie Marsh. It is Harsh, is it? Oh, right. Apparently. Elaine Page performed I Know Him So Well, and then they give her an award. Richard Wilson was there. And Ashley Roberts wearing very little, looking a little bit cheap. Actually, Ashley, maybe next time try harder, okay? Obviously, it's your age, I suppose.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Soon be Christmas. We worked it out the other day, how many more days we've got of misery with the blooming weather. Honestly, it never improves, does it? And I think at the moment it's 79 days to Christmas. So, is that Christmas Day? 79 days. How exciting. Tracy in Wolverhampton says, Steve, insurance is postcode rated. So that may be why, but there are companies who should be able to help. He couldn't believe it when he couldn't get, so he can't ride this blasted electric moped at the moment, which is a bit of a pain, as you can imagine, when you can't get the petrol round our way because we're in London and London is suffering. Staffordshire beauty queen. Here she is. I mean, imagine a beauty queen from Staffordshire who wed a tycoon who's won Britain's biggest settlement. And she's ended up with £400 million as a divorce settlement. Makes the rest of us feel a bit like paupers, doesn't it, really? They got married in 2017, and she's now ended up with a £52 million modern villa overlooking Lake Geneva, which is very nice, and a birthday gift, which is a huge super yacht, said to have been bought for £100 million. It's not bad settlement, is it, really, when you think about it? What was it about the billionaire that first attracted you, which I like? Lots of people talking about Boris, who sort of seems to be talking about building a country. It sounds like building up, Afghanistan or something like that, the way he's talking about it. I always thought it was okay, although the MPs say it's grim. This is one here. Sir Peter Bottomley says that it's grim living on £82,000 a year. Must be hell for you, I should imagine. Absolute hell. Gove is at the disco, taken to the dance floor. Ooh, I want to dance with somebody. They just let themselves go, don't they? Make themselves look even more stupid than they did in the first place. Gas bills could go up, although Putin has hinted he'll ease the crisis by boosting the supply. So we'll have to wait and see. And the French fishermen say they'll blockade Britain in a fortnight. I wouldn't recommend it. OK, just issuing that as a threat is not very good for your economy and ours neither, thank you very much indeed. They're going to blockade Britain, honestly. They're very temperamental, aren't they? So here we have Michael Gove dancing with a man at Tory party conference. It really is slightly bizarre. It's like sort of men discovering that they can buy a motorbike later in life, isn't it? Perhaps they think they're very funny. OK, yeah, two men dancing together, without realising it just looks slightly odd at Tory conference, although actually the more you think about it, probably not. It's odd, isn't it? Done as a little joke to start with, but they obviously think it's hilarious and cuddling and all the rest of it. Oh, well, there you go. Steve, I've heard the first Christmas advert the other day, and by Very, not quite the same as the Coca-Cola one. Holidays are coming, says Sidcup Julie. Have you seen the advert? Are they doing a big advert for John Lewis this year? No, they do a big advert for John Lewis, and Sainsbury's do one, or somebody else. I remember seeing some of them. Some of them they're film extravaganzas. They really are. Which is, I wonder who's actually doing the song for John Lewis. If indeed they actually do something this year, they might have said, listen, we've had to lay people off and, business not as good as it could be. So they might not want to be spending money. Because I think when they did it last time, it was a fortune they spent. And I remember thinking, didn't they give, was it 10 million to Elton John or something peculiar? Whatever it was, it seemed a vast amount of money. And I remember thinking, does it really pay back? Stu's in Norfolk and Nicky in Faversham. He says, I'm an army vet. I listen to you every morning, so I can confirm you have at least one of us, which is good. And Dean says, I remember going to the Granada cinema, Welling, every Saturday to see Saturday morning cinema. All kids. It was very exciting, except for Pathé News at the beginning. That was the music that went dun 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 dun, and then there was a cockerel crowing. In 2015, here you go, there's a quick question for you this morning. In 2015, how much did John Lewis spend on their Christmas ad campaign? In 2015, well, I'm going to guess it's a huge amount of money, isn't it? It's a very big amount of money. Would it be 40 million? Would it be 40 million? Is it 7 million? Oh, right. Way out. That's how much they spent, though. John Lewis spent in 2015 £7 million on an ad campaign. So they've got to make that money back in again before they've even got back to where they were before they started. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I don't think they'll be doing that, actually, in future. Well, I don't think so, anyway. Glyn says you have armed forces veterans listening. Thank you. And Graham, retired warrant officer, says loads of armed forces listen to you. Who do you think sends you the dirty jokes? Why do they automatically assume it's people in the forces that do dirty? My father was in the forces. I don't think he ever did a dirty joke, or if he did, it certainly wasn't within earshot of us. Here we go. Mrs. Javid. The latest to wear the version of the royal £1,750 designer gowns. They all look the same now. It's all, everything that the Duchess of Cambridge wears seems to be quite nice. And Amanda Holden and Holly Willoughby can wear whatever they like, and they just look brilliant in it. Sherry and the Spice Sheikh. This is a bit of a scandalous story. The princess here with Sheikh Mohammed at Royal Ascot prior to their split, and now all this talking of phones being bugged and everything else. I don't know. I suppose if you've got that much money, you can do these sort of things. But how the princess and her British peer divorce lawyer fell victim to the dark art of hacking that tracked their every move. Very worrying, very worrying. And Princess Haya is fully justified in fearing her children will be snatched by their father's henchmen. Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates, posed a very significant threat to his ex-wife Al Jalila and Zayed. Crikey. One of them was kidnapped at gunpoint in Cambridgeshire. You can't believe it, can you really? It's almost like good heavens above. And here's the mansion next door, the Parkwood Estate in Surrey. £30 million. £30 million. And the Sheikh's legal team said a proposed no-go zone would be impeding him visiting Windsor Castle, Ascot Racecourse, the Guards Polo Club and the Royal Chapel of All Saints. Honestly, the things that go on that we know nothing about, once they start unravelling it, it's amazing. And of course, once again, Her Majesty's involved, because she's pictured here with him on her trip to Abu Dhabi last November. She did go directly with him. She did, yeah. I'm looking at pictures of them together, and his yacht, which actually looks very similar to the other yacht that we had, but his beach complex in Dubai is blooming enormous. I mean, it's absolutely enormous. It's got like 3, 4, 5, 6 main houses that go with it, plus all their beaches. Do you know, had they found oil somewhere else, all things would have been completely different. Do you realise that? Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. But what else we got in the paper today? The real RoboCop. Singapore police using a robot to enforce social distancing. It's a bit like RoboCop himself, who I quite liked. I thought he was good. I quite liked to have been RoboCop. Imagine going round there, people arguing with you, going, "I'm RoboCop. Do not move." Very good. Don't worry if you can't spell. I think Darren might have done this. The spelling thing, because you can still get a first. University grade inflation fears as tutors ignore poor English. We used to know somebody years ago, and she couldn't spell for toffee, and she was a secretary. And she couldn't spell. She said, "That's how I spell it." And I remember thinking, weirdo. I mean, you've got to be able to spell. I mean, everybody knows that not everybody can spell. They have a spelling programme on the television, some kids on a quiz show where they sit them down there and they say, "Okay, spell, dysmorphia or something, or, diarrhea or something like that." And these little kids can spell all these big words. And then you look at them, and the parents are quite clearly very pushy parents. We have a very intelligent son or daughter, and they can just do all these clever things, like solving. Some people are very good. Ruth Lawrence, I think at 14, was at Cambridge. I mean, she was a mathematics genius, but I think she went at 11, And I'll give you a word to spell, okay? Mississippi, it's Mississippi. I knew that one, actually. That was the easy one to do, because I remember Mississippi. There was actually a song by the Pussycat Dolls, or the Pussycats or something, called Mississippi. And it was very nice, Steve. One here says, "Steve, I'm a Royal Marine vet and listen every morning." I didn't realise there were so many vets out there. So many. Tony says, "My heart goes out to this poor downtrodden lamb that is Sir Peter Nod. Yeah, he can't live on £82,000 a year." Bit of a struggle there, bit of a struggle. You wait till this, all this money the government are taking away from us, you wait till that starts having an impact and we get all the excessive bills. And you go, "Oh, I've just got myself square. Oh, dear, not so good." And Mark says, "Steve, last year's Christmas ads were amazing, but McDonald's was the clear winner." I don't remember the McDonald's one. I don't remember it. Apparently it tugs at your heartstrings, and you can find it on YouTube. Was it sort of some kid who was peering in the window and couldn't get what they wanted? That always makes me laugh, actually. RoboCop, according to Will Guyatt, is that's pretty. See, look, snow. It's got snow. Oh, it's like a cartoon kind of thing. Do you know, I don't remember this advert. This is the advert, and this is 2020 in a chart. I don't remember any of this, but the street is fat. I want to live in that street. How lovely with all those. Oh, that was it. All those lights and everything else. Very nice. Thank you. So Will Guyatt says, RoboCop's in my top 5 movies of all time. I saw one the other day on the television. I quite liked it. I thought it was RoboCop. It was very good. Very good indeed. Will have to... Did he do the little dots on the phone? So you know if you're being filmed or... Yeah. Did you do that, Will? These little dots which you get on your iPhone. If you go onto the camera, it's either got a green dot or an orange dot. And apparently green means it's filming you and sending it somewhere, and orange means it's recording you. Which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? They must have a field day with this programme. What's he talking about? I don't know, veterans or something. Obviously a member of the Cosa Nostra. And a survey of British butterflies, we go all over the place on this programme, has recorded the lowest population since 2010. Every year they do people to count how many butterflies they see. We get butterflies, mainly cabbage whites. The only ones I've ever heard of are red admirals and cabbage whites, but there's loads of other ones, and they're quite nice. But I've been in the butterfly house at Syon Park, and they've got pupas hanging up, and then sometimes you're lucky enough to see them emerging as the butterfly, and it sort of opens its wings up. Very clever from a caterpillar, isn't it? I think the producer was from a caterpillar, but I'm never too sure. Sorry? Chrysalis. That's just a chrysalis.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Apparently, the Butterfly House is no longer at Zion Park. Oh, very disappointing. I went to the one at London Zoo. That's very good. You go in there, the heat is very good, and they've got special doors that you go through to make sure the butterflies don't fly out when you go in there. But no, it's fascinating to watch. Now, this week, you will know because you'll be listening to the program, the chance to get hold of an exclusive piece of Steve Allen Show memorabilia and raise money for LBC's charity Globals Make Some Noise, which works this year with around 100 small charities all over the countries. One of the charities we're supporting this year is the Larder West Lothian, which works with disadvantaged people, providing training and opportunities to help them out of poverty. Here's Lisa, whose family have been receiving food and vital support from the Larder for the past year.
I left a volatile relationship and I was struggling. It was me and my 2 boys, and I had never been in that situation before. Food became a worry. I was having dry cereal because I didn't have milk. I was storing food for them and missing out on meals for myself, not eating myself, just so that I knew I had food for them. The embarrassment and the shame of it all, that was really hard. I remember the first delivery I got from the Larder, and I just felt this big weight off my shoulders, the tears running down my face, thinking the boys are coming into hot meals tonight. On top of having the meals delivered, the charity also had, it was like a summer school for parents and their children to come along to, and I attended that with my children, and I got to cook with my boys again and have fun around food, not have the insecurities around food that we've got. I can't put it into words how grateful I am to everybody that's helped me this last year, because without them, I honestly don't know where me and my boys would be.
That's Lisa, and she's been receiving food and vital support from the Larder for the last year. So now you know what your money can go to, and that's just one of 100 little charities, and they can make a difference. And people sometimes are at the end of their tether, and if you're in a fortunate position to help out, well then you're the person I'm appealing to today. And every year you've really almost bent over backwards to help us. I think this is the first year we've had so many little charities to deal with, and when you hear these stories, I'd never even heard of the Larder in West Lothian, probably exactly the same as many of you, but for her it's vitally important. She needs that to survive, to get through the day. And so that's why we have the must-have item for every 4 a.m. spiker. If you bought the tea towel and the tote bag and the glasses, you don't want to miss out on the Steve Allen tea tray. I know, we laughed as well, but tea tray it is. And now you know that even my ex-Groovy Gang founder member Thomas over in America, he's ordered his tea tray as well, and thousands upon thousands of you have ordered. We've sold a heck of a lot of tea trays, but I want to sell some more, please. Thank you very much indeed. It's got a picture of me by the artist Robert Lee Hensby, who did the illustrations. It's the same one that thinks on the tea towel and on the tote bag. Now, thank you to the thousands of you who've bought one already. If you've not bought, you have to be quick. It's only available until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, which is Friday, the 8th of October. Now, it costs £15 and includes free postage and packing for UK customers. International postage and packing rates apply. Orders will be shipped in December, so don't panic and start writing to me going, Steve, we ordered it, but it hasn't arrived. They will arrive, I promise you. You can order yours right now. All you have to do is just go to lbc.co.uk, go to the top section. There's lots of little things, got radio, and then it's got charity. Click on charity, and you will see me modelling the tray. How you model a tray, I've got no idea, but I do my best. And of course, all the proceeds go to LBC's charity, Globals Make Some Noise. So it's £15, and that money goes to our charity and can help out any one of 100 little tiny charities whose work is so vitally important and is so necessary for these people who come to rely on it. And it's young people, old people, children, it's all sorts of charities that do such vital work. And so the money that you give to buy an item such as the tea tray or the tea towels or the glasses or whatever it happens to be is vitally important for these charities to go ahead and keep on generating and keep on helping people, because no matter what we think, problems like the food banks are never going to go away. People are always going to need them. There's always going to be people who are in hardship. You know, you look at some people, I see them, you know, walking around supermarkets looking at the prices. I mean, I'm in a fortunate position I don't need to pick up an apple and see how much it is. I don't know, because I knew I could afford to buy it. But there are hundreds of people who will go out there, thousands of people, millions of people, who really can't afford to buy things. They have to really eke it out. And some are very elderly and they don't see people. They've got nobody who they can appeal to and nobody who can help them out, because they don't know that they exist as a problem. And that's what you're actually changing. That's what you're changing. You're changing everybody's perception of what it is that we can do with a little bit of money and a little bit of foresight and a charity like Make Some Noise, which is a whole room of people here. Whole room of people all trying to sort out all these charities and make sure that they get their hands on some much needed money. So in advance from them, I'm saying thank you on behalf of them, and let's hope that we all go on together raising as much money as much money as we can. But it all finishes tomorrow. So time is of the essence, as they say. Steve, I was lucky enough to use Cyan House for makeup and wardrobe tests from March to June before beating Brexit and COVID, says Lulu, and getting actors out to France. No mean feat. And discovered they have a wonderful lake there too. But butterfly and reptile houses were removed years ago. They built of course, the hotel's built there. Of course it is, actually. I remember feeling so sad having taken the kids to both. Not sure how I didn't know about the lake back then. Yes, you're right. The hotel is there. The hotel. And Steve, proudest moment, says Declan, was when I sold out the Kodak Chinese Theatre with the US premiere of my film In Your Face. But if you don't want to hang around that corner at night time, it's the dirtiest, most dangerous place to be. Declan, you are so right. So right. But we went on a tour bus, me and Amanda, my producer at the time. We got on a tour bus and we took the tape machine with us, and I just rambled. Like doing a show, actually. No hardship for me at all. And we talked about the trip and what we were passing and things like that. And then the thing broke down, so they had to abandon us, and they sent another tour bus round. And then blow me down, within an hour, that one was making all these banging noises at the back, and that one gave up as well. And so by this time we'd gone up. I only had a little thin shirt on because it was sunshine when we set off. By the time we came back, it was freezing cold and it had gone dark. And they abandoned us at a McDonald's with a big sign on it, I said the other day, and it said, please do not give money to the beggars outside or anybody else. It was too frightening. But the whole of Hollywood, you're quite right, is beset with hookers and drug dealers and everything else. But during the daytime, it's very touristy. But I'd never been on a tourist bus before. So how did we get out in the end? They had to send another coach for us, which then took us back to the hotel. By that time, I'm so tired. I couldn't wait to climb out and get back into bed again. And Will Guyatt says, I'm ordering 10 for Christmas. What? Trays? Really? Will? Really? That's so cool. Andrew, I think they make nice presents for people. Or you can just pin them up with a bit of Velcro onto your walls. The producer laughed at me the other day when I said you can put them on the wall. He said, why not? Steve, I've just ordered the tea tray. Says Donald in Berlin. Donald, where's your trousers? Remember that song? Let the wind blow high, let the wind blow low through the streets of the... Yeah, different Donald. It can't be the same one. He must be about 190 by now, actually. But he says, I love listening to you every morning. I've never been to Berlin. I don't think I have, actually. Shane says, you're looking good in the photo with the tea tray. Can't wait when mine arrives. Oh, you hold back. You hold back a little bit, but it will get there. It will get there. See, being the child of an RAF veteran, you would have been known as Scalies to us RAF members. Well, I was very young. I didn't remember things like that. My father came out of the RAF at 36. You could either retire at 36 or 55. And when I think he came out at 36 and set up a business making printed circuits for computers, and used to do a lot of work with copper etchings and stuff like that. And nowadays, it just seems so young, 36. In those days, it seemed quite old. But he retired at 36, and then he ended up running the Special Forces Club, which is the club in Knightsbridge for our secret agents. But he'd been for a period, as do lots of people who've been in the services, trying to find another job and adapt to civilian life. That was always the problem, because when I looked through Mum and Dad's photo albums in Hong Kong and in Egypt, it was all party dresses, and they were having dinner parties and cocktail parties. It was very social. I mean, nowadays people don't have that. People don't dress up. They don't dress up for the theatre. Or the school run. They dress down for the school run. Wait a minute, I'm stark naked. I've got my knickers on. Oh, I'll just put my pyjamas on. Come on, kids. Embarrassing, isn't it? Very embarrassing. But thank you for saying we look good in the photos. We're very pleased about that. Simon in Bridge North. Morning from a household cavalry veteran. I did Andy and Fergie's wedding in 86. Well, I must have seen you because I did the radio coverage for it. I was with Prunella Scales outside. We were outside Westminster Abbey entrance on a big stand, and we had and of course everybody shouting at her, Sybil, Sybil, and she said to me, she said, are they always going to be like this? I said, yes, unfortunately, you're very famous, very famous. But I went to see her in the theatre because we all got a celebrity, and I got Prunella Scales, and then Andrew and Fergie, who's waving and all the rest of it. But that's my claim to fame. So I must have seen you at some point, or you might have seen me, but I should imagine you were far too concentrating on other things. There's something nice about being, saying that you're ex-forces or ex-household cavalry. That's something very important. The uniforms and the discipline and just the way of life is absolutely amazing. Some people survive it, some people don't.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. One of my producers, so young, bless his heart. He just said, who is Esther Ranson? I had to explain who Esther Ranson was. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really, when you say things like that to somebody. I said, well, she was one time one of the most powerful women on the BBC. She ran a programme called That's Life, which was a consumer-based programme where people would send in odd-shaped vegetables which looked like willies or boobs or something like that. And she used to go out into the markets and ask people to try different things. It was, as I say, consumer-based. And they had a panel of people on there who were sort of turned into celebrities. But she was very powerful, very powerful. She had a man who did odd odes. But she had a lovely lady I mentioned before called Annie Mizzen, who she used to bump into all the markets. And she was an old lady, but a typical old lady. And we'd mentioned her on the programme before, and she would try things. She was everybody's favourite sort of grandmother. Annie Mizzen had what they call a character face. She became a star on That's Life. Also a dog, which apparently said the word sausages. And that's Annie Mizzen. You don't get old ladies who look like old ladies anymore. In fact, all the old ladies I know look like young ladies. They really do. It's quite amazing. I mean, she looked like a proper, she would go out with her hat on and all the rest of it. And Esther would be saying, oh, we'd like you to try this. And she'd drink a drink or something. She was quite a great character. And so she would try champagne, all the stuff she'd never tried before. I think she's passed on many years ago, I should imagine. Annie Mizzen must have been quite ancient. But she became part of the programme. Wherever they went, they would tell her. And she'd turn up and they'd give her a glass. It could be all sorts of strange, like pea soup or something. It could be all sorts of different things. But, she'd be 120 if she'd lived now. She died, I think, in the mid-80s. But she was a character. Connie says, Steve, you're not going to believe this, but my son ordered a Steve Allen tray behind my back. What do you have to say to that? Well, it's a man of impeccable taste, Connie. A man of impeccable taste. And somebody said to me, they said, how much money do you hope to raise? Well, in total for the thing, millions. That's what I'm looking for, millions. Really. Steve, my dad was in the RAF, says Jenny. He went into Marconi's when he left in the 1960s. Yes, I can't remember what year my dad left, but he set up a factory and made these printed circuits for computers. Before they had mass production, he was making specialist I don't know what they call them now. It's things that you sort of supply the actual printed circuit and then they plug all the bits and pieces into them. And he was making the printed circuits, very specialist work, and dipping in acids and all sorts of things like that. I don't know why he did that, because at one time, him and his partner used to buy lots of factories. So at one time, we had a block of flats in Reading. We had a funeral stonemasons. We had all sorts of odd things. Seriously, it was all most peculiar. And if you thought that made us rich, think again. It really didn't. But he worked hard, my dad. Worked very hard. He didn't know anything apart from working. Esther, of course, was the one who started up Childline, Hall. Esther Ranson started up Childline. Anything else you need to know on the programme this morning? Can I help you with? Bless him. Honestly. He's leaving us soon. In Hollywood, Steve, just before the lockdowns started, I thought I'd go for a leisurely stroll down the Walk of Fame in Hollywood. I was there for 5 minutes until I was accosted by a young man demanding I buy him a laptop. Yes, I mean, it's at night time they advise you not to go to Hollywood. It really is terrible. But it looks pretty with all the lights. That's all I can tell you. Just watching you on Radio X with Moyles, reading the news for them and complaining about standing up at your age, says Gareth. I know, it's outrageous. I had to read the news for them because they were nice to me. They were nice to me. Actually, I might nip in and see them tomorrow. No, it wasn't yesterday. Oh, no, this was a little while ago. But, of course, everything on their show is filmed. Like all the other stations, like Nick Ferrari, you can see him on the cameras. I refuse to have the cameras operating. Seriously, I've had them blocked off here. I've painted over with Tipp-Ex. I'm not going to be associated with being seen on a television programme. Thank you very much indeed. But there you go. And there's who was that? Oh, that was his old producer. There you go. We asked the legend Steve Allen to read our news, and he said, and so it goes on, and so because everything is filmed there. And look at me, honestly. Oh, I'm much thinner than that now. I've lost an awful lot of weight. But Mr. Moore, that's Dave. Yeah, they're laughing at me. I don't think they're laughing with me. That's the trouble. They're laughing at me. Must have been cold, mustn't it? People stand up. Oh, well, I look so much better now. I think I look better now than then. Isn't it funny when you look at pictures throughout your life of how you look? And unfortunately, if you're on the radio, you do get documented all the... Turn it off now. Turn it off. Outrageous. Steve, bat soup. Yes, could be bat soup. And Steve, I was born in 1941, says Mo. No NHS, no benefit system, no housing benefit, often had no money. My mother fed 3 children. I don't believe that poverty exists in the UK nowadays to that extent. No, well, certainly not. My mother was one of quite a number of children, and she used to go to school in the hand-me-down clothes because she was near the bottom of the pile, and so she used to tell me that in her shoes was newspaper to stop the water seeping through because the shoes had holes in and they couldn't afford to have them repaired. And people nowadays talk about, you go to charity shops, the stuff is nearly brand new. Seriously, in charity, people go to charity shops now, but in those days they didn't have charity shops. Lucas says, have you tried the new Brazilian place in Twickenham? Really liked all the exotic meats. I haven't. Here's That's Life Annie at her best, Steve, says Glyn. Search this on YouTube, That's Life. Yeah, we've just been looking at it, actually. It's lovely to see things like that when you look back over it. It was great. Steve. My daughter is getting married, says Jenny at Scion House. Next week, beautiful location. P.S. I bought 2 trays. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. It's always very nice. And then Faz says, what's a tote bag? Well, it's like a canvas bag. Only it's not canvas. It's sort of, I don't know what it's made of, actually. But you could sort of pop things in it, which is nice. It's very nice. And we sold a lot of them, actually. Somebody says, should we not boycott French wine and champagne if they want to play that game? Well, I mean, we do have English sparkling wine. I've never tried it. I mean, I suppose I don't like to sort of try all these different things. But we don't want to get into that tit-for-tat thing, do we, really? If they want to be silly, let them be silly. And we don't want to join the club, I think. Taff says, ex-RN and long-time listener. Of course you have military vets listening. We're a fairly well-educated, if a tad mad bunch. What else comes close to worth a fella's time? Stay happy, says Taff. I love the way he then puts down male next, like I'm going to think it's a female. Do you know what I was watching yesterday? They have something very similar to the military tattoo in Switzerland. And it's really good. I watched it this morning and they had the bagpipes in and they were playing We Will Rock You and doing... I know, it was really good stuff. There was something about military life. I can't describe it to you. Unless you've been there, you've got no idea. Donald on the M74, where in God's name is that? Says you'd need to sell 6,667 tea trays to reach £100,000. You nearly there yet? Done very well. Done very, very well. It's secret squirrel until the rest of it. Nye Timber, says Charlie Girling. Sparkling wine is from the UK is delicious. Charlie knows. She's basically a tester for all these British companies. They sort of send her the wine and she then does it. Whereas I get pork scratchings, which is very exciting, which I like as well. She says, I'll buy you some when you finally take me out to Joe Allen's. There's a bribe if ever there was one. Happy birthday to Jane Torville today. Jane Torville, as in Torville and Dean, she is 64. Alicia Dixon is 43. And she says here, she won Strictly Come Dancing a year after her divorce and being dropped by her record label. Her chuckle has been compared to that of Carry On star Sid James. She says, it does annoy me slightly. Somebody used my laugh as a ringtone. If it was my phone, I'd have thrown it away. She's very pretty. She's very pretty. Very pretty.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Hello. Hello. Nice to have your company. Steve, you are the brightest star that shines on LBC every morning. Jennifer, I'm the only person on LBC first thing in the morning. It all happens after I finish. Check out Piers Morgan on Twitter. He's uploaded a video of Brooklyn Beckham on a US show. Wait for it, cooking a sandwich. I know. Have you heard of anything so desperately sad and lonely? This is Brooklyn Beckham, who can't take photographs and can't even make a cup of coffee. And now he was on a cooking programme doing an English breakfast sandwich. That'll be sausage, bacon and an egg. How complicated is that? For Brooklyn, really complicated. People were absolutely wetting themselves laughing. He's so dim. Poor taste. Brooklyn brutally mocked. But he can't do anything. He said this was passed down to him by his grandmother, because you don't think anybody else in the family knows how to cook, do you? And so they watched him doing it. They must have been dying. Fans of the show watched in disbelief. He shared his own recipe. Well, it's not his grandma's recipe. An English breakfast sandwich. Nobody has a sandwich that looks like that, I'm telling you. I've been eating breakfast sandwiches longer than he's been on the earth, but he's been mocked for his sandwich making skills, like everything else. They said he was embarrassing. He is. Yeah. He was very embarrassing, poor sob. But I mean, they don't realise. They don't know, actually. Steve, Echo, try English sparkling wine. It's called Brut. It tastes like your Prosecco. Does it really? Well, that sounds quite nice. Now people are recommending everything that is British and sparkling, which is very good, isn't it? Chapel Down is very good. And Tish in Shirley says, I bought my tray, such a worthwhile charity. Thank you. And is it Simon Cowell's birthday today? Is it really? You notice the Daily Mail don't put him in there. They put in Alicia Dixon, but they don't put in Simon Cowell. How old is he? Simon Cowell? He'll be 63? 63, 64, 65, 62. Oh, well, I was close. I was just going the wrong way. 62 today. I wonder what you buy Simon Cowell. He has black toilet paper. Did you know that? Isn't that a useless fact? There's a company that make it in this country, and it's shipped out to him, black toilet paper, because it goes with the fittings in the bathroom. It's like having your dog or cat died, isn't it? What colour's my what? My toilet paper. Oh, I just use... It's got a pattern on it. I don't like plain paper. I like a bit of a pattern. I don't know why. Yes, Gemma Collins. It's not gold. I did used to have fleur-de-lis on there, but I used to think it was such a waste of fleur-de-lis. And so now it might have flowers on it. I don't like plain white, though. That's very naff. It's not my sort of... I mean, not that it makes any difference. But no, Simon Cowell, black toilet paper. I just think that was the height of decadence. Really. That's like people who get out of the bath to go to the toilet. It's like terribly rich, isn't it? Terribly rich. And Steve, made it to the last half. Chapel Down Brut from the Kent Vineyard is delicious. Perfect bubbles for one of your glasses, says Jilly. I love the way people are concerned about my glasses and whether we get bubbles in there. They are good, though, aren't they? They're very nice indeed. Very nice. And Steve, I'm just moving my carcass from the bed to the office to order a tray for my wife Charlotte to keep her Groovy Gang collection up to date, says Simon. Yes, you have. I mean, once you started collecting Groovy Gang merchandise, you kind of got to do it. On this day in 1980, Hattie Jakes. Hattie Jakes, remember Hattie Jakes? One of Britain's most popular comedy actresses died suddenly at her home. She was 56. She was best known as Eric Sykes' outsized sister, and for the Carry-Ons, of course. And she was found dead by her son, Kim. Sykes says, Hat and I worked together for 30 years, half a lifetime. I thought she was fab. I thought she was great. Yeah, she was very young. Loved Hattie Jakes. Loved her. And, as I say, died far too young. Also, born on this day in 1936, died 2012, Michael Hurl, who was the London-born producer who launched the TV career of Cilla Black, of course, and produced the Two Ronnies for 12 years, also presided over the Top of the Pops and the Eurovision Song Contest. Known for his straight talking, he said Cannon and Ball were as funny as a cow's crotch. He came in on we had a round table with Barbara Windsor, Michael Hurl and Leslie Joseph. That was a round table to remember, I tell you. That really was. Lovely. But if you're celebrating your birthday today, I wish you many happy returns of the day. I hope you have a lovely day. I don't know, the weather's so-so at the moment. So-so. But having now filled in all my bits and pieces to continue the Freedom Pass, as I say, I still can't work out why, if you've got the Freedom Pass, they write to you at the address and say, can you prove you live at the address? Presumably the proof is me writing back going, hello, this is me. Just so they know about it. Ridiculous, isn't it? 100,000 new workers to help save Christmas. That's what they're saying. They're looking for loads of people. Who's actually looking for people? Okay, Amazon. They're hiring 20,000 temporary staff in the UK alone. Sainsbury's hiring 22,000, including 14,500 in-store jobs, 4,500 warehouse and 3,000 online delivery drivers. John Lewis is looking for 7,000 new people. Nobody could be possibly out of work after this. Tesco are expected to offer 10,000 temporary roles. Morrison's 3,000 temporary workers. Aldi have 1,500 vacancies. Marks and Spencer's have yet to be announced, and the Royal Mail expected to hire thousands. No excuse for not working. No excuse. The Sun have come up with the fact which we did earlier on, which is Richard Madeley signing for I'm a Celebrity in a £200,000 deal. Hope he's going to be worth it. I suspect he won't be, but, we'll have to put up with it. As I say, put Judy Finnegan in there. That would be so funny. Judy? Huh? Judy? We've got to do a Bush Tucker trial. Oh! She'd hate the Bush Tucker. We'd have to keep voting her in for the Bush Tucker trials, wouldn't we? Mind you, I wouldn't want to go on the programme. I couldn't. I mean, if you can be bought for 200,000 quid for eating all sorts of animals' body parts, no, thank you very much indeed. I'd rather starve. I wouldn't charge. I wouldn't go in it. I really wouldn't be. People have asked me over the years, would you be remotely interested? I've said no, not remotely interested. To put yourself in ritual. Well, 50 million. You never mentioned that. I'll be there tomorrow, thank you very much indeed. I don't want to be stuck in a castle with Richard Madeley, though. I mean, come on, do us a favour. That would be very... Steve, what do you want? Steve, can we have a chat? Go away, go away. Leave me alone. He'd be pestering me all night. Read me a story. Go away. Have you got any Prosecco? Yes, go away. The fun you could have, actually, with Richard Madeley. But no, I mean, it just goes to prove people will, do anything for the money. But I wouldn't eat things. They say, oh, and you're eating, all these things so that the camp can eat. Well, they're going to have to starve. I'm sorry. I wouldn't be helping them out at all. I really wouldn't. What else have we got in the paper? Romeo, Romeo, here, wherefore art thou? This is the elegant Birmingham Royal Ballet, opening at the city's Hippodrome. It's nice to see the theatres opening again. Please support them. Please go out there, buy tickets. Joe Allen's is open again. They asked somebody in one of the papers today where his favourite restaurant was, and he said, I used to go to Joe Allen's all the time. And I've started going back there as well, because nice to see it back open again. Thank the Lord. So this morning we've had pork scratchings from the snaffling pig, which very novel, and we pushed the tea tray. Tomorrow, final day for the tea tray, and I might have something new for you, which you might have guessed or you might not have done.